Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 3852, an act relating to labor. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodern, Secretary of the Senate. Conference Committee report on Senate File 3852. The report is addressed to the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate, and the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File Number 3852, have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 3 of the 3 members on the part of the Senate and 2 of the 3 members on the part of the House. Nelson M. moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 3852 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the author, Representative Nelson, who will explain the bill or the report.
Thank you, Madam Chairs, and that's my motion, I guess, is first, and then you want me to explain the differences?
Representative Nelson, if you could just explain the report, whatever the differences may be.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was only 4 different changes from what this went off the House, and they're minor changes. The first was the Senate on the nursing home standards report that we passed last year. They changed an effective date from August 1st to November 1st. That seemed reasonable. There was a minor tweak to the shadow non-compete clause that's in the bill. The Senate had the apprenticeship language updates that came from the Department of Labor and Industry. Ours hadn't made it through all the committees, so we accepted that language. It's good language. It's just minor updates. And the Senate deleted a portion that was in the bill, or actually was in statute, that we didn't do, but that was having to do with minimum wage. Currently in statute, the Commissioner of Labor and Industry has the ability to stop the automatic increase in the prevailing or the minimum wage, and the Senate deleted that section of law. And the Commissioner said that they never have done that. So from now on, it will automatically, the minimum wage will increase per the standards that are in law. And that's the changes. Otherwise, it's the bill that we passed out the floor.
Discussion to the Conference Committee report. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Nelson. Thank you, Representative Berg. So I sat on that conference committee and, had an opportunity to go through the bill as also a member of the, Labor and Industry Committee. And before I get into it, I do want to ask that a motion to refuse the adoption, and I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there was some good things in here. I think we had an opportunity to look at the oral fluid testing, the surgical smoke, the salary range. I think Representative Bonner had that piece. And then it came down to, several pieces that, we discussed on the floor. And some of those were the credit card fees, the minimum wage, the covenants, the inflator piece. I went into that conference committee really trying to both support workers and support, the operators. And I think that opportunity was there, but from the amendments I offered, really couldn't get any support. And because of that, that's why I'm moving forward with this motion. We had that opportunity to bring balance. And, one of the examples was just asking for an additional 5 days for these small employers to respond from the Department of Labor on any requests. And sometimes these requests can be quite large. And, what I took out of that committee was I don't think there was a lot of experience in people that ran a business that understood that we have owners and operators that are in the field 6 days a week. They go back to their office, and if they don't have the time to respond, this is going to lead to more issues. So that was one example. Another example was the credit card fees. I brought forward an opportunity to find a way to to share those with people, because we have this sense down here where we like to just flip the switch instead of just saying, how can we support both workers and how can we support, owners and operators of these businesses. And, Minnesota's got a longstanding tradition of having some great companies, great small businesses, large businesses that support one another. And workers and employers know that they can't, only look out for themselves. They got to look out for each other's, because if we don't have both of those, then we really don't have jobs for people. And so, some of the provisions in this bill are simply going to impact, the metro area, and some of these are also going to impact northern Minnesota. And I think we're going to see that in, some of the minimum wage. I brought forward an amendment that would have looked to phase that in. I thought that was a reasonable amendment that we could look at supporting to move forward with this. Another one was, I think on the floor it was an inflator of 2.5%, and I even offered 3.5%. But sitting in that committee, I heard, the compromise was 5%. I'm like, well, where did you guys think? Were you going to do double-digit increases for people? I mean, I just don't know how businesses can afford that. These costs are going to have consequences that are going to impact the economy. They're going to impact jobs. I think we need to, and we talked a little bit about it on the last bill, we've got to do a little better job listening. If it's listening to educators and principals, if it's listening to workers and business owners. Because if we don't, we're not going to be able to support the economy. We're not going to be able to continue to support innovation. And I think we've seen it. I've seen it in my own practice. People are afraid to move forward with different ideas, which means that we're losing innovative ideas, innovative services into the market. Again, one of these doesn't work without the other. I would just ask members to support my motion.
Members, as a reminder, we are on the Myers motion to refuse to adopt the report of the Conference Committee for Senate File 3852. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Myers, one, for enduring the conference committee on this, but also for bringing forward some common sense, Minnesota common sense. So hopefully this bill is going to be a little bit more representative of the people of Minnesota. But the fact that you're making this motion makes me think that the result isn't quite there. Would Chair Nelson yield?
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, can you walk us through, especially for the members of this body, we have a lot coming before us right now, thousands of pages of bills that are on our desk, like literally for today. Can you help the members understand the impacts that the changes to the minimum wage are going to have in Minnesota, and also what you expect in terms of the impact to consumers when they're eating their hamburgers in the next couple years?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What was changed in this bill is there's an inflator on the minimum wage that's currently in statute. There was a maximum on that of a raise of 2.5%. There were people that wanted to take the maximum off. We've heard a lot about inflation, about costs going up on the floor this year. The last couple of years, inflation has been high, and they were capped at raising minimum wage 2.5%. Again, there were people that were pushing to have the cap totally taken off. The compromise was to raise it from 2.5% to 5%. Again, that's not how much it goes up each year, based on the CPI index, which is, if it's lower than 5%, that's the rate it'll go up. If it's at 10%, it'll only go up 5%. That's what was changed, and it has. Like I said again, it is not the automatic increase. It's based on the CPI, and if the CPI is less than the maximum, that's the rate that'll go up. It won't go up to the maximum.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let's operate in a wonderful world where we've changed administrations at the federal level, where we've gotten the economy back on track, and inflation is back under control. Let's operate from that hypothetical right now. Under that circumstance, and inflation is only 1 or 2 percentage points in Minnesota, on an annual basis, how much would the minimum wage increase if Chair Nelson would yield to that question?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
As I said, based on the CPI, if it's only 1% or 0.5%, the minimum wage would go up only that 1% or 0.5% or whatever it is below the cap. It's not an automatic 5% increase, just like it wasn't an automatic 2.5% increase before. It's based on that CPI, and if the inflation goes up only 1%, the minimum wage would only go up 1%.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, this is important, this minimum wage standard. Frankly, I remember that there's been debates in this body where we have taken the minimum wage standards and debated them as their own bill in this body before. And this is important for our workforce and to ensure that we remain competitive, especially considering that if workers want to work for more money, frankly, there's jobs available in so many different industries today. So I appreciate the responses from Chair Nelson, but I do agree that we can make this bill even better, and so I do support the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 3852.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Myers, for your work on the conference committee and for this motion. And I wanted to rise in support of your motion to send it back to the conference committee, and in particular because of the language on page 20, section 53. This is what has been, I think, misleadingly referred to as the shadow non-compete ban. That deals with a specific type of arrangement, oftentimes between a headhunter or a temp agency or a consulting agency, or sometimes between a daycare and their customers. And what it does is it provides for it prohibits certain types of arrangements. For example, if a headhunter or if a temp agency or a consulting agency or a daycare brings a particular talented person into a relationship with a different potential employer. Especially this is common in the temp agency world, in which a service provider, a temp agency, will bring a worker into contact with someone who might want to hire them in the future. A lot of times there are contractual arrangements in there that say, if you want to eventually hire this person in the future to be a permanent employee, you have to compensate us for the fact that we brought you into that relationship. And we had a healthy debate about this in committee and on the floor about this provision. It's completely unnecessary. The workers are always free to go work with somebody else, but potentially that new employer is going to have to pay for the service of bringing them into contact with them. What's really interesting about the work of the conference committee, and I will say that the conference committee actually made this bad provision a tiny bit less bad. On page 20, and starting in line 19, there's this new subdivision 3 exemptions. It says, this section does not apply to workers providing professional business consulting for computer software development and related services who are seeking employment through a service provider with the knowledge and intention of being considered for a permanent position of employment with the customer as their employer at a later date. That provision is actually quite good as it relates to business consulting for software development and related services. It's quite good. The problem is it should apply to pretty much any business, any business engaged in this type of business relationship. So I do appreciate the acknowledgement that this provision, as it's applied, doesn't really work right as it applies to this particular industry. It's really not necessary for any industry. I do appreciate the acknowledgement, though, that it shouldn't be applied to professional business consulting for software development and related services. So that's good. Makes it a tiny little bit less bad. But the conference committee should have gone a lot further and just gotten rid of this provision altogether. I do think it's really ironic, though, as we're talking about, in the last few days we've had discussions denigrating the entire business of lobbying, talking about how horrible lobbyists are, and then we have this little carve-out in here that is the result of a particular industry coming to the legislature through lobbyists and pointing out the particular problems with this bill. So sorry to those industries that didn't get lobbyists to get an exemption into this, to get this carve out so that their beneficial business arrangements wouldn't be prohibited by this thing. Unfortunately, you're out of luck. It's only professional business consulting for software, computer software development and related services that got treated fairly under this bill. Everyone else kind of gets hosed under this provision. So sorry to the daycares, sorry to the other temp agencies, sorry to anyone else who's providing this useful service of bringing talent in connection with a potential employer. You're all getting hosed by this provision. So the conference committee didn't finish its work. It should have stricken the entirety of Section 53 instead of creating this one special carve-out. And I don't begrudge, obviously I don't begrudge the computer software development and related services folks. Good job getting your carve-out. That's great. But we should treat all business arrangements that have these kind of characteristics equally, and so we should send this back to the conference committee, Madam Speaker, so that they can finish that job. So I urge members to support the Myers motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Myers resolution as well, to send this back and not adopt the conference report for several reasons, in which I will speak on the third reading. But as already said by my colleagues, and you hate to hear this, it's not that bad a bill. You're right. I mean, it's not the best nomenclature to use, that it's not that bad of a bill. It's not that controversial. Certainly, it's a better bill than some of the bills we've seen already. The $18 billion surplus that was spent last year, the unfunded mandates to our schools, which is causing a deficit in our schools, the promise of $2,000 checks back to every Minnesotan, which was not taking place and was a bait and switch. The Social Security tax on Social Security to repeal that, was not repealed. So there are some worse bills that have passed in the last 2 years of my 14 years here. This is not one of them. This is there's some good provisions, but there's also some provisions, Representative Nelson, that we share, including the Chamber of Commerce, who has thousands of members. I think they have 6,300 chamber members, which I'm one of them in my little small mom and pop business in Delano, Minnesota. Some of the provisions in the bill are costly to employers, to your job creators, to your small businesses, Madam Speaker. Very onerous charges and fees and fines, especially if it's a human clerical error. Remember the old saying, members, to err is human, Madam Speaker? Well, under the bill, if a business makes a clerical error, they certainly could be charged thousands of dollars from the Department of Labor without really due process. But overall, Representative Nelson, there are some good favorable things in your bill. We look forward to supporting that, and we do look forward to somewhat of a robust discussion on third reading. With that, I support Representative Myers' motion to not adopt.
I recognize the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the author, if he would yield, Madam Chair?
He will yield.
Representative Nelson, the part of this bill that I didn't understand, and maybe catching it now as I'm reading kind of the information here, is the seasonal employees and the changing in the special minimum wage for our J visa hospitality employees. As I understand it, that is being eliminated in this bill, and what I want to understand is This happens with the summer employment a lot with our resorts in northern Minnesota, and if folks have seen folks from other countries, they come over here and they're lucky to get into one of these groups. If large employers want to bring them in, you got your Cragans, your Maddens, your resorts that need a lot of employees. They got restaurants, they've got golf courses. They're really, really busy with a big influx, and a lot of foreigners love to come over and join our hospitality partners. With this, what I'm wondering is, eliminating that, does it also change the requirements of what the employer has to do, like putting them up in lodging facilities or feeding these employees? That's my question, is if you're removing that, are you also changing any of the other requirements for these employers for that reason?
Representative Nelson.
I'm looking here at the bill, and I don't believe that is in this bill. I know there was some talk about the sub-minimum wages being removed, and we had some discussion in committee that people said that nobody pays that sub-minimum anyway, but I don't believe what you were talking about is in my bill from before, and I'm having staff here double check, but I don't remember that being as part of the bill. So if you're talking about that, if you can cite what page it is on, so that, but I don't believe it's in our bill.
Representative Baker.
Thank you. I think the full gamut is maybe not in the bill. I'm looking at House File 4050, the Kozlowski bill that addresses this again, it's a minimum wage provision. The Department of Labor, and in your bill, you're increasing the wage or eliminating the ability for someone to pay less than a minimum wage. You're correct, Representative Nelson, that most of them don't pay that. But what they do have to do is provide them lodging and other services, so when they are living here for a temporary period of time, those lower wages were at least adjusted with people with different skill levels, with the opportunity for them to learn about our culture, about what we're doing, and the service skills and the service standards that we have in a lot of our restaurants and resorts. I just wanted to make sure that the businesses that were using that program, again, this is, with the foreign the J visa holders specifically, that we are giving those employers credit for the other things that they must do as well. So to simply just remove it because it seems like it's unfair, I just want to make sure that you're aware that there's other requirements that we have to do. So again, it may not be part of your bill, but it's a part of the other program that they have to do. So I just wanted to see if that was something that we could do. Again, don't know if he has an answer, Madam Speaker, but we don't have to have it. We can just remind the body that on those certain kind of exceptions, there are requirements for employers to make sure folks that are living over here, we are now required to put them up in a house, a safe house, a clean place. We have to make sure that a lot of them are trained on how to drive and they get a driver's license for the period that they're here. Employers help them with that. They're required to give them food when they're here. So part of that whole package that we still want to support for that employment in the workforce struggles that we go through, I just want to make sure that the body knows that there's other parts of that as well. So I'm not sure if Chair Nelson has a response to that, and I'm not trying to catch on anything. I just want to make sure that the body knows those lower minimums were because there was a lot of other stuff that came with it.
Representative Baker, are you asking Representative Nelson to yield?
It looks like he may be willing to yield, Madam Speaker. If he is, that's fine. If not, but if he would yield, that would be great. Thank you.
He will. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I was pointing out the part that was in Representative Kozlowski's bill that you're speaking about that's in here. Actually, when you're talking about having to require them to pay, we did it for small employers, get rid of the small employers' lower wage, but the section you're talking about, that is actually removed and being deleted where they have to provide lodging, benefit, and we're actually deleting that section in the bill. But the minimum wage is the minimum wage. There's no division between large employer and small employer anymore.
Representative Baker.
And to that, thank you for that. Again, what we also want to just really focus on is that small business designation. So that is a big part of this. Again, I do support the ability to let's not adopt this. I want to support the refusal to adopt this. Members, we can't hurt our employers anymore. And we're doing this with this bill. So thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the author of the motion, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Niska, thanks for reminding me about that section because we had some, interesting conversation during committee with Representative Greenman. I did find it interesting that there was a specific carve out with that, and we had discussions before because we've got some industries that are really hurting, and childcare was one of those, and it's near and dear to my heart with a 3-year-old, as my wife was texting me here. So, I think there was an opportunity there again to, support some of these things, and we didn't see it. But I would just remind everybody, we've got to look at the totality of everything that we're doing here and the future changes and the compensation that, is going through with sick and safe time and paid family leave. I'm asking members to support this. Let's send it back. Let's work together. Let's support workers. Let's support businesses. Let's support Minnesota's economy from, northern Minnesota to southern Minnesota and everything between. Thanks.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and is not adopted. We are back on the motion, the Nelson motion to adopt the conference committee report. Discussion on the motion. There being no discussion, I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Madam Speaker, I'll defer to repassage and discussion.
There being no further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The motion is adopted. Third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 3852, as amended by conference.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Chair Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanting to clarify something. And Representative Nelson, you would probably know this better than anyone. I thought I heard you say earlier when Representative Baker had talked about the minimum wage, and we had the $500,000 threshold in here, and you had indicated that there's no distinguishing difference anymore for minimum wage between a large and a small employer. Did I understand that correctly?
Representative Nelson.
Right now, Madam Speaker and Representative O'Driscoll, small employers, we eliminated the lower minimum wage for small employers. Now it's one minimum wage. across the state, with an exception. There is a training wage. We left that provision in statute. So, but there's one minimum wage, whether you're a large employer, small employer. And the Department of Labor and Industry talked about that and saying they have no way of telling who's a large employer and small employer to enforce the minimum wage. By having one standard, it makes it easier to enforce. And again, as we heard in committee from multiple employers, nobody's paying that minimum wage right now. With the shortage of workers across the state, they're having to pay way above minimum wage to attract employees.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Nelson. That I'm confused, and maybe you can help me with this, as I look at the Conference Committee report on lines 55.1 through 55.15, actually 55.16. It does differentiate between a large employer of more than $500,000 in revenues or receipts and an employer that is a small employer with less than $500,000 in receipts. I was wondering if you could tell me how that provision, which was struck and then reintroduced in the updated bill that's before us, how does that apply if there isn't a difference between the minimum wage rates between the large and small employers?
Representative O'Driscoll, are you asking Representative Nelson to yield?
I am, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and Representative O'Driscoll. There's the definitions were put back in, but if you go back to the next page where it talks about every small employer, those were all deleted on page 56, starting at line 56.4. Those lower minimum wages are eliminated, so there's just one minimum wage.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Nelson, I'm still confused because that exact same language is put in here, but it doesn't reference back, because all that other language was struck in here that dealt with the calculation of the minimum wage until we get to new information talking about the upper limit of being 5% on increase on the minimum wage effective January 1st of the year following the 31st of August, where the commissioner would calculate what the cost of inflation was, either the actual amount or 5%, whichever was less. So I'm a little confused as to how that's going to apply. I understand that there's a training wage in here, but it doesn't necessarily tie back to the training wage applying to small businesses versus larger businesses. So I'm not sure if the language does exactly what it is that you're looking for, but I do have some concerns regarding that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker and members, you know, one of the things that I've constantly hear on that western part of the state, the district I represent borders North Dakota and South Dakota, is these states, North Dakota and South Dakota, just loves our labor bills. They really like it because what we're doing is we're taking our most valuable asset, that's our employees and our job creators, and kicking them out of the state. We have been doing such a good job. We've been actually doing a great job at that for the last 30 years. As several of you are going to get tired of hearing me saying this, when we go down from Canada down to Iowa, we no longer have a larger community. Let me say that again. We no longer have a larger community in Minnesota. Why? Because of the burden of state government. Government does nothing to help employees and job creators here in Minnesota. They make it hard. They make it very hard to have affordable living. They make it even harder to have safe communities because you need good tax a base so you can have police, you can have EMS, you can have fire and streets and water. The cost of doing business in Minnesota is horrible. This is why in my community we have had a business that since I've been a little wee person, you know, I'm a little less older than Representative Nadeau, just by 2 years. And by the way, it's his birthday here today, folks. Yes, it is. Anyways, on the serious note, it is so hard to do business because, like I was saying, I have a business since I was little person, maybe about wee high. We'll say that's wee high. that was in our community. And last year, this company is a diehard Minnesotan, just like myself, and they moved to South Dakota. Did they want to? No, they were fighting against big government to stay in Minnesota, and big government won. These mandates, it's so costly to provide jobs in Minnesota, and I don't know why the majority doesn't get this. This is something I'm passionate about, because quite frankly, I have staff members, 21 of them, who says, why don't we move to South Dakota? Why don't you look at moving to South Dakota? We as employees, staff members would even also have less mandates on us. Family paid leave and other things. These labor mandates, workplace mandates don't make sense. How we work out in West Central Minnesota is not what we need, and follow what happens in Minneapolis, St. Paul. The Metro folks have it wrong. Leave us alone in West Central Minnesota. This bill doesn't do anything to help us out. Again, North Dakota and South Dakota is saying, hurrah, thank you. Keep kicking people over to the land of freedom. Vote no on this bill. Thank you, members.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Nelson, it's been a pleasure in this committee with you, and you know that we've had our discussions back and forth on some of the concerns. As previously mentioned, some of the stuff wasn't that bad. We actually learned some about the smoke eliminating and then surgery and such. I never even know that was a thing. However, I find it interesting when we hear all the time about big corporations are always bad. If we keep punishing all of our small employers with bills like this, that's all that's going to be left. We constantly are increasing minimum wage no matter what the economy is doing, no matter what the labor market is like right now. Obviously, it's a tight labor market, so it seems almost redundant, but unfortunately, this is going to have more impact of what last year was already so significant to many of us. This takes a lot of new regulation mandates thrown at the trades, particularly at a time when Representative Howard is trying to figure out ways to make affordable housing. It's interesting, and I find it even further interesting as to, I'm sure we'll be hearing it later this week, we have the misclassification in here. And yet we're going to be hearing a bill that's going to allow independent contractors to get guaranteed benefits if you're an Uber or Lyft driver. I wonder how those two work together tandemly, because it seems like they kind of contradict one another. 14-point checklist for me, but not for them. Members, this is a horrible bill. It has horrible parts to it, and not all of it, but much of it. I hear from many of the small businesses. I think Representative Baker was asking Chair Nelson a question about small employers. I have a text, and I'm not quite sure how to answer this constituent. But they have, they get labor from overseas, and they're trying to find it, concerned about how what is in this bill, how it'll affect their ongoing business. They happen to be in the agricultural industry, farming help in the summers. And it seems interesting that you certainly have the attention of all of the farmers out there, all the contractors out there, the home builders, because they're all very concerned. And, you know, sadly, I talk to a lot of colleagues in the trades, especially the home builders, remodelers, and they're not even caught up to what you passed for last year that they had when it was implemented at the beginning of this year. And, you know, we always talk about the lack of labor. Well, you mandated so many mandates last year, they can't even find the administrative help to figure out what they got to do now that they didn't have to do last year. So, members, I would ask that you do not, you vote right on this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I recommend a no vote on passage of this conference committee report. Minnesota is a diverse state. We have agriculture in a lot of it, southwest, northwest, mining and timber in the northeast, agriculture again in the southeast. In the metro area, we have commercial industrial. What was once one of the largest employers in Minnesota, 3M, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, they haven't put a dime in Minnesota for a number of years. They're putting their money in other states. Large corporations can do that. At one time, there was 10 to 12 businesses in the state of Minnesota that had more employees than the state of Minnesota. Now there's only one. Because of the policies being pushed forward by this state, this administration, they're moving out of Minnesota. Unfortunately, our small businesses who can get hammered by this bill, they can't do that. For those of you that actually get out of the metro area, you should come to our small towns. A lot of our businesses are boarded up and closed. You don't hear about it much. But small business is our largest employer in the state. They employ vast numbers of employees over our large corporations. But they're not counted because they're small. 3 to 10 employees. With what's been done over the last couple of years, they're struggling, trying to make ends meet. Many of the owners work 80, 100 hours a week and sometimes don't get a paycheck because they're making sure their employees are paid. And the state of Minnesota, with all the taxes and all the nonsense that we're taking out of their pockets, instead of letting the business grow. We put so many mandates on them that they have a tough time. And guess what? They're closing. They put them up for sale, and a lot of them never sell. Because they have to see the books. They can see that it's not profitable because of all the mandates and all the taxes. Now you're increasing the wages on a lot of these small businesses that are struggling to stay open. You hit them last year with paid family leave. And most of them worked things out to make sure those employees were taken and their families were taken care of. Because guess what? In small business, the employees are part of the family. We work hard, work with them, we help them. And a lot of the employees understand what's going on, and they're doing what they can. Because they know if that employee closes, they're out of a job. There's no paycheck to support their families. This bill is going to hurt not only businesses, it's going to hurt the citizens of Minnesota because we're going to have many lose their jobs. Don't know what they're going to do. Members, vote no on passage of this conference committee report. Send it back Let's do something that'll actually help business, help them grow. And guess what? If businesses are growing, revenues to the state increase much more than they do by raising taxes.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this bill. There's a lot of problems with it, and I've heard some good provisions, so that's great. I'm glad to hear that. But the minimum wage provisions are very concerning. And nothing's done in a vacuum. So the concern is the change we're making. And it's frustrating that we are no longer recognizing the training wage and the differences for hospitality or seasonal employees and all of that. But what's also concerning is that our current structure has laid it out so that the rise in wages has been put out so employers and employees can plan for it. So it would list a minimum wage for August 1 of 2015, then 2016, a raise of 50 cents, and it would show how it would increase over the next 3 years. And then when it last ended, then it would, the part we're changing is based on at the end of the increases that were in statute, one for 2014, one for 2015, one for 2016, so people could plan for it, and then 2018. And then that section, the commissioner may issue increases beyond that, okay? They may do it, but they didn't have to. And they also could have had the opportunity to issue supplemental increases. But all of that was tied to economic conditions. And it also laid it out over several years so employers could plan for it, especially our small businesses. But now what we're doing is we're taking out the graduated or the phase-in structure, which is businesses need certainty, members. That's the without which nothing. And we are pulling the rug of certainty out from under them by stopping the phase-out or phase-in of these wages. And so now it will happen, and it will just, it's not a may anymore, it's a shall. The commissioner shall, no later than every August 31st, determine the number. And it was, I guess, going to be 2.5, but now it's 5%. So you're looking at either whatever the CPI or the calculated inflation number is, or 5%, whichever is less, and that will go into effect in January. So you find out August 31st, and you are making that change in January. That is really tough, especially for our small businesses, to turn that quickly around. When we had the phase-in, they understood, yes, minimum wages are going up, and we're planning for that. And they could figure out their pricing structure and all of that. But members, this is going to be so painful, especially for small businesses. And it doesn't need to be that way. That's not how we've done it. And I just did a look of all the state minimum wages around the country, and only 12 states, only 12, do this automatic adjustment yearly. Most states do the phase-in. And of the 12 who do this, most have carve-outs for small businesses or for seasonal workers and for training wages. And we are not doing any of those things. So we're losing the phase-out or phase-in, and we're taking out all the opportunities for small businesses to figure this out. And members, this is what is just, as night follows day, as labor becomes more expensive, employers will substitute for capital. So we will hurt jobs by having employers substitute for more automation. Because as AI comes online, as we have more robotics, as we have more little kiosks where you can order yourself and you don't need to pay a server, that's what's going to happen, because businesses cannot absorb a 6-month change like this every year. There's no stability, there's no certainty, and it will hurt the employees who lose their jobs. And we're already looking at some real struggles in the future about substitution of labor for technology, and we will be exacerbating that, and we will be hurting our small businesses. So members, I urge a no on this. Other states do this, but only 12 do it automatically every year, and those that do retain some of the flexibility and exemptions for small businesses. This is absolutely the wrong way to go. Please vote no.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For a final time, I want to thank Chair Nelson. You ran a really good committee. Most of the time, you allowed us to get our questions in. There was a few at the end we couldn't, but I do appreciate it. And I come from a district where people are looking for us to work together. They're looking for us to reduce that divide and try to find those bipartisan solutions. And, I've spent a good amount of time on the other side of the aisle trying to work towards some of those. But what I've seen the last 2 years is that we're continuing a, top-down approach, a one-size-fits-all. And we don't continue to listen or learn from everybody that's going to be impacted from these policies. And again, it's the workers, it's the small business owners, medium, large business owners, part-time workers. I mean, there's so many different people in this economy that are going to be impacted by the totality of things that we're doing down here. It's given me a little bit more of a appreciation for the gravity of the stuff that we do down here. I feel like Minnesota is losing its edge to other states. We're losing people, we're losing ideas, we're losing businesses, and I think some of these policies are going to lead to us losing jobs. I would ask members to vote no on this bill, knowing that I think we can do a lot better.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've been debating a few different policy provisions included inside this bill, I'm kind of struck by this idea that some of my colleagues who come from extremely urban communities might be a bit jealous of life in rural Minnesota. I get it. You don't want to pay $20 for a hamburger, and you have to do it if you live in Bloomington or South Minneapolis or Northeast Minneapolis or anywhere in between. But the fact of the matter is, to Representative Johnson's point a little bit ago, if you head on up Highway 65 and you go to the Brass Rail in Grandy, good spot, world famous chicken. Got to go check it out. But if you go visit there, you're going to have some affordable pricing. Why? Because they don't have the same standards that you have in Minneapolis. It's no wonder to me that your hamburger is more expensive or your chicken is more expensive. And I get it. You want to make sure that we are paying more money for our food in greater Minnesota, in rural Minnesota. And to disincentivize all those people who are leaving the Twin Cities in droves and finding their homes in rural Minnesota. I get it. I get it. But members, when you consider that you are right now putting before the body a bill that benefits big business over small business, I really shouldn't be surprised. I really shouldn't be surprised. You're stripping away the flexibility and humility for small businesses in favor of big businesses. And you're adding to the burden for all of Minnesota's consumers to have more affordable pricing in their food and in so many other areas, but especially food and coffee and other places. I can almost guarantee you that it's a lot more affordable to get a cup of coffee in rural Minnesota than it is in South Minneapolis. And a bill like this is going to make it more expensive for the whole state. I get it. You're jealous. I get it. That doesn't mean we should be pursuing this policy that ties the same standard for big businesses, for small businesses, as it relates to the minimum wage. It shouldn't be that way. Because our communities, we want to exist in the future. We want a place to go out to eat in the future. And so many of our businesses that provide for family dining and a hamburger or the best chicken north of the Twin Cities we need to have more humility in the labor standards and a labor policy bill like the one we have before us. Because this is your opportunity, members, to actually have an impact upon the inflation that you see on the cost of the food that you eat. The standards and the understanding that I have of this bill as it relates to the credit card charges is also going to add costs for consumers. This should almost be considered a junk fee. Maybe it falls within the jurisdiction of Representative Greenman's bill from earlier this week, because it's going to be more expensive for consumers because of the contents of the bill before us and the way that it changes the standards around credit card charges. It's going to be especially onerous for small businesses. So, members, for your sanity, when you come north, the good news is your decisions have resulted in the resorts being okay, but the small businesses around the resorts are not okay, and you're going to see higher prices for all of the products, goods, and services that you want in the rural communities that you come to visit once or twice a year, where we all live, where we're trying to get by, where we're trying to have a place for our family to dine. So with that, help us right now. Vote no on this bill, and let's make it better.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wasn't going to speak on this bill, but when you brought up cheeseburgers, I just sort of reflexively thought you were asking me to yield. I do want to speak on this bill, though, because the bill that Chair Nelson put together, that the committee put together, that you all brought back from conference, is a really good bill. It's a relatively simple bill. But I just want to talk about two particular provisions, because I think what this bill is about is not leaving anybody behind. 10 years ago, when we raised the minimum wage, we left people behind. We left people behind because of how old they were, because of the size of the employer they worked for, because of their visa status. We said, you'll make $2 less, not because of the work you're doing, but because of that status, your age, your size of employment, your visa status. And this bill says everybody will get the same minimum wage. $10.85 is the minimum wage, and we heard in committee from almost everybody that people are paying way above that. So now is actually the right time to do that, to bring up the floor and say everybody gets the same wage in Minnesota. And we hope, and I think a lot of the other work we're doing in workforce, in labor, all over here, is making sure people get paid more than that, because that certainly isn't a family-sustaining wage. But at the very least, everyone will get a minimum wage. And last year, we passed a bill prohibiting the use of restrictive employment covenants like non-competes and no-poach agreements. But what we found out last summer was that there are these shadow non-competes that mean that there's a set of workers who have employers, who have two people above their heads negotiating restrictions that impact them, and they may not even know about it. And this bill closes that loophole. This bill says, in Minnesota, we said, we're banning restrictive employment covenants, and that means for those workers too. This bill is about simple fairness. It is about making sure that we are not leaving anybody behind when we say Minnesota is going to be a great place for people to work. And I am really, really proud of the bill, the work we did, the bill we put together, and I think it is about time that we pass this provision. So members, vote green.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, a question for Representative Nelson before I give a couple of observations as the lead on this committee. Representative Nelson, in regards to the small business designation, that seems to be the biggest concern of the bill with the Chamber of Commerce and thousands, tens of thousands of business owners, small business in particular. So that small business designation stemmed from this body here, the wise, sage advice of lawmakers, hopefully from that side and this side. And it seemed to do well in the state of Minnesota for many, many years. So the question for you, Representative Nelson, is why was it first deemed very appropriate by this body and the Senate, and signed by the governor years ago? And why do you think it's necessary to take it out if it worked so well from the beginning, starting here at the Capitol?
Representative McDonald, you're asking Representative Nelson to yield.
Yes, I believe I did. Thank you.
You have to ask me to actually ask if he will yield. So
Oh, I thought I did. Yes. Representative
Nelson.
Would you yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative McDonald, I was going to talk about this in my closing remarks. We have great staff here, and because of our great staff and their work, the question that Representative O'Driscoll asked about, why we put back the definitions of large and small employers is because the workers' comp needs that definition, and other parts of the statute need that definition. But in this bill, we eliminate the lower minimum wage for small employers. And so that is in there for other parts of the law and other parts of statute. Another correction I wanted to point out here was the training wage. It was talked about the training wage was eliminated from, I think Representative Robbins mentioned that. The training wage was not eliminated. The training wage is still there. They can pay less than that for 90 days for people under the age of 20. So they can pay that lower training wage. And that did not go away. We just eliminated the lower minimum wage for smaller employers. It's now one minimum wage statewide. As far as the wisdom of why large and small employers in the past, I do not know why that was done in the past. You asked me, I don't know. There might have been a reason, but no one has brought that forward to me. So,
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, Representative Nelson, why it is, I know. I know, and I think thousands of Minnesota businesses, small businesses know too, that the infinite wisdom of this body knew that small mom and pop family businesses couldn't really compete with our large, big companies, Fortune 500 companies. So therefore they knew that in order to get a leg up, they needed to help them out. And oftentimes, as I'm reminded of President Reagan's great talk when he says, government isn't the solution to the problem, sometimes government is the problem. Actually, he never said sometime, he said government is the problem. So in that particular case, the wisdom of this body was to help them out with a minimum wage and designate their businesses to be smaller so they could really encourage entrepreneurship. Now, Minnesota is a great place to start a business. I don't believe some of the hyperbole that people are going to, close all the businesses and take the signs off the doors and leave. They will do that on the border, though. If I had a little studio on the border of Fargo, I probably would move to, or Moorhead, I'd probably move to Fargo, because there, it's more a business-friendly environment. There's less taxes, there's less fees, less fines, less mandates. You can really have an opportunity, Representative Smith, to expand and grow your business and keep more of the fruits of your labor, which then, of course, creates more income for both the businesses and the families and the state. But it is a great state to be in business. I've been in business for 35 years, and I know all of you know small mom and pop businesses that do very well. But it's kind of like the Hammerschlagen game. Madam Speaker, have you ever played Hammerschlagen? It's a great game. It's from Germany originally. It's also called Stump. And you take a wooden beam or a big log, as we do out in the country, and you take the beam and you put a nail in it. And then you take a hammer with a small end, of course, not a big hammer, small end, and you try to hit the nail down to the ground right into the log. And the winner who sends it nailing to the log flat wins. So this bill is very similar to that. I'll tell you why. With last year's mandates and increases of fees and fines and regulations on businesses, it was like the nail in that log, Madam Speaker. Can you visualize that?
Representative McDonald, it is not custom usage to ask the speaker as if you're asking them to yield, but I have played that game and I'm really good at it because I have good eye-hand coordination. But you can proceed with your story without continually referring to the speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes even a 14-year-old veteran needs a little reprimanding or reminder. So you hit that nail on the head of that log and it goes down a little bit deep. Well, last year it went almost half. In one nail, one hammer, it went down half. And this year it's going down even more and even more. Every time you take a slug of that nail, it goes down further into the log. And as soon as it's flat, you win. But in this analogy, we lose. We lose our businesses. Now, as I said, they're not going to close the doors and leave. I'm not certainly closing my door, although the thought of moving to Florida is appealing because of the warmth and no taxes, unless mandates and fines and fees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But as we continue to hammer away on businesses and fine them and mandate them and chisel away at more bureaucracy, we do make it harder for them to grow, to build their business, to expand, to hire new employees. I'm sure you're all aware that in a small family business, the family does most of the work. They have their children working, or some neighbors, or some folks around the neighborhood. But as the businesses, it costs more to do business and more expensive to train and to pay that employee, we'll just do it ourselves and hire less, and you have less workers. And unfortunately, Representative Nelson, the bill does just that. Again, it's silly to say, but I'm going to say it. It's not the worst bill. It's a compliment. But it's yet another hammer at a nail of the businesses that'll cost them more money in doing business. And that's on top of inflation. Inflation, they say, is at 7.8%, and that's not even counting food or energy. Now, isn't that foolish? Energy and food, which is the biggest cost of family budgets, is not even accounted in for the cost of inflation. There's a mistake, but that's federally. I guess we'll have to deal with that later. But the cost of doing business, the cost of goods, the cost of employment is just another nail, another hammer schlagen that nail down to the ground. And we could lose businesses. Maybe some will just close up, Madam Speaker, and say this has just cost too much money. I'm not going to hire this person. So your bill, Representative Nelson, I recommend whatever you want to vote, however, it's your free vote, you've got an election certificate. I personally would recommend to my colleagues here, for the sake of thousands of businesses throughout the state, to vote no on your bill, because it's just yet another hammer into that nail that makes it more tough and more costly and more inefficient to do business in the state of Minnesota. And I think that's all I have to say, Madam Speaker. Oh, yeah, one last thing. Representative Greenman, I'm glad you spoke. She's not here. I'm glad she got up and spoke, because she triggered something in my mind to remember. She said that, oh, yeah, I know she's over there. Something about, it doesn't leave behind employees. And that's great. Your committee should be changed to labor, not labor and industry, because we haven't done that much good for labor. You know that to be true. But the ones who are left behind is the businesses. And it's good to stand up for the worker. And you guys got all the beautiful talking points. You get to be the heroes of the worker. But so are we. We stand up proud to defend the worker, to make sure their rights are not impugned upon, that they're getting a fair wage, that they're treated fairly, and to live a good quality of life. But equally, you have to also have that same respect to the business owners, because they're the ones employing and building. And when it's too lopsided, what happens to the scale? Yep. The scale goes down and the businesses suffer, and we don't offer growth and opportunity. So with that, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak and reprimanding me on asking you not to yield. Madam Speaker, thank you.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Again, this is the bill we passed. I can't remember how long ago it was we passed it, which is why some of the fuzziness in my brain when you ask some questions. Again, this is a good bill, and we've had a lot of more discussion here today, but I ask for a green vote.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, I.
Carol, I. Pulowski. Pulowski.
Pulowski, I.
Pulowski, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 yeas and 69 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 5363. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 5363, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to employees modifying paid leave provisions, the third engrossment.
There are amendments at the desk. If there's no objection, we will let the author explain the bill before we act on the amendments. I recognize the author, Representative Frazier, who will explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the moment we've all been waiting for. At least I know Representative Baker has been. This is a bill mostly with technical fixes for the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, and I want to remind everyone, we did a great thing by setting this program up to go into effect in January of 2026. We've heard from thousands of Minnesotans about that they're going to have the ability to have something that's a safety net for them if they need to take time off to take care of themselves and their loved ones. And so I think we should all take pride in the fact that we did that in this chamber, in this legislative process in this body last year. I'm carrying a bill to continue on the work that was done by Representative Richardson when she was here. She carried this for many years, and I'm glad to take over to ensure that when this thing goes into effect, it will go into effect and be very helpful for Minnesotans. This bill will seek to make some technical changes to the rate setting. It changes to the funding formula to require regular actuarial analysis for premium rate setting. This will allow for more consistent premium rates over time. We are clarifying the appeals process to ensure timely decisions and consistency. Also clarifies appeals under the private plans. We are also ensuring that the interaction between the state and private plans is understood by all parties. And with the small business program, we're providing provisions to simplify administration while continuing to support small businesses. And we clarify the retroactive pay for the first week as well. And then there are other many technical clarifications that are provided in the bill that were given to us based on a recommendation from the staff. We've hired a new director for the program that comes from a state that has a program in place. So these recommendations are beneficial. Madam Speaker, I will go to the amendment if you need.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Frazier moves to amend House Law number 5363, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A18 is just it is an amendment to get the bill in the shape that the author would like to have to present to the body today. It provides that language back into the bill that deals with the establishing the eligibility of PFML by looking at employment in the last year rather than the quarter, and also technical changes around safety leave.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Candy Hill High, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. And maybe if Representative Frazier would yield.
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Help me understand the amendment, if you wouldn't mind, please, again, Representative Frazier. I know that this was a major change, I think, recently. You're reinstating this. Does this have quite a large cost with the program that's in front of us today with this amendment?
Representative Frazier.
Representative, thank you for the question. It does not have a cost.
Representative Baker. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Frazier would yield to a question.
Will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, I understand that this actually clarifies that we're making the first week's payment retroactive. Is that accurate, Representative Frazier?
Representative Frazier.
That is correct.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I mean, that is a substantive change. That's not a small change because, you know, we've been talking about all of this, but in the totality of this bill, this actually causes quite a bit of cost. Because what we're doing, well, we've done a lot of different things with that first week. And depend on which, it feels like ping pong match, back and forth and back and forth, back and forth. And so now we've kind of landed on, we'll retroactively pay for the first week. But it's very expensive. So if you look at what we passed off this floor last year to what we have in front of us, it's a $309.7 million increase overall. 300, and that's just in the first year, $309 million more, both in payroll taxes and employer taxes. And this honestly, I mean, sure, this is technical, okay, but this honestly is a substantive part of the cost increase. Because what we're doing here, members, is we are retroactively going back and paying the first week of paid family leave, where most states don't do that. Most insurance companies don't pay that first week, and there's a good reason for that, because it's very, very expensive. So just so you know what this is, it is referring to making sure that we're clear that we're doing retroactive first week payment. And that, I mean, this is a huge change. If you look at what the actuarial report from October last year says, it clearly says that that first week of paid family leave is not paid. And they did their analysis based on that first week not paid. So what we're doing in this whole bill, and this is clarifying that, now we're retroactively paying that first week, and it's very expensive. But that's not it. We'll talk about stuff probably for many, many hours about this, but this is, sure, it's clarifying, but this is exactly about the initial first week that we are now retroactively paying this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion? To the author of the amendment, Representative Frazier.
I urge members to accept the amendment and vote green.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House Law Number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the representative from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a relatively simple change, and I am actually assuming that since we're up so early in the amendment process that the majority might be willing to take this amendment. This just says that, you know, I mean, we do actuarial analysis, and that's required. And we ran into a situation, there have been 2 updates done on the initial Milliman study, actuarial analysis. But the updates, that information was not conveyed to everyone who should have had that information. So this amendment ensures that any updates, all actuarial studies and any revisions or other documents related to the actuarial studies are given both to the committee chairs and to ranking minority members, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brindley, for the amendment. I urge a yes vote on it.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Perriman moves to amend House Law Number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, my amendment, and I hope I'm on a winning streak after Representative and New Brindley here, but my amendment is pretty simple too. It is just delaying the implementation of this program by 1 year and permits the Department of Economic Development to delay implementation for up to 12 months after that. Deed really will be the driver of this, and so this gives us time, breathing room to do it properly. This would give Deed the people who are most familiar with the status of this program and some leeway in determining if they are ready. This is a very complex program, and we've been having lots of great discussions, obviously, and it requires coordination with multiple state agencies. I know people are eager to see these benefits become available to Minnesotans. There's no doubt they're very anxious to hear how this turns out, but I believe it's more important to do this correctly than to do it so quickly. Let's just say Minnesota doesn't have the best track record rolling out new expansive programs. I would say, do you remember building out the IT, and I know we're still building out the IT system, and I know we're also still hiring 400 plus person government bureaucracy to get this program going. And can anybody remember, because of those two things we're still doing, MNLARS and MNSure? I think we had some hiccups there and proved that we maybe did things too fast. So I don't want to repeat the mistakes from the past. I believe this is a very good, simple amendment. If we can do it right, we show the Minnesotans we're doing it, and we're doing it right, and we're not going to push it so fast. And in fact, Maryland, who we have been looking at for our program as an example, Maryland has recently extended their implementation dates for their family paid leave program, and I believe it's a wise course to follow Maryland, since we have been watching them as well. So I please ask that you support my amendment and ensure we have the time to make sure this program works for all of Minnesotans, and that we can prove that we got great programs to give, but we just got to do it slowly and in the right way. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Perryman, for the amendment. I am going to ask for a no vote on this. I mean, people have been waiting for this type of program for a long time, and I'm reacting to her reaction. People have been waiting for this for a long time, and I think it is time that we finally put this in place. We have laid out a very appropriate runway to get this thing set up in a good way so that it's working effectively and efficiently. And all conversations with Deed and conversations that we've had in committee and responses to the many questions that have come from the GOP side in terms of if we're ready, all things are moving toward a yes. And we're on a direct path to have this thing up and running and ready to go in an effective and efficient way in 2026. So I would urge a no vote on this.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I would support the Perryman amendment for this reason. We were in Ways and Means some day, I forget what day this is even, I don't know.
It's on Monday.
Monday, thank you, and it was clear that in a line of questioning that I had, that the IT piece has not yet been even contracted. We were told, oh, we're working on it, it's going to be great, it's going to be amazing, which is also what they said about MNLARS and MNSure and many of the Min software pieces. And Representative Frazier, I don't see him. There he is. Representative Frazier, I'll stand over here. You said in Ways and Means that it has not been contracted, and the Assistant Commissioner, I believe, was there as well and said that it has not been, a contract has not been signed. And if he would yield to that question, I would appreciate that, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to defer to my seatmate over here who has been involved with this conversation and allow him an opportunity to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, my question was of the author of the bill.
I think the author of the bill has answered, Representative Nash.
Okay, then thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe I still have the floor.
You still have the floor, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we are 19 months away from the supposed go-live date of this piece of software. And the Assistant Commissioner was in Ways and Means on Monday, thank you, Representative Varick, on Monday, and said that the contract hasn't been let out, but they think they kind of know what they want to do, but they don't really know what they're going to do, and they haven't chosen a vendor. which of course to me, as a guy who came in as a freshman, post-consolidation of Minute, but still in the throes of MNsure, and then some of us got to walk in the glory of MNLARS. The software is going to take longer, and it hasn't been quick in any other state. And the estimate was for 25 months of time required to get the piece of software up and running. Well, newsflash, there are only 19 months before your proposed go-live date. That's a delta of 6. So and I'll have an amendment later. It's going to be great. But there is not enough time, particularly since you haven't even chosen a vendor yet. The department hasn't chosen a vendor yet. And you all over there can say it's going to be fantastic. And I would say look up the video of the members who sat on your side years ago that said MNsure was going to be stellar. And there aren't as many of you that were here during MNsure as we were, but that was my first day on the job 10 years ago, was looking through how horrible MNsure was and how it didn't work. And your then member, Phyllis Kahn, came and asked for some help as well, and it was a mess. But I looked at the video at the time, and all the members were like, oh, this is going to be fantastic. It's going to be amazing. We're going to be world leaders in this. And it went toes up again and again and again and again and again. And then the MNLARS, for those of you that were here, was 13 years in the making, and then it had to get shelved for an outside vendor. But members, the Perryman amendment would actually give you time to find the IT vendor, because that still hasn't been done. And regardless of what you may say, the commissioner himself, the assistant commissioner himself, said a contract has not been inked. In January, they put out an RFP. Nobody has been signed as the contractor yet. There is no ink on paper. So regardless of what you'll hear after I'm done, the assistant commissioner himself said no contract has been let out. So the Perryman amendment would give you the opportunity to not have this fall flat on its face. Consider doing that as somebody, and I don't know if Representative Garage, he's not here, but if you've lived through this before, take the amendment, buy yourself some time so that it doesn't fall flat on its face, and then you have to scurry around and try to figure out how to make this happen. All the while, the OLA is going to come and tap you on the shoulder and say, let's talk about how we wound up here. It is an important thing. If you're to do this, make sure the software is done right. And I'll quote the assistant commissioner the other day, no contract has been inked, and yet you are now 6 months behind on implementation on the software piece alone. Support the Perryman amendment.
I recognize the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Perryman, for bringing this forward. Before I forget, though, I do want to ask for a roll call on this amendment, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
So the amendment is simply just saying we ought to delay this a year because we want to make sure we get it right. There's a lot of reason why she brought this to us. There's been a lot of things moving around in the last 2 weeks on this bill, folks. There was a major fiscal change in it when it first came to the Workforce Committee that I serve on, when Representative Frazier put in that new week of payments from the very first week. And I asked the question when I first stood up, and he said there's no fiscal change to this. Well, I think Representative Rarick clarified that, because there's a major change to this. The folks in testimony that day, indeed, and also most recently, I think a couple days ago in Ways and Means, there's still unanswered questions about the fiscal note. Fiscally, this thing is changing by the hour. What rate's going to be charged, what they want to do at the front end, how long they're going to hold it. We'll talk a lot about that today. But this is a very fluid bill. And today, we have a lot of folks around Minnesota watching this discussion because it matters to a lot of people in Minnesota today. Small business, medium business, large, but also employees. Folks that don't own a business, maybe a lot of human resource folks, but there's people that really care about what we do today, because this is going to be a new insurance premium on everybody's paycheck. Whether you like it or not, it's coming. And we just want to make sure that we're here to be reflective of the changes you want to make and how we help hold the state of Minnesota accountable for what we have to do. Now, to Representative Nash's point, they don't have a vendor yet, and there's a lot of things that we don't know. I was visiting with a couple different vendors over the last few months about how much time it takes to line this up. These are folks in the insurance industry that, frankly, are actually working with other state systems already. And their comments to me was, it's a minimum of 14 to 18 months to get a system up and running. Now, right now, we don't have a primary vendor signed up. So that should be of a concern. So the folks watching us around the state of Minnesota, this is the final fix-it vote, the final chance we can try to do something with paid family medical leave here in Minnesota, a state-mandated program on actually a benefit that a lot of us agree with, to provide time at home for relief and bonding time with your family when you are sick or a loved one is sick. This is not a bad idea, and a lot of states have come up with some really good ideas. And the best ideas are those that are by choice and not forced and not mandated, but actually a private option that some other states have done very well with. So today we just want to talk about this amendment, and then I want to focus on this, why I think it should be delayed by a year. It'll give DEED a whole lot more time to get it right. Last year in testimony we heard, actually it was in the fiscal note, that the Department of Health and Human Services said that they're going to need 24 to 36 months to update their IT system, which are the Maxis and the Prisms, which are very, very, very complex systems, folks. They're going to need 24 to 36 months to make sure that their systems are compatible with paid family medical leave. So that system alone, members, should tell you this isn't a slam dunk. Why wouldn't we give DEED some more time to do this? Because what happened with MNLARS, when I was very involved with that, alongside of Representative Torkelson, who and I and Chair Hornstein, we were the three House members that really worked hard alongside of the Department of Motor Vehicle and Minute, who was trying to build it up for 13 years and failed miserably. We got to know that very, very well. And they couldn't stop it once they got it going, but they got very protective of what they were doing, and then egos and pride got in the way, and things were a problem. So I think this is a great amendment. I think we should give our agency some time to make sure we get it right. And our businesses can start being better informed about what's this going to do, how we do this. Because this 19 months, folks, is going to come like nothing. So, again, I support the Perriman amendment. I hope you do too. Let's give DEED the chance to really get this out of the gate right. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since going way back to when Representative Richardson was first authoring this bill, and even before that, I've been a regular liaison from our caucus to the DEED staff working on this project. On our side of the aisle, the way we roll now is that we write bills that can be implemented. And the first example of that would be the MNLARS replacement. Starting in the Plenty administration, MNLARS was started. It took 7 years and it failed. Under the Waltz administration, we took 1 year to replace it, and it succeeded.
And we did that because as we were implementing the replacement for MNLARS, we looked at the legislative obstacles to getting it right that had plagued MNLARS, and we fixed them before we chose the system and implemented. Same thing with this project. We have been working with DEED on a regular basis as we developed this bill and passed it. And in fact, right now, we're in really good shape because we modeled that bill after the unemployment insurance system so that we can leverage the work that we had done on that. And in fact, the first elements of the new paid family and medical leave system, the payroll data collection process, is going live this summer. So in this case, my main contact at DEED and IT is Evan Rowe, who Representative Nash will recognize to be DEED's representative on the Minute Technical Advisory Commission. I spoke with him as recently as this morning, and he assures me that, noting that will be the 13th state to pass one of these bills, we've been able to go to school on all of them. We have hired the former Deputy Director of Operations in Massachusetts, which is one of the first states to implement a paid family and medical leave. And we are on schedule in the procurement process. At Minute's recommendation, they are using an invitation to negotiate process. They are currently in negotiation with several vendors who, and Evan told me this morning that they have outstanding options available to them to choose from. And they express complete confidence that from where they are right now in the procurement process, they will have no trouble implementing the bill on schedule as planned.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Perryman, for this amendment. The reason I rose to speak on this today is because I think whenever we implement something into law, there's two ways to do something, the right way and the right way. And unfortunately, the faith of Minnesotans and the faith of most people in this chamber doesn't feel like we're going to reach those goals. By implementing this amendment today, we're going to make sure that we do this the right way. I'm very fortunate to have a friend of mine who does a lot of work in building state government portals for unemployment and paid family leave across the country. He's a consultant, travels all over, and does this work. In our conversations together upon bringing him everything that we passed last year, you should have seen the look on his face when I told him what we were going to implement and when we were going to implement it by. He had no idea how we were going to get it done on time. And this is someone that works in the industry. So again, we're not arguing right now whether or not we shouldn't or shouldn't be doing it. All we're saying is let's give ourselves some time so that if we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. So that when it goes live, we're not already going to put something even worse on all of our business owners in the state. We're not going to put something worse on all the people of our state. And I really appreciate this amendment because, this really is, Representative Perryman, you are working towards a compromise, working towards the middle, trying to get Republicans and Democrats to work together on something that we can all work on together. I don't know why the hand is coming up and we're getting pushed away yet again. If roles were reversed and I was in the majority, I'd be taking this amendment with a warm embrace saying this is the right way to legislate, this is the right way to lead for Minnesota. But you're not. So I'm hoping we're going to see a lot of green on that board. We're going to put this on regardless of what a few members on the majority have said. And I think Minnesotans will be watching. Most importantly, the Minnesotan business people will be watching. Those job providers that make sure that everything from our rural communities can thrive to the communities that exist down here in Metro Minnesota. So we can lift everybody up because they don't need to get pushed down any more than they have the last 2 years. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, just a little bit of a reality check here. The state that has gotten a PFMLA program up and running the fastest, took 25 months. That was Oregon. 25 months. We're already behind the 8 ball on this. We, as has been said, we don't have a vendor selected. We have to deal with I don't know what all the IT words are, but it has to work in concert with the DHS programs, PRISM and Maxis,
complicated programs. They're saying it's going to take 24 to 36 months. What do we, how many months are we out? 16? 18? 19 months. 24 to 36 months it's going to take DHS. And now we've got some new things that have happened in the last week or two that are going to change the programming. Because as you recall, one of the things the last couple of weeks is, oh, we forgot to address in the bill last year, are the benefits going to start the first day of your paid medical leave? Or do you have to wait, like the industry standard is, do you have to wait a week or 2 weeks? And so now we've got, this tracking sheet that's a little confusing, but we'll address that later. But the other thing that's important in this bill, and it may be in other sections, but certainly on page 5, there's rulemaking. So DEED is going to have to come up with rulemaking. They're going to have to take the time, give the public notice that the rulemaking is going on, go through that whole process. Okay? So we're behind the 8 ball. If the fastest state to implement a program like this was 25 months, if DHS is saying it's going to take them 24 to 36, we've got these new guidelines now, this new part of the bill about, when the benefits start, and we've got rulemaking. We're trying, with this amendment, thank you, Representative Perryman, for the amendment, we're trying to give DEED, DHS, et cetera, some grace. Members, save face. Don't fire this Scud missile. It's going to miss its target. Please support the Perryman amendment. It's the right thing to do.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at first I was surprised, but then it occurred to me that I shouldn't be surprised. The first component was the collection of money from people. The state seems to have that part down. But I was here before MNsure, when things were being discussed in committee. I heard firsthand in committee what was presented. Then again, I heard firsthand in committee when the system crashed and failed. Then later on, again, I heard in committee, well, we've got it up, but the backbone is not functional. There are issues. I also remember hearing when we had to give more money to the people who are incompetent to begin with to try and fix it. And even after it was up, I continually heard in committee problems and issues about a poorly functioning system. And I heard how all the timelines, we can have it done by this and that, but it far exceeded anything that was even remotely suggested when we were developing it, when we were coming up with the concept and it was being implemented and repeatedly failing. I probably don't have enough time to stand here and go into detail on the multiple, besides MNLAR's, multiple different systems that the state of Minnesota has gone to implement, and it has not made the timeline. There's a reason why you go through offices and you see green screens in many of our departments. And we hear on the floor how things, it's going to take years to replace these other systems and et cetera, but magically, because this is going to take in billions of dollars, have a huge agency growing to be able to administrate it, it's going to go like that. This is an amendment that's not only reasonable, it's built on years and years and years of experiencing these things trying to be implemented. And I haven't had any brownies, so I'm not going to buy the pipe dream that it's going to work in time. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was just 2 weeks ago that this was before the Commerce Committee, and at the time, the staff of the agencies were providing for us a few answers to what's going on here, and a few interesting points were raised. A few of those were that hardly any of the money that has been allocated from the general fund has been spent yet, which is interesting. There was additional conversations over, how is implementation going, and amidst all of the confidence that the agency staff had about this rollout, we are here today and we have a bill before us that's going to increase the cost that it's going to be both for employers and for employees. And it's really hard for me to understand how we get those answers and then seeing today the bill before us has higher costs for the employers and the employees. So something to me is a little bit awry here. And so that's why I think that we should adopt this amendment from Representative Perryman, because we can only benefit from more information and from a little bit more delayed timeline on this policy, because it's quite clear to me that we don't quite have all the information and we are not quite prepared, and I'm not quite sure that we as the elected members of this body or this legislature are getting accurate answers from the agencies. And so for that reason, I think it's imperative that we move forward with this amendment, that we adopt this amendment and vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. I want to give a personal reason why this needs to be delayed. First of all, I absolutely believe this will never be running in the next 19 months. We've had 12 months. We passed this bill 12 months ago. Okay, and in 12 months, we have an RFP and we have an actuarial study that says, hey, you're wrong. Okay, it's going to cost a lot more money. And here we are 12 months later, already changing the program. So there is no way, given any of the past history or what's happened in other states, that this is going to be ready in 19 months. It's just not going to happen. But I want to give you the real reason why we can't do this and then not have it happen. I don't want to be sitting here a year from now, 7 months before this program is supposed to take effect, and then be delaying it at that point. In my other life, I own a business, and I employ about 95% or more of my employees are women of childbearing age. And some of them know about this already, and they've heard them, they've talked about it, and very wisely on their part, they will be planning pregnancies around the time of when this program starts. Why wouldn't you, right? If you can get 6 months of pay for, because of a pregnancy, you absolutely should do that. Well, pregnancies are 9 months typically, in most cases. And if we turn around and 7 months before this program is supposed to start, we finally recognize that it is not going to happen in January of 2026. And then we change it, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess for all those folks that have been planning personal things around this leave provision, thinking they're going to get it. And even those that haven't, it's going to make us look really bad as a state, that once again we can't get our act together. And so rather than go down that path, I urge you to accept this amendment. Give us give deed the time to do it right, before you have the general public making their own personal plans in some cases around when they can have paid family leave, because that is exactly what will happen in a year from now. And if it does, you know, I mean, members, it isn't just going to be blaming the minority, it's going to be blaming the entire state of Minnesota, you know, all of us. We'll be responsible. Maybe our side didn't fight hard enough for this, right? Deed is incompetent. They couldn't get a vendor, whatever it is. But we are going to look really, really bad at that point, and we're going to be really disrupting the people's lives that we are trying to help. So I encourage us to support the Perry Amendment. It's simple, and frankly, if a year from now I'm wrong and deeds going and they're moving and everything's great, okay, then we just change it back and say, okay, we can do it in 2026. But I absolutely believe that won't happen, and we'll have egg on our face, and we will hurt our future, our mothers and those that have ill relatives. That's what we're going to be harming, which is the absolute opposite effect of what we wanted with this program. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. When we were discussing the MNsure issues, I was here during that time, members, and I was reminded of the defects in that program. And so I did a little Google, found an article very relevant for today's discussion. From the Star Tribune of all places, MNsure defects were no surprise. Members, project leaders chose to launch Minnesotans' health insurance website knowing it was plagued by bugs. Managers and auditors said for months that the project was falling woefully behind and that critical system tests came too late or had to be curtailed. We are heading toward that same iceberg. The same iceberg that MNsure hit. This Paid Family Medical Leave Act is headed in the same direction. 12 days before Minnesota unveiled its $100 million health insurance exchange known as MNsure, a grim meeting was held at Governor Mark Dayton's residence in St. Paul. April Todd Melmoff, we probably all remember April Todd, a lot of drama behind that individual, who had led the project, delivered a warning to the governor and his top advisors. No one was certain the new website built to help thousands of uninsured Minnesotans get health coverage would actually work. The same exact warnings that Republicans had in 2015, 2014 about the health insurance exchange played out in this article, February 17th, 2015. The number of computer bugs in the system had recently surged from 237 to 270, and 1/3 of them were so severe that no stopgap fixes were possible. Members, this is our future. Minnesota has a horrific record when it comes to bureaucracies. MNsure, MNLARS, that's just a couple of them. And we aren't even discussing the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that are pilfered in this state through waste, fraud, and abuse. Yet no one in any state government agency is held responsible for any waste, fraud, and abuse, or computer mistakes, or computer failures. You know who is held responsible? The Minnesota taxpayer. Sorry, taxpayers. Your taxes are going up. Why? Because of waste, fraud, and abuse. We here at the government aren't accountable, but you have to pay the bill. Oh, the computer program isn't working. You're going to have to pay some more hundreds of millions of dollars for that. Minnesotans are sick of it. Sick of it. The warning was one of many to surface in a hurried rollout that led to frequent website crashes and ongoing errors that have angered thousands of would-be enrollees. Star Tribune examination of internal projects reports, external audits, and hundreds of state government emails show. Again, this is our future. And we're simply saying, let's delay it just a little bit. Let's make sure we do not have the same mistakes that came out with MNsure. We're not eliminating your program. God forbid we do that. We're simply saying, let's extend it out a little bit. Let's make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of 2015. Managers and auditors said for months that the project was failing, woefully behind, and the critical system tests came too late or had to be curtailed. Among the Star Tribune's findings, auditors revealed dozens of major problems that were not fixed before the website was launched, state records show, contradicting public statements from MNsure officials that such issues were being handled promptly. In 2015, we could not even trust the information that government officials were giving us. It took the Star Tribune to do the digging. Now, I'm not really sure, under the leadership of Steve Grove, if we're going to get that same type of investigation when this almost soon-to-be failed program rolls out. I hope so. I don't know. Last July, for instance, auditors noted the MNsure website wouldn't work with some internet browsers, an issue that lingered through December. MNsure didn't even have plans to address website failures, forcing officials to scramble when the system broke down, state records and emails show. And of course, lawmakers, anybody remember that time, 2015 when we were here? Lawmakers didn't know about this stuff. We weren't given a heads up that, just to let you know, we're having some problems. Things are not appearing how we had planned for them. Nope. Guess when we learned? We learned just like everyone else, reading the Star Tribune. No heads up, no honest discussions, no April Todd calling us and saying, we got some problems. MNsure board members said they were not told about critical audit findings and were unaware of meetings during which staff members discussed postponing the launch. In 2015, the Star Tribune reported that staff members were discussing postponing the launch. Let's not have staff members of the government, of the administration, having conversations behind closed doors about postponing the launch of the Paid Medical Family Leave Act. Let's not have those closed door discussions. Let's say we're going to save you, administration, from having to hold those painful discussions near to the time when this program rolls out. Minnesota officials who said the federal government's October 1st deadline to launch the website was inflexible did not know that the online enrollment could be postponed without penalty, an option federal officials disclosed in response to the Star Tribune inquiries. Members, what are we doing here? We're simply saying, we want to help you. We want to help you. And we're helping you with this amendment, with the Perryman Amendment. So Representative Perryman, I thank you for thinking about the taxpayers, for saying, I think we may have some issues here. I want to thank you for seeing the forest for the trees and not just focusing on the issue right today, but looking out to the future for our taxpayers. The taxpayers in this state have been used as an ATM. and they're being used as an ATM right now. If it's not waste, fraud, and abuse, it's to failed government computer programs, failed government bureaucracies. The ATM, Minnesota wallets, Minnesota tax-paying wallets, just an ATM for Minnesota government. It's gross. Well, it's really quite sad. And, you know, I'm looking at this appropriations that went into House File 2, the appropriations for this bill. You know, in 2024, $50,938 million to the Department of Employment and Economic Development, otherwise known as DEED, and in 2025, $71,357,000. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of ATM dollars from our tax-paying wallets. To the Department of Labor and Industry, $601,000, $374,000. To the Department of Commerce, $376,000 for 2024, $316,000 for 2025. Minnesota Management and Budget, $0 for 2024. So the taxpayers, I mean, the ATM is a little safe for 2024, but in 2025, $118,000 comes out of the ATM wallets of taxpayer dollars. Department of Human Services, $2,649,000. Ooh, the Secretary of State gets some money. Supreme Court gets some money. Legislature, University of Minnesota. But then there was this huge transfer. The Commissioner of Management and Budget shall transfer $668,321,000 in fiscal 2024 from the general fund to the Family and Medical Benefit Insurance Account for the purposes of Minnesota Statutes, Chapter 268B. $321 million. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. In fact, it matches with the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse under Feeding Our Future. That was over $500 million. So this program is costing about the same amount of money that was stolen from taxpayers. Nobody was held accountable here at the government for allowing it to happen. But the taxpayers and Minnesotans, the taxpayers are being used as an ATM. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely disgusting. So members, I'm going to ask you to vote yes on the Perryman amendment. We do not need a headline that says Minnesota Family Paid Medical Leave Act defects were no surprise, because that's going to be the headline. That's going to be the headline. Vote yes.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And thank you, Representative Perryman, for the amendment. It will come as no surprise to anyone that I would suggest voting in favor of the amendment to delay implementation. And there's been enough folks talking that I could do a little research while we're sitting here on the floor. And Representative Franson talked quite a bit about MNsure. I'm going to focus a little bit more on MNLARS, because we were told a minute ago that, listen, Democrats pass things that are ready to go. We are ready to implement. Well, let's revisit history, because I think we've got some revision history going on there. And let's talk about MNLARS. Now, the initial funding for MNLARS was passed in 2008. It wasn't until 2009 that the department produced a document discussing the need for MNLARS. So MNLARS did not even get started until the Dayton administration managed the entire implementation of MNLARS. It wasn't until 2019, after we had spent $100 million, we spent $100 million. We're now 10 years later, and the Democrats are doing a victory lap for scrapping the program and starting over. Now, frankly, Republicans had been advocating for that. Scrapping the program was the right thing to do, but we scrapped the program for Fast Enterprises. That's who we contracted with, off the shelf at that point, for $52 million. So we literally spent 3 times the money that needed to be spent. 3 times the money that needed to be spent, and the Democrats are doing a victory lap for that. Like, that is awesome. I love it. I love it. I'm not sure that I'd be bragging about it, but it's done now and functional. So we talk about laying out an appropriate runway. I don't know how we determine that, because frankly, nowhere else in the country has this been able to be done in the 20 months that you gave us from launch. 20 months. As Representative Scott said, not a single state has done this in less than 25 months. Not one. And we keep changing things. We keep changing things on the fly. Democrats just passed an amendment to change when folks will start receiving this benefit. Literally, 20 minutes ago. Democrats made a major change to this legislation 20 minutes ago. And strangely, that was just 20 minutes ago. And we've already seen in 2022, the initial estimates for this were $843 million, approximately. I'm rounding. Actually, if I'm rounding, $844 million. Those were the initial estimates in 2022. 2023, there was a fiscal note that said 1.2 million. And then in 2024, we're looking at 1.6 million. The cost of this has literally doubled since 2022. The premiums are being increased 25% already. We haven't even launched. We haven't even contracted a vendor for IT. And premiums have increased 25%. And you're telling me that this is going to be ready for prime time in 20 months? That is absurd. That is absolutely absurd. And no one is buying what you are trying to sell the public on this. No one is buying it. Would Representative Nash yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nash, I know that IT is your world. I also appreciate that you asked these questions of the commissioner. Can I get your thoughts on what it takes, first of all, when this contract is going to be let, and then how long it's going to take to have a product for this?
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks, Representative New Brindley. Well, so you got to go through a number of things. You have to scope out the project. You have to have all the affected departments, at least here at the state of Minnesota, weigh in on how they're going to transmit data. And there's going to be some things called APIs that get written that hand data from one department over to the other. You're going to have to fully scope out everything once all the stuff that goes into the bill is defined again, because that's a moving target. Based on experience, even the 24-month period, I think, is a little bit optimistic. It could take 36 months. I think we heard that Washington and Maryland were going to require. But according to the Assistant Commissioner in Ways and Means on Monday, that they have not even picked a vendor. So when this became law, if they had had a vendor ready to go, the clock started then, which is what delivery of services was started, that clock was started, but they don't have the IT vendor yet. So honestly, Representative New-Brindley, I'd say maybe 36 months, given Minnesota's track record, maybe even longer than that, because there's a lot of moving pieces and parts, and there's a lot of there's a lot of legacy software that we have here at the state of Minnesota. And you were on state government finance when MMB came and asked for a brand new enterprise resource system. What we found out in conversations was that they couldn't even get that up and running and ready to be transitioned to something new because they didn't know all the rules and pieces and parts that were going into what was driving that software. So if that is any indication just on that alone, we're looking at 36, maybe 40 months or longer, and yet the clock has already started ticking. We're down to 19 months, and they haven't even put ink on paper as to say who's going to do the contract work. So I would say optimistically 36 to 40 months.
Representative New-Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash, and I appreciate you being willing to be put on the spot like that, because I didn't warn you that I was going to ask you a question. But I appreciate that, and it is shocking that they literally have not chosen a vendor. They literally have not signed a contract, and we're being told, really, we are being asked to suspend all disbelief and believe that this is going to get done. And more importantly, that it's going to get done right. Minnesota has a terrible track record when it comes to bureaucracy. We have a terrible record. That's just the way it is. And again, I love that we're doing victory laps over, hey, we pass legislation, we do things that are ready to go. Well, 10 years later, the fix was ready to go. It's a weird victory lap. You mentioned, Representative Nash just mentioned the moving target. And again, we just in this chamber 20 minutes ago significantly changed the scope of this program. 20 minutes ago, we changed the scope of this program. So going back to the initial, when was the initial? I've got it here. In October of last year was the initial Millman report, the actuarial analysis. And that report was published for Minnesota. Their analysis was published for Minnesota in October of 2023. And literally right after that, a different Millman report was published for Washington State. The Washington State program is a less expensive program. It is a less generous program than the Minnesota program. And yet, the premium tax rate is going to be close to 1%. So we are being told that in Washington, the tax is higher than ours with a lower cost program, but we're supposed to just trust that as we change this language on the fly, don't worry, it'll all work out. It'll all work out. Sure, we can get this done. It'll all work out. Come on, you can't honestly, with a straight face, think that you're convincing anyone that this is going to happen. You cannot honestly think that and say it with a straight face. It's comical. It is absolutely comical. And frankly, with these changes, once again, it's not magic, it's just math. It is just math, and the numbers don't work. The numbers don't work. We're already moving. We're already increasing that payroll tax by 25%, and we don't even have an IT vendor yet. Folks, the least we can do is give the administration, give the agencies the time that they need to do this right. And Minnesota has proven, oh, trust me, I wish it wasn't so, but we have proven over and over and over again that we are incapable of doing something like this quickly. We can't do it. Let's hope and pray that we don't run into the Minlars debacle where 10 years later, we're coming up with a fix for a third of the cost. Half the cost of what we had already put into it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Thank you, Representative Perryman. I will be voting yes on your amendment today to delay implementation. Give the administration the time they need to do this right. Because I know your goal here is to help Minnesotans. But if this program is screwed up, you're not helping anyone. You're not helping anyone. And in fact, you are hurting everyone across the board if this is not done right. It's going to be higher costs, higher taxes, delays for every Minnesotan. And it only gets worse the more you try to ram this through and do it fast instead of doing it right. Let's vote yes on the Perryman amendment.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't normally speak twice, but after we've heard some of the discussion from your side, a thought came to me. And everybody who knows me knows that I love movies, and I will often make points on the floor from popular culture. So I offer this to you from the wisdom of my cousin Vinny. And if you remember in the trial scene, and I'm sure Representative Niska loves this scene, but in the trial scene where Mr. Tipton is being interviewed about what he saw that morning of the alleged shooting, Vincent Gambini was asking him about what he saw and how he was cooking breakfast, and it took him 5 minutes to make breakfast. And Mr. Gambini began walking through how long it takes to prepare his breakfast. And he said, well, what did you have? He said, well, I had eggs and grits. And he said, well, did you have instant grits? And Mr. Tipton said, well, no self-respecting Southerner would ever use instant grits. And Mr. Gambini pointed out, well, that no, apparently you're defying the laws of physics. And Mr. Tipton said, well, I guess I'm just a fast cook. That's where you are. That's where the DFL is that you all right now are saying that you're a fast IT coder, that you can defy the laws of physics when the entire grit-eating world has to give 20 minutes for their grits to be made. When the rest of the paid family medical leave software world is looking at 36 months, you're not a fast cook. Physics is physics. Representative Perryman's trying to give you a lifeline here. There is no way on God's green earth or in Alabama, where that was shot, that this is a possibility. When the commissioner was in, they said they haven't even put ink on paper, so they don't even know. The new vendor or the potential new vendor doesn't even know what is the specifics. And I don't even know that for those of you that have never actually written an enterprise software contract, this is not a quick process. If you've written any large contract, it is not a fast process. It takes months sometimes before you can even say, now you can start. So, while the entire grit-eating world requires 20 minutes just to make grits, and the entire IT software world takes 24 to 36 months to do this, you say, it's going to be fine. Believe me, it's going to be fine. It's not going to be fine. Software done well, bespoke software, or even mostly off-the-shelf software that has to be tailored to the needs of your particular enterprise will require some tweaking and editing, and bespoke work will have to be done. You're not even there, and yet you're giving the answer of Mr. Tipton, I guess I'm just a fast cook. Good God, be realistic. At least say, you know what, let's tap the brakes, let's slow down, let's take the Perryman Amendment, and let's realize that we don't have enough time to actually have this thing succeed. And in the inimitable words of Vincent Gambini, when he was first walking in after I think he woke up, after the first lawyer went through his opening presentation, Vincent said, "Everything you just heard was crap." Vote yes.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I've heard a lot of comparisons, both on this floor and in committee, to UI. Now, I was on the Unemployment Insurance Advisory Council for quite some time, carried their bills, got to learn about what they do. Then we got to see them in action when the pandemic hit and they had to do massive UI to lots and lots of people that they weren't used to doing. And, you know, I would say that unemployment insurance is probably one of the best agencies in the state of Minnesota. And I understand why we want to compare what we're doing now to unemployment insurance, because they're the shining star. They're not just the shining star here in Minnesota, they're the shining star across the entire United States. They win awards, they do amazing work. But here's the difference, members. What UI does is so simple compared to what we're about to do with paid family leave. So if you're separated from your employment and there's a very simple list of things that qualify, and your employer has paid into unemployment insurance, and those that have businesses here that have employees, you know exactly how easy it is to go on their website and pay your unemployment insurance. It's actually one of my favorite government websites, to be honest, because it's so easy to use, it's user-friendly. And as a business owner, I found it incredibly fast and easy. But it's super simple. You put in the payroll and you pay a percentage. So of course, that side of paid family leave is very simple, because here's your payroll, here's your percentage, in it goes. But on the other end of it, when you get paid from unemployment insurance, that gets slightly more complicated, right? So you have to meet certain qualifications, and if you were separated for certain reasons and your employer doesn't file an objection to it, then you get your unemployment insurance, and they do it fairly quickly. That is not what we're talking about here. We are not talking about unemployment insurance. We are not talking about one of the best agencies in Minnesota. We are not talking about one of the best agencies in the United States. We are not talking about that, because on the other end of it, on the payment side, with paid family leave, it is incredibly complicated. Incredibly complicated. So I have the bill in front of me, because you know that's how I like to do this. So just as an example, one component of paid family leave is that you can go and take care of a family member, right? You can go take care of a family member. That's one component. So in the list of people that you can take care of as a family member is a spouse or a domestic partner. That makes sense. A child, including a biological child, an adopted child, a foster child, a stepchild, a child of a domestic partner, a child to whom the applicant stands in loco parentis, a legal guardian, or a de facto custodian. So that's that part of it. Then also a parent or a legal guardian, a sibling, a grandchild, a grandparent, or a spouse's grandparent, a son-in-law, a daughter-in-law. And then it says an individual who has a personal relationship with the applicant that creates an expectation and a reliance on the applicant's care for the individual without compensation, whether or not the individual reside together. So that could be, oh, I don't know, a neighbor, an auntie, an uncle, a nephew, a niece. It could be really anybody that you got an attachment to. So that gets really complicated. Those are a lot of factors. So we have to account for that in this software, and somebody at the agency has to determine whether or not that's a legitimate person to take care of. So we asked Deputy Commissioner Rowe that question. And I actually gave him this example. So I said, well, okay, so if we have grandma in Florida, and grandma in Florida needs care, and You have 2 family members, as I just listed, including this large group of however you want, that's paragraph 8, very large encompassing group. So if we have 2 people that want to go take care of grandma in Florida, would that be okay? And would you be able to know that both of those people are taking care of grandma in Florida? And he said, oh, sure, yeah, because we're going to be able to build the website, build the database so that grandma's name will pop up and the caregivers will pop up. And I said, well, what about if there's 5 people that want to go to Florida? Or 10 people want to go to Florida? Or 20 people want to go to Florida? Or 50 people want to go to Florida? That's a lot of people taking care of grandma. He says, oh, we'll be able to see that. And I said, okay, great. Now, they haven't built this database. Haven't built it. That's kind of hopes and dreams and maybe fairy dust, I don't know. So that's just one example. But then I said this, well, Deputy Commissioner, so then who decides how many is too many? It's not in statute. I don't know how you could put it in there, but someone at the agency is going to have to decide, wait a minute, you can't have 50 people going to Florida all to take care of grandma. But we haven't thought that through either. So some of this is similar to UI, the percentage. We have a certain payroll percentage. You paid in, you put it in a fund. Great. We're going to collect that. That's easy. No. It's the back end, the payment side. That's where it gets really, really complex. It is nothing like UI. And to equate it to UI in Minnesota is ridiculous. It's absolutely, utterly ridiculous, and you know it is. That's just one example of what's in the bill. Now, pregnancy and giving birth, that's a pretty simple thing, right? So that's fine. Your personal illness, probably a little easier. You've got some kind of medical stuff that you can present. But this part of it, this could be a mess. This could be a real mess. And so then I asked the commissioner, the deputy commissioner, I said, well, so you've got in unemployment insurance, as an example, you have an improper payment rate. Some of it's fraud. Some of it's just honest mistakes. You know what the improper payment rate here is, right here in Minnesota? With one of the best agencies in the nation. It's actually 10%, which is low because the national average for unemployment insurance, which again is super easy compared to what we're doing, is about 12.5%. So we're below the national average. But in the modeling, when I asked him, so when the actuaries modeled this for the expense side of this, how much is this going to cost us? What was the modeling? Did you model 10% of improper payment, which some of it's mistake and some of it is actually fraud? Or did you model 20% or 30% or 45% like in the state of Virginia? I did not get an answer. There are so many unknowns, and literally, so all you have to do is, when we were in Ways and Means, there was a fiscal note that was in process. A fiscal note that we did not see, the final fiscal note. We had a spreadsheet, but we didn't have the final fiscal note, and this is no knock on the people that create fiscal notes. This is a problem with how fast we're doing things here at the legislature. We got this fiscal note posted at 8:18 a.m. this morning. So, you know, I like to look at these because the assumptions are quite interesting. And we'll be talking about more of that later, but we didn't get this fiscal note until 8:18 this morning. And we've already passed Ways and Means where we could ask our questions of the deputy commissioner and others that were there. There are big problems with this. We haven't even gotten to the fund balance problem. We'll get to that later. But members, these are real problems. This is nothing like UI in Minnesota. Don't even try comparing it to our great agency here in Minnesota, unemployment insurance. Because sure, you can collect the payroll tax, but on the back end, on the payment side, this is nothing like UI. This is complex and complicated, and there is a very high error rate nationwide. And was stated earlier, the ramp up and the the cost and the time that it will take to write this program, to do all of this, it is not going to take 18 months or 19 months, which is what we've got. Probably double that. Members, please support the Perryman amendment.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Listening to the discussion here today, I think the Perryman Amendment is a lifeline from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire before it costs us millions more than we had anticipated on here. Here's where I've come to that conclusion. I started paying a little closer attention when I heard the word Maxis that Representative Scott talked about. And I don't know if people know what Maxis is, but I will tell you what Maxis is here in just a few moments. Then I heard Representative Quam talk about, well, you know, with Maxis, then the screen that they had, it's the blinking green screen, right? The very first monochrome screen that we had. And that's a DOS-based system. It is unbelievable that we are still utilizing that system today in a state agency. That system has had nothing but trouble. And if you think that all of a sudden it's going to magically heal itself, we're going to be able to harvest the data that we need to from the Maxis system to be able to put in place the Frazier Family Medical Leave Plan, I don't think that's going to happen. As a matter of fact, I'm 100% sure that that's not going to happen. What I am sure is going to happen is that we're going to have problems with that system, and Representative Nash called it legacy systems. Boy, was he ever polite when he said that, right? Representative Perryman, Representative Demuth, Representative Wolgamott, and I meet regularly with our Stearns County leaders. And do you know what the number one thing that we get, if it's not number one, it's number two on our list from them? Please appropriate money to replace the Maxis system. It doesn't work. And to think that we're going to get it to work and be able to transfer data and use it as an integral part of this, no way, no how. It's going to be min-fail, all right? Syntax error, min-fail. As a matter of fact, one time we were having this conversation in this meeting with our Stearns County officials. They were talking about when they mentioned the Maxis system, and I said, Maxis? I said, my mom used to work for social services here in Stearns County. Is that the same Maxis system that she was working on? And they said, yeah, it is. And the director said, does your mom want to come back to work? Because the upswing in learning how to use that system really hasn't changed. My mother retired 24 years ago. She's 82 years old, and they offered her a job to come back and work on Maxis. That system should be what we should be talking about today, to replace that system and bringing it into the 21st century. Madam Speaker, would Representative Frazier yield to a question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, to help make our point about why the Perryman Amendment is a lifeline to try to help this program, I was wondering if you could remind the body, when is the first day that we're going to collect premiums from employees who these promises are being made to, and the employers who are also involved in this? When's the Department of Labor going to start collecting those very first payments?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to clear up a few things. There are 3 other states, Washington, Kentucky, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, that have rolled out this program faster than we will roll this program out. We're in a good spot because we've done things that some of these other states have not done. We've invested heavily up front. Many of you have said what those numbers are, so we're in a good spot to start. So on January 1st of 2026, people will already be able to withdraw and have the ability to have access to those benefits. I want to point that out because I heard somebody say on the other side that if they had have done this bill, they would have delayed it for several years. The fact is, we wouldn't have this program if you were in the majority. So that's the reality. I want to just let all Minnesotans know that this is something that the DFO party is doing, and it's not something that the GO party wants Minnesotans to have.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Frazier, thanks for that information, but that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked is, when are we collecting the first premiums that are going to go into the coffers to pay for the benefits in this program? Can you give me the date that we're going to be collecting the first premiums so we can start paying out benefits? When are we anticipating collecting premiums? You've outlined on January 1st when you want to start paying benefits. I'm asking when we're collecting our first premiums to remind the body when we're collecting our first premiums from employers and employees on the promise in this program. I would ask again that he yield to that question.
He will yield. Representative Frazier.
April 30th, 2026.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Madam Speaker, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Representative Frazier.
April 30th in the great year of 2026.
So,
Representative O'Driscoll.
thank you, Madam Speaker. So April 30th of 2026 is when we're going to collect premiums on this program. That would be a little less than 23 months, 22 and a half months from now, roughly, right? Now, that's kind of interesting. If we're going to be collecting premiums and the program can't pay benefits to people, but people are going to still have to continue to pay in and pay in and pay in. Representative Frazier, would you yield to another question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, will we be providing a refund to those individuals that paid in? If the GOP party in this chamber is correct, that the system doesn't get rolled out on the timeline that you're looking at, will we be refunding those premiums?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Driscoll, the program will be ready to roll. People will have access to benefits, and we're all looking forward to that for Minnesotans.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, I'm just asking that on the unlikely event of a water landing, will the cushion be a flotation device for these people who are paying in, are being made promises? Our colleague, Representative Anderson, Patty, talked about the fact that people who she employs are looking forward to these benefits to be able to get time away so they can start a family. Just again, on the unlikely event that the system doesn't come online at the time that you're hoping it to, in accordance with this legislation, what are we going to tell the people in the state of Minnesota? Madam Speaker, could he provide some insight for us as we make this determination about how we should vote on the Perryman Amendment?
Are you asking him to yield, Representative O'Driscoll?
I absolutely am, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Frazier.
Representative O'Driscoll, let me be clear, and maybe I have not been clear enough, but this is why we pre-funded the program, so we're ready on day one, January 1st, 2026.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, Madam Speaker, members, it sounds like Representative Frazier is more confident that this system is going to get up and running and doesn't need a contingency plan. So, members, I'm going to ask you to write this date down in your notes, May 15th, 2024. I want you to write the time down at 5:25 p.m. Representative Frazier promised Minnesota that there would be no delays in this program and that at this point we can certainly move forward and it's going to be once upon a time and happily ever after. Again, on the unlikely event that this happens, I suspect we'll be back here, as I have been on this floor with Minsher in the past, with Minlars in the past, and now whatever we're going to title this program, maybe a swing and a miss, I don't know. But, Madam Speaker, I really believe that members should heed the advice of Representative Perryman. She's a business owner. She knows how long it takes to bring programs online. That, again, just in the unlikely event that happens, we could move at a faster pace, but it certainly gives us a backstop to not make a promise to the people in the state of Minnesota like we did with Minsher and Minlars, and then turn around and have to come back one more time and say, psych, head fake, just kidding. Maybe there was something to that fact that those legacy systems, as Representative Nash referred to them, the one that my mom was working on 24 years ago before she retired, just doesn't integrate the way that we had anticipated. Members, this is a no-brainer. The Perryman Amendment is providing us a lifeline. Let's take it. Members, please vote green on the Perryman Amendment.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, as Representative Driscoll said, we need to take that lifeline because this train or plane or boat is crashing, sinking, or going underwater. Now, we talked about the MNLARS program that was 10 years overdue and didn't work, $100 million. We ended up buying an off-the-shelf program for half that cost. But the tough part is we left our deputy registers hanging because now they have to do all the work the state did, but they're not getting paid for it. A lot of the data entry, because of that new system, the deputy registers do, and the state employees no longer do it. MNLARS was 10 years over budget, or 10 years to develop, and we had to scrap it. MNsure was delayed many times, and when it finally rolled out, there were so many bugs in it, it didn't work very well. A lot of problems there. And we just heard that even though it hasn't even gone out for bids or even started the process to have the program developed, it's ready to roll. Back about 20 years ago, my family, my father-in-law built a new bowling center. Bought the latest and greatest software for automatic scoring that there was for that company that we purchased the equipment through. Brand new scoring system. I believe it was either 3 or 3.5 years after we built and opened up, we finally got that brand new scoring system. Because guess what? 3.5 years earlier, it didn't work. We need to have an opportunity to make sure that the program works. We're down to less than 20 months, 19 months, and it needs to work. This is a very complicated program that's got to be developed and built. Try to figure out how to get that 30-year-old system that'll actually work with it as well, which we know it won't, because those old systems don't communicate with the new systems. There's no way to make them work. Representative Perryman's given you a lifeline. And I can tell you, even if we take this one, we're probably going to need another one. Then we have the issue of the increase in the costs that we just did because the payment's going out. We already know that the tax that they have to put on the business and the employee, that's right, Minnesotans, you have to pay for this as well, not just the employer. You have to pay for it out of your payroll tax. It's a payroll tax that you have to pay off your paycheck. Plus, guess what? That business passes it on to anybody that buys anything from them. So you get to pay for the whole rate, the whole thing. So we know it's going to go up at least 25%. And now with the amendment that was put on earlier, probably another 25%. Right now, I think we have, in the original bill that passed, one of the lowest tax rates on a program like this. And even with those 2 increases, we're still lower than most because it never works the way they say. Representative Frazier, I do hope that you'll take this as a friendly amendment, take the lifeline, give us an opportunity to do it right, because this is something we can't get wrong. It affects every Minnesotan that works. It affects every Minnesotan, whether they're young, old. It affects everyone. People are going to be planning on things, and I do not see any way that this is going to be able to roll out by the way the current bill is. Take the lifeline, and a year and a half, 2 years from now, actually probably next year, we'll be looking at extending it out again. Just because It's so complicated to write. My nephew writes programs. They had one that was much easier than this, and he worked as a subcontractor for almost 3 years to do that program, and they're still trying to get all the bugs out of it. Members, support the Perryman Amendment.
I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Chair, first of all, Representative Perryman, this is a smart amendment. Our company, we do quite a few websites, and I can assure you, our website development is nothing like this is going to be, and we're never on time, okay? There's always delays there because you're trying something new, and that's if you use WooCommerce. That's a platform that a lot of businesses use. The government will not be using WooCommerce. They're going to develop it from scratch, code a language, and so forth. So to think that this is going to be done in 20 days is like believing there's an Easter bunny. It's not going to happen. It just will not happen. And what we're going to do is we're going to give false hopes to our employees, especially them. This is another reason why North Dakota and South Dakota is going hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. Again, this is a hurrah bill for them because they don't have stuff like this that doesn't work. This is a clunker. This is a clunker. Just remember a couple years ago we had the government bought clunker cars. Well, this isn't a clunker car. It's a clunker. It's going to go, what? And employees will be hurt. Employers will be hurt. This will hurt our reputation across the country. Folks, work with people who do this on a day-to-day basis, not people, if it doesn't work, they're not accountable for it. Representative Perry, she cleans, I would suspect you clean your bathroom in your business, don't you? I bet you do. I'm not asking you to yield. Why I say that is because when things don't work and you're a job creator, like Representative Perryman, like myself, Representative Murphy, and so many, Anderson in front of me, you're responsible. We saw in the past, government staff, bureaucrats don't take responsibility. They push it down. That's why things take twice as long with government. If you would put this in the hands of a few business owners, maybe we could get it done in time. But we need more than 20 months. This is a smart amendment. It's from a representative who understands things don't always work correctly. So vote yes. Smart amendment. Thank you, Representative Perryman.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciate the dialogue we had here. I am quite humbled that all the issues and consequences and things that can happen if the amendment's not accepted, that can happen. And some of you have lived it and breathed it with Min-Lars and Min-Shur. So I appreciate that. That was a good history journey down the path. And Representative Frazier, I really thought this was a friendly amendment. It was not a gotcha or anything like that. I am a business owner, and I really, really wanted to get us, the body, together and be a policymakers together for something that is good. Because just changing and delaying the dates, as like Representative Anderson said, pushing back the dates, I don't see a bad thing, because if we do get it right sooner than that date, well, that's great, right? And we're leaders then in the state. Just like other states, we looked at their program. I want to be the state that other states look at our state program and go, wow, they got it right, they did it right, and we get all the great press that other states learn. So really, this amendment is supposed to be very friendly, and I'm really happy to see why we need it by all the comments and everything that goes on. Again, you could still pass the bill today and put this amendment in it, and it's a win-win for all of us and for Minnesotans. And Minnesota's watching this. It started last session, and it's gone into this session, right? And all the business owners are watching still, and they want us to get it right. And I'm going to say, Representative Frazier, we began this whole conversation with that you recommended a no. I hope what you heard, and I hope the other side, what you heard is really good, intentional, great policy making that we can do together and make it a bipartisan amendment. Pass the bill like you want to, and keep going for the night and making this bill go through the whole vetting system that we're going to continue to do. But we can only do this once. We can only get it right once, and that's what I'm asking for. And we have that chance right now. Depending on what goes on, this will be the right thing tonight. If we vote yes, I know it is, and I know Minnesotans will not suffer, our taxpayers won't suffer, our business owners will go, wow, we have a chance, and that we can make their decisions as they know what we're passing in the bill or the amendment as well. And so as we were sitting here and talking about this, there are 4 words that I hear from my own employees a lot, and that is, I told you so. I don't want to be here and say, I told you so, just because we went too fast. And again, all due respect, I just really want to remind you, I'm asking to delay it up to 12 months, and then the deed would have another leeway as well of determining it. So again, we can pass the bill today. Everybody will be happy with that, I'm sure, and then get the amendment on there. That'll make Minnesotans happier, and we'll have that chance. And we don't have to say, I told you so, but a green board right now will show Minnesotans that we are doing the right thing for them and doing the right thing for Minnesotans and everybody that are workforce makers and things that go with this. We need to show Minnesota we want to do it together and do the right thing with a green board. So I'm asking for a green vote. And again, thank you for your time and listening to me. And please take everything under consideration. This is where my salesman's hat's on as a business owner, is take in consideration everything you heard. I'm really doing this as a good bill and a friendly bill, Representative Frazier, and I hope that you'll reconsider as well. And let's make the board green, or at least 3/4 green, so that we can get the amendment on. So thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Pawlowski.
Pawlowski, no.
Pawlowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Something's malfunctioning, so the total will be 62 to 66.
Okay.
62, 66.
Got it. So even. There being 62 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House Bill number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I am happy to offer this amendment. We've talked a lot about getting an off-ramp or a lifeline, and we certainly need it with this program. And this is another opportunity to make this program be fiscally solvent, which I fear it is not. So Before I get going on it, Madam Speaker, I do have a question of clarification that's kind of relevant to my amendment. So could I ask Representative Frazier to yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, in the last discussion, you mentioned that the tax will take effect in April of 2026. Did I hear that correctly, or was I just not tracking?
Representative Frazier.
That's when the first premium will be due.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Representative Frazier, and thank you, Madam Speaker. So I had always thought the tax was going to start in January. Has that just changed in this iteration of the bill? Representative Frazier, if you could yield.
He will yield. Representative Frazier.
Representative, the deductions will start in January, but the first premium is due on April 30th, 2026.
Representative Robbins.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that. Okay, so members, as we said last year when we had this debate, the 0.7% payroll tax would not be nearly enough to cover the benefits that we are offering. And the actuarial study bore that out. And so what's stunning to me, as Representative Varick said, we got the fiscal note late, so I'm still not even quite done reading through the whole thing. But every page of the fiscal note says that the fiscal note calculates DEED's current law base assumption for the premium rate to be 0.78%. So when we passed the bill last year, it was 0.7. But because we gave the DEED commissioner the flexibility to increase it, magically, between last October and the start of this fiscal note, the premium in the baseline has gone from 0.7 to 0.78, and now this bill will take it up to 0.88. But the fiscal note is kind of baking in the extra $315 million. That's the difference between the 0.7 and the 0.78, and it's just sort of assumed in the fiscal note. This is, I mean, malpractice, probably, members. Like, I'm stunned that we are doing this. The fiscal note, each page of it has that sentence. They are baking into the cake, no matter what, a $315 million increase and counting that as the baseline, and then we're adding on to it from there. Businesses and employees are on the hook for that, and we're just assuming it. It's really stunning. So, members, what my amendment does is it just takes the current leave package, which is 12 weeks for family and medical leave, 12 for each thing, but a cap of 20. And it says, instead, your total leave cannot exceed 12 weeks, but then if you have complications for a pregnancy, you can take an extra 2. And why am I doing this? It's because we cannot afford the package that we have. And Representative Frazier did mention the Washington example in regards to how quickly they rolled it out. And I would like to talk about the Washington example in terms of how they structure their benefits. So they have a 0.74% members. So we're starting at 0.78, and in this bill that we're adopting tonight, we're going to 0.88, right? But Washington has a less generous leave package than what we're offering, and so I don't know how we can afford it. What Washington offers, when they're taxing at 0.74, is 12 weeks of leave, and then depending on a few circumstances, you could get up to 16. But the baseline assumption is 12 weeks for everyone. They also have an exclusion for small employers with 50 or less employees. We do not do that. This is going to kill our small businesses, and We are just making it apply to everyone. In addition, their split is not 50-50. In their split, the employers pay 28.57%, and the employees pay 71.43%. So their benefits are less generous, their benefits are smaller, the employees pay a larger share, and they're still at 0.74. We are starting now at 0.78, magically, and we're going to 0.88. So I'm offering this amendment, members, to try and get this in a scope that will not require even higher tax increases. There is not a fiscal note that I've been able to see on my amendment because they're still working on the fiscal note for the underlying bill. But members, clearly, we're out over our skis here from the bill we passed last year and from this. The original actuarial study, as I think most of you are aware, they said it would be 0.96 just to do what we were trying to do last year. So 0.7 to 0.96. And then they rolled it back because of qualifying events. I get it. But I think their original analysis was probably more accurate. So even at 0.88, we are in probably not going to be able to afford this. And so members, I sincerely hope you will take a look at this. It's not saying we're not going to do it. It's not saying I'm not changing the split, or I'm not exempting small businesses, which are all things I would want to do. But instead, it's just saying, let's start with a little bit more realistic expectation on the benefits. And then if it all works out, we can always perhaps someday scale up. But to start way up here when we know we can't afford it, members, just so you understand, in the out years, these expenses grow, and we are already facing deficits in the out years. And what's also really funny about this is we are not even close to talking about the real costs. So this bill requires an actuarial study going forward every year. The fiscal note says that's going to cost $100,000 a year. As we talked about in other bills, members, the department is just going to absorb that. Other departments that I haven't read through the whole fiscal note, but of the ones I've read, Department of Commerce is going to absorb all the changes for insurance. Department of Human Services, they're not going to absorb it, but because of how their reporting works, it won't actually show up on the books till 2028, and they say they can't possibly estimate what that will be in 2028. Department of Labor is going to absorb it. So many of these agencies are going to absorb it, members. In reality, that's not true, and they will be coming back here for more money for this. We are not dealing in reality with the current bill, and I ask that you consider this amendment so that we can try to get it in scope, try to make it affordable, and not have to raise the premium even more. Members, when we passed this bill less than a year ago, employers were told and employees were told 0.7. It magically went to 0.78 with nobody even knowing about it. And now we're telling them 0.88. That's in the scope of less than a year. And we haven't even started collecting the taxes yet. We haven't paid a single premium. And so when that happens, we will be in the out years, and it will be much harder to deal with these additional costs when we're in a deficit situation. So please, members, take the time to bring this into a more realistic scale, and please adopt this amendment. Thank you. Oh, and I'd like a roll call, Madam Speaker.
I do not. I see 15 hands. There will be roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A16 amendment dramatically reduces the annual cap on paid family and medical leave. It's not magic. This is not magic. It's just math. We have the tendency to look at policy in silos, but a policy like paid family and medical leave does not impact the lives of Minnesotans in one singular way. If we look only at the bonding leave, research has shown that this can improve family life, the physical health of infants and birth families, the postpartum mental health of mothers, and it allows foster and adoptive families to build trust and intimacy. You may be familiar with the concept of the optimism principle, which causes us to believe that we are generally luckier and less likely to experience negative events than the average person. It's why we assume that something bad could never happen to us. So when things are going well, particularly, when you welcome a new child and you want to spend 12 weeks with that child, you're not thinking of a potential cancer diagnosis or a life-threatening car accident in the same calendar year. If you vote green on the A16 members, we might as well call this paid family or medical leave, because that new parent will not have the leave necessary to care for themselves. We celebrated Mother's Day over the weekend, and members, when you vote against the A16, you can again say Happy Mother's Day. Minnesota families are counting on us and the opportunity to use 20 full weeks of paid leave to ensure that they don't have to choose between a paycheck or taking time to care for themselves or a loved one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members vote red.
Discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. And Representative Katiza-Watun is right. This is about math. And that's what businesses deal with every day. And that's what people deal with every day. They deal with the realities, and I'm going to tell one story because I hope this discussion goes on for a long time, because I've got a lot of stories about businesses in my community. I've got one business. They have 49 employees. They're a pretty big business. They've already cut back 5 employees. They've literally had to end their jobs because of what we've done here at the legislature. And it's all about math. Down here, we think that we can just tax businesses and they'll just keep paying. They're going to employ more people. And they're going to pay more taxes, and we're going to provide more benefits. No, there's a balance that has to be reached. This bill is out of balance. In the last year, it's increased $309 million, and it's not even put in effect yet. Just by raising an actuarial effective rate. That's it. That's all it's done. And it's cost $309 million more dollars. You're right. It's about math. We would love it if we could just automatically create a space where everybody gets time off to do those things that we find valuable. But we have to trade off certain things at certain times. The business that has 49 employees, I just talked to them tonight. And I said, okay, here's the new situation. This is what we're talking about. I said, what do you do? Can you just raise prices? I mean, because that's what we think. We're just going to raise prices. People are going to pay more money. And I'm not going to ask Representative Greenman to yield to more hamburger questions. But he can't raise his prices anymore. No one will buy his product. It's balance, it's math, it's reality. I was really surprised that we didn't take Representative Perryman's bill, just giving more time. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of businesses that are going to look at how do we create private plans? Because that way they have at least some control. With this one we don't. Because members, as Representative Katiza-Watun said, this is about math. And math is real. So, members, Representative Robbins is bringing a reasonable benefit reduction. And we all know the 11 states or 13 states, correct me if I'm wrong, it might be 13 states that have put this in. Not one of them has gone to 20 weeks of benefit. Not one. They can't afford it. Washington started out at 6 and I think went to 12, and the state legislature had to add $360 million because the fund was insolvent. And I'm not condemning Washington for that. Great, good for them. I think that's wonderful. We're starting out at such a high rate with so many unknowns that it is reasonable to scale back a benefit set at this point so that, you know what, if this works and it's great, let's bolster it next session. But this is math, people. It's all about math. And if we've got unlimited funds, if that's what we think, we can just keep raising taxes and taking people's money and building benefit sets for workers and ignoring businesses that are going to sit. I mean, businesses, I very seldom tell this story. Before I got into government, I had a small business. I ran a construction company. And it was a union construction company. We built parks and trails, ball fields. I've built a lot of things in a lot of your districts. I love that work. We didn't make a lot of money. I worked on margins at about 5-6%. I was a small contractor, maybe 25 to 30 people in the summer. Ultimately, I ended up hiring 6 people just to deal with all of the administrative burdens that I had. I didn't get into business to pay unemployment insurance. I didn't get into business to make performance bonds and deal with insurance people. I got into business, number one, because I wanted to go to college. That's what I did in high school. I wanted to go to college. So I started mowing grass and working for people around my city. They hired me. It was great. It worked well. And it just kind of grew. And I hired my friends. When we came back in the summer from college, they all worked for me. IRS got really mad at me at some point because they were actually employees and I was treating them as independent contractors. But I didn't know any better at the time. This is a number of years ago. But we got through all that. But people get into business because they love to do what they do. And when they start growing, that's a benefit. And when I went out of business, for all kinds of reasons, but, I thought one person employing 25 or 30 people doing, a few $1 million a year in construction, that's nothing. But members, 100 people like that is something. And that's what this is about. This is about trying to create an environment for people to take that risk, be willing to make that investment in themselves, and go out there and make a growing concern. And it's about math. If you can't make the math work, you can't stay in business. And this right here is putting so many small employers on the edge. Scale this back, members. This is not a simple program. We heard Representative O'Driscoll talk about, it's easy for government and agencies to collect revenue. It's really hard to distribute that revenue. That's difficult. Scale this back, members. This is a good amendment. Vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Caney Yohi, Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I just want to again thank Representative Robbins for trying to do what you are sort of delivering on the promises of last year that they said they were going to try to maintain the cost to a certain level for this brand new massive program that the state of Minnesota wants to start building. And I think by offering clarity to, let's start with a very good 12 weeks off for families, bonding families, plus the 2 weeks. I think it's a great start. You can still take the other years where you can still do medical leave, that's fine. But members, when you start rolling out something, you a lot of times want to take it a step at a time. You don't want to come out maybe necessarily with the full car, with the full options, with all the bells and whistles, until you kind of know how this is going to work. And the one thing that we did here last year was that the bonding side of this bill was what we all more supported than maybe the medical side, because that could be where we see some credibility issues, some are they going to use it right? But family bonding is important. And what Representative Robbins is doing here, or attempting to do, is to say, we promised Minnesotans 0.7, and right now that baby's shooting up fast. But if we start with a very good program that's very competitive with other states, something that we can get behind, I think this is a great amendment, and I'm glad you called for the roll call. This is not taking anything away, because this is showing out of the gate 12 plus 2 if they need it for families. This is a great amendment. Thank you for doing this, and I'm fully supportive of it.
Further discussion? I recognize the author, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, for the debate. There's just a couple other points I wanted to touch on of how we are so underestimating the cost of this program. In the bill that's before us tonight, they're changing the definition of covered employment. And currently, covered employment means an employee's entire employment during a calendar year. But under the bill that we're looking at here tonight, they're changing it to quarter. So there's no fiscal note that I can see about how this is going to change the cost of this as we administer the program, but it's pretty significant. The other thing that they're doing is they're allowing the Commissioner of Deed to further define what covered employment means in this subdivision. And so if you don't meet all the other criteria by which you have covered employment, the Deed Commissioner is now going to go into rulemaking and create a whole bunch of new definitions for covered employment that we don't know what they are, so therefore we can't have a fiscal note on it. So again, members, this is just one example of how we are terribly underestimating the cost of the benefit package that we have put together. Last year, we underestimated it substantially. And we told you at the time, less than a year ago on this floor, it will be, the 0.7% will never be enough. And sure enough, the actuarial study came out, and it wasn't even close. It said 0.96, and now they've changed how they're reimbursing the qualified events thing, and now they've gotten that to 0.88. But we've gone from 0.7 to, by the end of this bill, it will be 0.88. And in the meantime, the magical part of this, members, is that we kind of skip the math on going from 0.7 to 0.78, that is the new baseline, and just skipping that, skipping the amount in the fiscal note from 0.7 to 0.78 that is baked into the cake adds an additional $354 million on this. So we are ratcheting up the cost. We are not even close to being able to pay for it. And as I mentioned, the Washington state benefits are not as generous as ours. They're still very generous. People get paid leave, 12 weeks for the most part. Employees pay more than they do in our program. And they're at 0.74. But members, they are going to go up dramatically based on the same actuarial firm that we're using in Minnesota. That rate is supposed to go up this year to 0.79, to 0.82. In 2026, it's going to be 0.91, and in 2027, it's going to be 0.95. And that's for a benefit set that is less than ours, where they exclude small businesses and where they have employees pay more than we are asking employees to pay. So, as we said last year, as we're going to say again, the math doesn't work. And so rather than trying to keep assuming things that we don't have funds for, we are looking at deficits, members, in the out years. We will not be able to cover these expenses. We should be realistic and adopt my amendment, which is still a very generous benefit. 12 weeks of paid leave. There's no change in who's eligible. There's no change in what employees pay. Employees will still have access to one of the most generous leave plans in the country, but just taking the time to do this realistically so that it stays affordable. I really doubt that the 0.88 is going to be enough for even my amendment. I honestly, I'm concerned about it, but we haven't had anyone be able to run the numbers. But members, this is just a very common sense way to provide paid family leave, but do it in a fiscally responsible manner. And in a manner that's not only fiscally responsible for the state, but for our employers. As Representative Nadeau talked about, our small employers are so overburdened with all of the new mandates, all of the new tax increases, that they are literally letting people go. I'm sure many people would rather have 12 weeks of paid family leave rather than the up to 20 and still keep their job. People are going to lose their jobs because of all these employer mandates that we are piling on. And most of the people I know who are employees and working hard for their families, they would rather have their job and a slightly less generous benefit than have no job because employers just cannot keep up. Members, this is a common sense amendment. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 66 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Baker introduces the next amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House Law number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
I recognize the author, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. This is the amendment that has been a huge focus of when this was sort of drafted last year. It was the one that I tried desperately to try to get in front of Representative then Richardson, who was the main author of this bill, the initial author of this. And this is what talks about the small employer exclusion. And this is an important part to a lot of those really small businesses in Minnesota that are just getting started. We've talked about that on the House floor. Minnesota is a great place to start a business. However, we heard in the last bill from Representative Nelson is that the small businesses are kind of being treated as the large business. It doesn't matter, the minimum wage stuff. Those kind of things don't matter. Well, they do matter, members, because small businesses have the dreams and the hopes of becoming a big business. And then they get to pay with the big boys and the big girls in the sandbox. That's how that is meant to be. We let a little business start out with a little extra wiggle room, a little extra ability to make their payments because they're small and they're just getting started. What this amendment does, the A17, is it allows for employers of 20 and under employees to sign in if they want to. They can jump in if they think it's a competitive thing for their employees and they need to do this to be competitive with their industry. But it also gives them a chance to not opt in, like we've done our independent contractors and a few others that have an ability to step off. But the best part about this amendment, members, is that these employees can still sign in. If their employer says, hey, I just can't do this. My bill on 3.35 and 3.18 shows that the employee can opt in and be a part of this. They pay the premiums. They can take advantage of this program if that's what they want to do. So the argument that not everybody is included isn't valid. Because that's what I heard when I was trying to write this last year is, I remember, again, former Representative Richardson saying, but everybody should be covered. Everybody should have that opportunity. And you know what? She was right. She was. So I kept dancing and I kept working things and talking to folks that I thought we could make this work. And you know what? I learned this language from other states that do this. Because other states have actually small employer exemptions. That's what makes this very doable. It's been used But here's the funny part, and here's maybe why I'm a little frustrated with our agency that is going to basically be in charge of running this thing down the road. I think our first day here in this session was February 7th or 8th or 10th or something like that. It was early February, right? On the first day of session, I requested an unofficial fiscal note to say, how much is this 20 exemption going to cost? If I actually brought it to the floor or in committee, I got to be able to tell Representative Frazier how much is this going to cost or save the state, because we don't know. I don't know how many this is. I don't know what the fiscal note will tell us. But on February 7th, members, I did what I was supposed to do, and I asked for a fiscal note. Seems reasonable. That is supposed to be back a couple weeks later. It's supposed to be back on February 26th. And I got information from our nonpartisan folks, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 agencies were requested for information. 7 of the 10 responded. DEED did not respond. Labor and Industry did not respond, and nor did Minnesota State. Now, the pieces can come back, but I don't see a whole fiscal note like we've been seeing flying around today because it's been changing so fast. The fiscal note gets kind of, accumulated together, and it's kind of presented as one fiscal note. So you can kind of see each agency how it's going to work. So members, I'm asking for the information, and I'm not getting it. But in committee, again, in Workforce Committee, I asked that question. Why didn't I get that fiscal note? Again, seems reasonable, right? Answer was, well, my bill that I was referring it to didn't get scheduled for a hearing. Oh, well, that's easy enough. Certainly I requested a hearing, didn't get it, that happens. But 7 out of the 10 agencies at least offered a fiscal note so that if my bill would have seen the light of day, I would have known if I should actually bring it to a hearing or not. Because I want to tell you, members, whether it's a no cost, it's a push, it's expensive, or it saves us money, I think members on the floor ought to know what that looks like. If I'm trying to stand up for the little guy, our state agency doesn't care because they didn't take the time or the effort in those last 3 agencies to put the whole fiscal note together. It was an unofficial fiscal note. We have the right, members, to ask for those fiscal notes. So I'm extremely disappointed that I don't even know what that looks like. I can't tell you if it's going to save us money, but I will tell you, my small employers that are watching us right now, those new startup companies, go Dave, come on, just give us one more shot at this thing. Because they're watching all of us and how we're going to vote on this amendment, A17. So businesses out there, small especially, we're taking one more swing at the bat, but I wish I knew what it was going to cost the program, because a year ago we were told, well, we can't exclude anybody because it's going to throw everything off kilter. It's going to throw the fiscal off kilter. We don't know what that is. Madam Speaker, I would like to request a roll call before I forget.
Seeing 15 hands, there'll be roll call. Representative Baker.
Thank you. I need to make sure that this is an important thing to talk about. And I do hope that members share their thoughts on this because, again, our stories go deep in this state. I'm more used to rural Minnesota. You'll hear stories maybe on this or others around the state as this discussion today revolves around this huge mandate. Not only this year did the ESST pass and was implemented in January, a lot of small businesses didn't know that was coming, even though we talked about this all year last year saying stop, but with no surprise, businesses and owners and managers that have been busy turning wrenches or making burgers or pouring drinks or farming or whatever it is, they weren't paying attention to a thing we were doing. But then in January, or probably in mid-December, their accountants or their tax person said, hey, do you know about this ESST thing? You got to do something different in your payroll. And that's when everybody started freaking out. Because small businesses don't have the time or the energy to pay attention to what we're doing with these other mandates. So I think, members, what's important is we talk about what we can do for the little guy. I was talking to a business owner in Wilmer who has right around that 20 to 30 employees, so he might not even qualify for this. And it broke my heart because he's been a stellar community member in our community, donates things. He's probably got about, like I say, maybe 15, 20, 25 employees. But he just said, Dave, I appreciate all the hard work you're doing and all the things that have been happening, but over the last 10 years now, since the trifecta in 13 and 14, just before I got here, they had the trifecta then, and it really hurt a lot of businesses and successful Minnesotans, and they started to go, whoa, I don't need to be here anymore. So they started to go, I better get going. But not everybody left, not everybody, of course, we know that today. But this guy here with 20, 25 employees who's doing so many good things had told me, it's official, we're leaving. And it broke my heart because he just can't do it anymore. What he's going to likely do is, told me this, he's going to open in South Dakota, over by Sioux Falls. He's taking his key employees along with him, and they're all willing to go, probably 5, 6. And he's going to shut down in Minnesota. I'm not going to say his name or the business because I don't want to say that out loud. But this is a real story, members, and I guarantee you we all have those in our own districts. They've been hanging on, they don't like what they see, but they love the state like we all do. We want to hang out as much as we can. But this is the last chance, members, you have to show your support for the smallest businesses in Minnesota to say, you can opt out like the independent contractors can do that, but your employees will not be left behind. If they want to sign up, they can do that. Long explanation, Madam Speaker, so I will, again, I've got the roll call listed. Happy to hear debate on this. Please support the A17 members for the small guys. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Baker, I appreciate the amendment, and I understand what you're trying to do, and I do appreciate that. And I know that last year I believe I spoke to this amendment last year, and I spoke to the hard work and the effort that was put in by Representative Brand for small businesses. And that work remains the same in this bill. In this bill, we've changed the way that we've looked at small businesses, so we're looking at businesses that are 30 or fewer, but we're still giving them a break. And we're doing that because we understand that we want the small business to be able to provide this benefit just like our big businesses do. And you spoke earlier about having an opportunity to be competitive. The small business have an opportunity to be competitive with the larger businesses. Well, if we don't do this, they won't have the opportunity to be competitive. If we don't provide these benefits across the board with some uniformity, those small businesses will not be able to have that competitiveness with those larger businesses. And I have talked to some of the small businesses, and for some of them, they do say this is going to give them the ability to be competitive. This is going to give them an edge that they haven't had before because they couldn't afford to do it themselves. And I think that's important, and we should continue to center ourselves around the fact that this will provide that ability for those small businesses. And just let me give you an example. This bill replaces the existing premium reduction for small employers in the Act with a different structure that reduces premiums for small employers with 30 or fewer employees and an average wage less than 150% of the state's average wage. Now, what that means is if the premium rate is 0.88%, which it will be, these small employers would be required to pay only 0.66%. So we are giving a break to our small businesses. What your amendment is asking us to do is to cut out more folks in the pool. And undoubtedly, what that would do is increase the rates on everyone. Also, with a particular opt-out, we're looking at those that are going to be the most needy, those that are going to use it the most, that would likely opt into the program, which again, That increases those that are going to use the program, which would then increase the rates on everyone. So for all those reasons, I'm going to request a no vote on this amendment.
Discussion. I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for this discussion. And thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. Honestly, after the end of session in 23, I went to many of my chambers, and this was the number one question, was what can we do to make sure that we are keeping our small businesses alive? And Representative Frazier, I really thank you for your answer to and your response to Representative Baker's amendment. You know, we talk about how you understand what we're trying to do and that we are going to give them a break, that you're changing a little bit. And you talked about how this will be 0.66% instead of 0.88%. So I appreciate that. This isn't what they do for the federal paid family leave. They do have a different cap for small businesses because they know that putting forth heavy mandates on a business is a small business that really are the backbone of our community is what makes them close. And so when you say that this break, as you describe it, is going to make sure that they're more competitive with the bigger businesses, well, they won't be competitive if they're closing, and that's something that I'm concerned about. I talked to many business owners in Austin and the surrounding areas, and many of them were very concerned. And I talked about how this was my number one priority when it comes to paid family medical leave, that we wanted to get Representative Baker's amendment passed to make sure that we have this. I did want to read just a thing from my tablet is not working the way I want it to. We love technology. I did want to just read, I received a letter from one of my constituents who was very clear with his political affiliations and also very clear about what he felt from the state of Minnesota about this. Over the past 3 years, the cost, and this is why it's so, even though we're talking about the break, as you call it, that we're giving to small businesses, it's simply not going to be enough. It's simply not going to be enough. The business owner talks about what he does. He owns a kennel company or a kennel daycare boarding facility and training facility in my area. And he talked about how he started a business in 2018, putting all his money in there. He saw there was a need, put his whole life savings in this. Then COVID happened, and that's just such a frustrating thing. He was hoping with the surplus that we had that we'd be able to help with some of the businesses and some of recovery, and yet he felt like this, instead of making it easier to do business in Minnesota, we actually made it hard. Over the past 3 years, the cost of everything has gone up, as you know. I would never cut back on things that would have a detrimental effect on the dogs that are in our care, so I cut back on personal things. Yet, year after year, the state of Minnesota has made it harder and harder to be a true small business owner. They have 6 employees, but there's so much, they need more, and they can't find more. The new paid family medical leave, as you may know, might as well just come down and lock my front doors. This is what my business owner said, will lock my front doors. I do everything I possibly can for my employees. I work 90 hours a week because we are short-staffed and I don't want to burn them out. I give as many bonuses as I can afford, yet the state deems that not enough. Here's what is going to happen, and he showed me this letter. We will stop supporting every charity that we used to donate to. Every time someone calls for a donation, we will have a typed out response saying that due to the anti-business regulations of the state of Minnesota, we will no longer be in a position to donate anything. We have to have every penny to just survive. The sad reality is, even doing that, I very much doubt that we will survive. You can only squeeze so much from us before we are a husk and cannot give any more. Minnesota is not friendly to true small businesses, those mom and pop shops that hold communities together. We are families that are desperately suffering, and your answer to that is to raise our taxes and then further put your thumb on us with additional regulations, which we also have to pay for. Sadly, this isn't the only letter I've received like this. Thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. Too many times I hear from my businesses how this is not a business-friendly area. And I live on the border. It is not hard to just go 15 minutes down the road and go to Iowa. It's not hard. Too many of my businesses are saying that that's something that they want to do. And when we start losing our small businesses, when we start losing our job providers that support our churches and our charities and our schools, it's not just about providing jobs, even though that's so important. They invest in our communities. And when they leave, so do our communities. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. And thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. I was quite disappointed last session when these amendments to exempt the businesses, and I think we did maybe at that time 50, 20, and we even went down to 5 on the amendments, just basically begging and pleading the majority party to give some sort of grace and exemption to our small businesses. And I just believe there's really a disconnect here. As Representative Baker said, looking at other states, they do have these. They have the exemptions for the small businesses, and there's obviously reasons why. Members, we don't need to recreate the wheel if we want to do this. Let's look at other states, how they're doing it, and let's copy successful programs. Instead of always pushing us to be the outlier, we are setting ourselves up for a disaster, quite frankly. And in a district like mine, where we are mostly small town, rural Minnesota, this is a disastrous bill. Talking to our chambers, talking to our small businesses, but also talking to farmers in the area, this is something that they are dreading and truly would be a disaster. So maybe there's just a disconnect. Let me tell you about a little town called Goodhue, Minnesota. Goodhue, Minnesota, population 1,284 people. We have a grocery store that we are very proud that the community has there in Goodhue, Minnesota. I do not know the exact number of employees, but in all of these instances, they are far below 20 employees, okay? Goodhue, Minnesota does not even have a stoplight. We are a tiny town. We have a grocery store. We have a bank. There's a bakery. There's 2 bars, which is important. A gas station, hair salons, little home daycares. Members, all of these businesses, all of these small businesses are well below the 20 employee threshold. Now, let me take you even farther, okay? So the grocery store, if we would exempt them, okay, someone purchased this grocery store so that the people of Goodhue, Minnesota, that we do not have to drive 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles to go get our groceries, that they are conveniently right in our town. The person that bought that grocery store took on risk. They have a loan that they have to pay for. They're leveraging things to own this grocery store because they greatly care about their community. There's a lot of small town pride. The owner takes on the risk. They also put in the additional hours, many times, oftentimes not paid for. And that's what the owners do in all of these small businesses. They're putting in the time, they're putting in the hours, they're taking on the risk. These small business owners, maybe they make $70,000 a year. It's not huge margins. So now, even though it sounds like the majority party thinks they're being gracious, if you continue to squeeze them, that $70,000 that a small business owner might be working 60, 70, 80 hours a week to keep open, now they cannot afford to live, the small business owners. So what do you do if you live in Goodhue, Minnesota, and you own the grocery store, you own the bar, you have a daycare, and the state of Minnesota is squeezing you? Well, the next step is the grocery store has to raise their prices on their groceries. The bar is going to charge more for their drinks. The daycare needs to charge more for the people who are dropping their children off at that facility. Members, this is not a magic money tree. We are small communities. There are a lot of small businesses across Minnesota. And eventually, you cannot squeeze more from the owners. The money simply isn't there. It goes back to the consumers. So Goodhue, Minnesota, which is a majority of small businesses under 20 employees, their drinks are going to be more expensive, their groceries are going to be more expensive, their oil changes are going to be more expensive, their haircuts are going to be more expensive, because there is not a magic stash of money. Members, please listen to Representative Baker. He did the research. He has seen that other states are doing this differently. They are exempting employers that have employees under 20. There is an exemption, and there's an exemption for a reason. A bill like this could literally kill rural Minnesota and all of our small businesses that keep it going. Members, please vote green for Representative Baker's amendment.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. You know, exempting the small employers, I think about my district close to North Dakota. What we heard last year is paid family leave is supposed to attract employees and help us keep everybody across the river. That's not going to happen when you don't have businesses on this side of the river because we're taxing them out. The corporate income tax is we're number one. We're the highest. So we're going to offer better benefits, but the corporate income tax is the highest. They're going to go to North Dakota. They're not going to stay over here. This amendment, when you think of Main Street businesses in towns of 2,500, 2,000 people, you know, I think of my own business. I have 18 employees there. Some of them are part-time kids just getting jobs out of school, whatever they're doing. I have had employees that have needed their cars fixed. I've had employees that need their wisdom teeth removed, and I've paid for that. The state of Minnesota is now telling me with this new paid family program that I'm not running my business right. I'm not taking care of my people. And yet they're going to charge us for this, and it's going to cost us more and cost our employee more. Last night I had a good discussion on candy bars and how much they are costing today and the size of a candy bar. That candy bar that we're trying to help the lower class and make sure they get fed and get things in stores and have availability when, you know, I think in my district that doesn't have Uber and Lyft. So if we lose our grocery store, we got to go to Fargo or Moorhead. That's 20 minutes. We don't have Uber and Lyft as an option right now. So when we put more of these mandates on these businesses, like my small grocery store or my business, in these small rural communities, they close. and we lose them. So now we're picking winners and losers. And we're telling people, you can't live in that community. You need to move because if you got to get to the grocery store, we don't have an Uber and Lyft. We don't have those benefits in rural Minnesota. This to me, members, this amendment is, we can say that when we exempt 20 small employers that it's going to put more cost on. We've already done that with taxes. We've already showed that taxes are going to be 10 billion more. We don't use that excuse today saying that when we exempt 20 or less employees, those businesses are exempt and it's going to push more cost onto the bigger businesses, because that's not been the message of the Democrats down here this year. So to use that little holding point to get you out does not work. Rural Minnesota, a lot of times when you drive north of Hawley, where I live, you hit a restaurant that's ran by a mom and pop, probably been handed down in generations. You maybe have a small grocery store, not very big. We are starting to see Dollar Generals pop up. But that's what keeps people living in their houses in rural Minnesota. They don't want to be forced to have to move to the Fargo-Moorhead or down to the metro or wherever they got to go. By forcing these mandates on and forcing not exempting anybody, you know, I have 2 businesses in my community that have less than 2 employees and they're cleaning businesses. And they clean houses and this. Now we're forcing them to participate in this program. And I heard tonight many times that a lot of the smaller business owners, when ESST came forward or when this paid family went through, they weren't paying attention. They're running their businesses. All of a sudden, they got to catch up on this. It was January, and I had people calling me and saying, Jim, does my farm have to play into this program? Yep. What exempts out? Nothing. You know, I guess I do not understand why we would not take this amendment, see what it does, not put it in a study group, and just help those small employers. They are taxpayers. They pay taxes in Minnesota, and they help us. But for us to go after them, and everybody talks about paying more wages to employees, make sure you pay more. When programs are put on us, we can't pay employees more. They don't have a big pool. They don't have a lot of money. They have to put in their costs they sell. Gas prices are going to be up. Yet in my district, we got North Dakota sitting over there where people are going to go over to Costco or they're going to go to the big boxes, buy their gas and everything. And then they're going to come back to my district where they live and not pay road tax. And we will be asking for more money for road tax because we're not getting enough over here. Because people are going across that river. Same thing with tobacco tax. This is just another program that's not going to attract businesses. What this does is it tells me when I'm standing in the middle of that river, if I should be in Fargo or Minnesota, that I will probably build on Fargo side. We have a business across in the Fargo side, and I tell you what, there's a lot of difference when you look across this side of the river to Minnesota, what's happening. You know, we pay more over in Fargo. You know why? Because we don't have all these mandates. We don't have these expenses. We can afford to give it to the people so they can take it home at night and feed their families. But Minnesota continues to force this down businesses and continue to add more cost to us and hurt small businesses. This is asking for an exemption of 20 or less. It's not asking for the whole bill to go away, which I'd love to see the bill go away. But I know we're not sitting here tonight doing that. Members, I think this is important for us to consider. I think we need to really look at this and how much of a small percentage this can be. Representative Baker, thank you for bringing this. And please vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Baker, for standing up for small businesses. I know I heard a lot from the small businesses in my district and in the area up in Anoka County about their concerns about earned sick and safe time, their concerns about all of the other mandates we put on them, and their concerns about this paid family medical leave. And you know, it's interesting in my time here, I've heard so much discussion, especially from the other side of the aisle, about big business. You know, whether we're talking about big landlords buying up too many single-family homes, whether we're talking about the shadowy forces of big tech, whether we're talking about big oil, whether we're talking about big money in politics. There's so much discussion about how we need to level the playing field to take away the power that's being concentrated in bigger and bigger businesses. But what it doesn't seem like folks on the other side of the aisle understand is that every new mandate, every new litigation risk we create on businesses, every new piece of complexity that we lay on the business community is a subsidy for the biggest businesses, the businesses who can afford big lawyers, the businesses who can afford accounting firms, the businesses who can afford to have lawyers in-house and accountants in-house. Go talk to any small business lawyer or small business accountant and talk to them, or small business owner, and ask them about the difficulty of complying with all of these new mandates we placed on them, about dealing with litigation risks if they do get sued. And I've talked many times about the ways in which we're creating incentives for new forms of litigation against companies. And so thank you, Representative Baker, for finally standing up for the smallest businesses who are having a really, really hard time dealing with all of the new mandates that are being placed on them. And what I would encourage those of you, especially on the other side of the aisle, and I would encourage any Minnesotan out there who's trying to wrap their head around, how much of the problem is this really for these small businesses? Look at what's happening in our school districts. Look at the difference between the headlines at the end of last session, record money to school districts, and then a few months later, school districts having to cut employees because they are in statutory debt. Go talk to school administrators. Ask them why they're doing that. And here's why they're having to do that. Because of the new mandates, including earned sick and safe time, including paid family medical leave, that this legislature, that this administration has placed on all employers. Whether we're talking about big business, you know what? A lot of big businesses, they are going to be fine. They can absorb this stuff. They can afford the lawyers and the accountants, and they can find ways to get around it. They'll raise their prices. It'll get passed on to consumers. A lot of the big businesses will be fine. There'll be consumers that'll pay for it. But the school districts, they can't do that. Smallest businesses, they can't do that. So go ask the school districts, why is it that the legislature fully funded you? Remember, they fully funded you. They gave you record new money. Why are you out of money? And then when they tell you that it's because of the mandates that are placed on them, think about what that means for a 10-employee company or a 15-employee company. Because guess what the school districts got that those companies didn't get? The 10-employee company, they didn't get record new funding from the legislature. They didn't get any more money from the legislature. They just got new taxes, new regulations, new mandates. So if you're wondering why the school districts are hurting, if you're wondering why small businesses are going out of business, look no further than the mandates, the new taxes, the new regulations that were placed on them in the last legislative session. Again, school districts, they're hurting. They're cutting employees, but they got more money from the state. The small businesses, Representative Baker, the small businesses we're fighting for, they didn't get any new money from the state. All they got were things like this. So the very least we can do is make it a little easier for them to deal with this new mandate, with this new program that we were sold a bill of goods on about what the taxes were going to be, what the costs were going to be. People in Minnesota were sold a bill of goods on this. The taxes are actually going to be even higher. So the least we can do for the small businesses that are hurting is to vote for this amendment, cut them a little bit of break. I'll be voting yes on the A17 amendment. I hope everyone on that other side of the aisle who is concerned about big business, who's concerned about concentration of power in bigger and bigger businesses, will at least vote for this to cut the smallest businesses a break, stop putting them out of business, vote for the A17 amendment.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, when I look at this amendment, I'm super appreciative of it and the idea that we would be able to bring some humility to for our small businesses amidst all that has happened the last few years. Life is getting more expensive. Minnesota is more unaffordable today than it was before a complete Democrat control of St. Paul. And what I can say is when I'm back home and traipsing across central Minnesota, what I hear from folks all the time is they just wish that the Metro would keep the Metro in the Metro and not try to bring the Metro to rural Minnesota. We like having a more affordable Minnesota. That's the number one thing that I campaigned on and that I heard, was that people want Minnesota to be more affordable. This bill does not do it. Paid family medical leave does not do it. This is a heavy-handed mandate that costs employees and employers, both. And what we've heard is that it's getting more and more expensive. Representative Baker has spent a ton of time working on the solutions that can benefit all Minnesotans. If you remember, members, you had the opportunity to vote for a plan that wasn't a mandate, but was a plan that would provide for the opportunity for businesses to do this in their communities at their choice, for their employees, to better compete for employees, to provide the sorts of solutions that best fit their business. And while you rejected that at that time, I really appreciate his work in that moment, because it was allowing for businesses to find the path that best works for them. I believe that the vast majority, not the majority, but the highest number of employees in this state work for small businesses. And when we think about this, one-size-fits-all mandates don't work well for them. It makes it more costly. So many small businesses in our state are family-run businesses. That's the business and that's the realm in which I work in all the time. I work for several different family small businesses, not just my own. And when I look at this and the way that we approach doing business, the way that we work together isn't by taking more of our money and handing it to state government to run a program that's going to be ineffective, that's going to cost more. Small businesses don't understand that, and they don't want it. But Representative Baker, in this amendment, he worked hard to make sure that if a business wants this, they can opt in. They have the choice. They have the choice. Representative Baker is wise. Through the ideas that he's brought forward during this legislature, he has provided numerous different outlets for businesses to opt in to ideas like this. Not to mandate it, but to opt in. And I really appreciate that. Because ultimately, the business models that best suit the consumers in a given area are going to be different in Roseau than they are in Roseville, in Windham than they are in Winona, in St. Paul and St. Peter. It's going to be different. The business models are different, and we need to recognize that as a legislature. Because to the points that have been made by the other members who represent rural communities across this state in this chamber right now, what you've heard is that the heavy-handed mandate of paid family medical leave is going to restrict access to critical products, goods, and services that we need in our own communities. That's what this is about. I am so grateful to come from a community of 487 people. I don't live in town. I live out in the township. But in my small town, we have a grocery store, a family business that operates in our community, that teaches young people the dignity of work, that employs some of the same people who have built their families over generations in my hometown. And yet, every single day that this legislature passes new mandates on that grocery store on Main Street, the result is higher prices for the entire community. To the point, members, where that small town grocery store that provides access to seniors who live in our community, they get priced out of the market. It's almost impossible for them to compete. There is no Target in my district. There is no Walmart in my district. There is no Costco in my district. There is no Sam's Club in my district. To the point about stoplights, if I'm counting correctly today, I have 2 stoplights in my district. 2 stoplights.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Jordan.
I rise your point of order under Mason's 101, confining your remarks to the subject of the debate. The debate is not over stoplights. Thank you.
Representative Schultz, if you could make a connection to the A17 amendment, that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about how Main Street in rural Minnesota is greatly impacted by heavy-handed mandates that make the costs go up for the rural residents of this state. And it's unacceptable because the result of a paid family medical leave mandate that we're not currently under, but in a few short years, Minnesotans will be paying the price. And the grocery store on Main Street in my hometown may not exist. And the rural citizens who live there won't have access to groceries. Or at least, that's a definite possibility because costs have increased exorbitantly under new mandates and $10 billion of taxes. So yes, members, this debate tonight is all about providing flexibility for small businesses to operate. We don't, in rural Minnesota, have easy access and abundant different places to choose from. When that grocery store goes out of business because of a heavy-handed mandate, it's 30 minutes to Walmart. It's 45 minutes to Costco. Oh, and by the way, I shouldn't be surprised that you're trying to crush small businesses all in favor of big businesses and consolidation. That's what you do when you adopt a mandate on businesses and don't hear the voices of small businesses, small employers, family businesses that provide for their community. That's why, members, we should adopt Representative Baker's amendment to bring humility for small businesses. That's what this is about. So that everybody can understand and so that we're keeping over the target tonight. This amendment, members, speaks to employers with less than 20 employees. And the Main Street small businesses in my own community, there is not one single private employer in my hometown that exceeds 20 employees. There is not one. There is not one. But the result of this mandate of paid family medical leave could crush multiple family, small businesses in my community. Restrict the access for senior citizens to the key things like groceries and gas, and force them to travel miles and miles and miles to big businesses, to corporations. Because we can't have enough humility to hear the concerns that are found in other communities. This is a big thing that's heard back home. This is what you hear about when you talk to folks.
I haven't heard one person in my district talk about the benefit to what paid family medical leave would be in my own community. They see a price tag. They see a cost. They see the restricted access to groceries, to milk, to eggs, and more. Because this bill, at the family small business and the family farm, where we buy our eggs, means that they are going to have to hold to a standard or these standards under paid family medical leave that are going to take more taxes away from them, raising the cost of eggs, raising the cost of milk, and making it more difficult to live in Minnesota, more unaffordable to live in Minnesota. Today, all day it seems, has been a day talking about mandates, talking about increasing the cost of life in Minnesota, talking about making Minnesota more unaffordable. And I guess what shocks me is when you have someone like Representative Baker, who's a fantastic business owner, who works hard, and since he was elected a decade ago, has come to this legislature and not just said no. I'm pretty famous for just saying no. But Representative Baker puts in the work. He comes to this legislature and brings ideas for how to improve the general concepts and ideas that you all have, and says, you know what? Maybe this would be a benefit for some. But let's take an approach of humility to opt in, to allow a small business, if they are competing versus big businesses like Costco and Sam's Club and any other major business that provides groceries in a community, that a small business, if they're competing for employees, they can opt in. He continues to bring solutions that this body should be considering instead of rejecting flat out. And I think that this legislature is made better by his work. But this idea that the things that work best for Minneapolis and St. Paul are best for Kettle River or Reamer or Ronnaby is wrong. It's wrong. Let's continue to focus upon the things that will make Minnesota more affordable. This bill doesn't do that. But this amendment, members, can bring the kind of humility that will allow for small businesses in this state to keep their costs low, to best serve their consumers and their clients. That's what this amendment is about. Making Minnesota more affordable, all through the lens of the small businesses in Minnesota. Vote green on this amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, last year when we were doing the paid family medical leave bill, I was speaking with my daughter and her husband. They've been married going on 3 years. And, you know, they're thinking of, you know, having children and so forth. And, gee, she thought it sounded great. And then I said, you realize that when you're gone from your job for paid family leave, that your employer is going to have to replace you. They're going to have to hire someone in your place. In the meantime, they're going to have to pay the benefits for that person and the benefits for you while you're gone. And I kind of tried to explain to her that this all didn't happen in a vacuum, that there's a trickle effect, and it has tentacles. It's not just, yes, now you get your how many ever weeks off to bond with your new child, which I'm in favor of. And she just kind of tilted her head and said, oh, you know? It was kind of a aha moment for her. And I think it's really important. Representative Baker's amendment is really important for these smaller businesses. Now, my daughter works for a bigger employer. They're already giving a certain amount of paid leave. But these small employers, are having a hard enough time finding employees, first of all. And so when they get those employees, they invest in training them and so forth. And then an employee can take 20 weeks out of the year under what was passed last year. And during that time, the employer is, let's say they only have 4 employees, because there were no exemptions given last year. Remember, 0. We even tried for 5 employees and under, and you guys wouldn't go for it. So in this small business, 4 or 5 employees, and one of them is gone for 20 weeks. And they're going to have to try to find a replacement and hold the job open then for the person that's off for 40 weeks. It's just undoable for so many small businesses, members. Please support the Baker Amendment that gives those 20 and under employees an opportunity to provide paid family and medical leave if they can, or to opt out. I think what's lost in this conversation is something that Representative Schultz, you said, one size does not fit all. It's much more difficult for rural Minnesota, for small businesses to replace their employees, to train them, replace them. Their margins are usually much, much smaller. And so, members, let's keep that in mind. Let's do the right thing. Representative Newton, I see you sitting there, and you always are really paying attention to all the conversations, but I know you used to have a grocery store in Coon Rapids. And so it's those kind of businesses that are going to really have a difficult time with this new law. So we're providing an opportunity through the Baker Amendment to make a decision for the right, for doing the right thing by all of us have small businesses in our communities. So let's do right by them and vote for the Baker Amendment this afternoon.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, what this amendment does is it takes your small grocery stores, your hardware stores, your independent gas stations, and kicks them in their stomach if we don't add this amendment. Because when you have more mandates, you have to have the big box stores or the big corporations do what your smaller businesses would do. For example, like in our community, we have people who say, we'll drive to Watertown, South Dakota to shop at Menards or at Runnings or at Home Depot instead of stopping by at your local hardware store in Browns Valley. And right now, last year, in a lot of the small businesses across Minnesota, they just barely made ends meet, if they broke even. So, very good amendment for the simple reason is not just from the employer perspective, from the staff member. You know, at our hardware store, we had individuals, they like to work X amount of hours. They like to everybody has a different schedule. And we've had staff members who say, you mean now I have to take this time off where before they could work and meet people? There's people who it's important for them to work. It's important that we give them the flexibility. We don't need a bureaucrat in St. Paul saying that, Representative Franson, you can take this time off, but you can't take that time off. No, Representative Francis, when she needs time off, we work together. She's actually the boss, by the way. I just listened to her. See, she's smiling because she knows that's the truth. But on the serious note, in our hardware store, people are just not happy with this. And the challenge that we're having is it is so more attractable to go 14 miles into Sisseton, South Dakota, and have for those staff members to work at the Ace hardware store, a competitor. So what do we have to do? We have to add more products. We have to work their longer hours. We're open on Memorial Day. We provide that extra service just to break even. And if you've never had staff people that you're responsible for, you don't get it. This stuff is going in one ear and out the other ear, because if you've never lived it, never help a staff person purchase a home, help them when they have challenges with their kids, bring their kids because their daycare is closed or their grandchildren got off school and they're at the store. That's what we do. We know how to help folks better than the bureaucrats in St. Paul. This actually should be up to 100 employees, actually, not just 20, but 20 employees is good. I'm not saying anything bad about that, Representative Baker. It's just the challenge is you got to become bigger and bigger. And big government, big business, what does that mean for the consumer? Less service. It's your small businesses. Like our small business, there's people who will call us up at 8 o'clock Saturday night and says, you know what? This broke down. Can you help me get something in the store? You know, my tractor broke down. I need this part. The lawnmower doesn't work. I need this part. Could you come Sunday morning after church so I can grab some stuff? This is what we do. Big business, big government has no idea how to do customer service. Us small businesses do. So just want to let you know, if we keep this on, we don't accept this amendment, we're saying big business is better, and it's not. Vote green on this great amendment. Thank you, members.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Rep. Baker, for bringing this great amendment, the A17, that will help the backbone of businesses across the state. Appreciate it. I was at the nail salon yesterday, and I just want to tell you a quick thing about what happens at nail salons. You sit real close to folks, and you can hear lots of things that's going on. And I love it because I love people, and I love connecting with people. And it's really interesting that today we're debating this bill because the gal sitting next to me, getting hot pink fingernails, was talking to her nail technician and talking about their family business. They own a family business that does insulation. And so they go all across homes and businesses across the district and outside my district. And it's a family business. So her son and then another nephew works for their family business. And as I was listening, I got more curious. And she said, we've just cut our hours. And then I got real curious. And I was wondering why they cut their hours, because things are booming out our way with different developments and different things going on. And what she said, because then I introduced myself and started visiting with her a little bit more, is that she said this bill that we're debating here, the paid family medical leave, is going to crush them. So they sat with their accountant and realized it was better for them financially to work less hours than to work their regular amount of hours. So in turn, they're cutting their hours, which then cuts service to the community that would need their services. And right at the same time, then my nail technician got a phone call, and she was debating with her boyfriend the dryer that's broken at their house. And so she's on speakerphone with him, and he's using some words that we don't use on the House floor here, talking about this gall darn dryer and how he YouTubed it, and he thought he could maybe fix it. And because it was going to take 3 weeks to get a technician out to check out their dryer. And so as we were talking about this, it became real obvious to me what we're doing here with the mandates and the regulations that are going through with this bill is we're squashing business. To allow this simple amendment to go through would help so many people. Go down Grand Avenue, right here in St. Paul on a Monday. I think we drove by 20 restaurants that we could not go to. I got more and more hungry at every restaurant that I went by. And I can guarantee you, some of those places do not have more than 20 people that work for them. And they're not able to be open on a Monday. Not because we weren't there to eat food, but because there is a worker shortage, and there's margins that people have to run on. So things are becoming more expensive. We already have this workforce issue that's going on, and it's time for us to get things rolling. Taking these amendments would be a blessing to not only rural Minnesota, but the entire state. And again, I'm voting green for your amendment. I appreciate you bringing that forward.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, listening to Representative Backer's comments about his small business, the reason why I was able to start working for him is because during COVID, you know, I lost my job at the restaurant. And that was kind of sad because I enjoyed that job and, you know, being a legislator and finding employment that works around your hours is extremely tough. And you've got bills to pay and kids to feed and sporting events to pay for and all that good stuff, and nobody wants their children to be without experiences by saying, sorry, I can't afford that. So I was kind of freaking out during the shutdowns, like, what am I going to do? How am I going to find a job? Especially because people really weren't hiring during that time either. There was so much uncertainty in the world. Well, Representative Backer offered me a job working for him and his brother, and I've been working there now for, I think it's going on, is this the fourth year? Year 4? I'm sure he's just blessed to have me as his employee. I like to think that I run the place too. Sometimes I butt heads with Representative Backer as my boss, but I also have to remember he is my boss and not just my coworker here. But anyway, where am I going with this? So one of the benefits that I have is I get to set my own hours, which is pretty lucky. So I can do 2 things at one time. Sometimes I'll go do my job from the coffee shop because I work from home, so I'll go to the coffee shop, and then I'll also post my hours on my social media page, letting my constituents know that I'm here at the coffee shop if anybody wants to chat with me, okay, while I'm working with him and waiting for constituents to come and visit me. But I set my own hours, members. And so a program like this doesn't really work out in my benefit at all, because if I miss a day of work or I need to miss hours, I can make those hours up another time, and it's very flexible, and I appreciate that. The other job that I have is working for another small business. I went back to that restaurant, and I started filling back in again last summer, just off and on, to help out because short-staffed, right? And so the cook had taken over, Penny. If any of you, some of you have been to where I worked before, but Penny, the cook, is one of my dearest friends that works there. And so she would contact me, hey, so-and-so can't work. Would you mind filling this shift? And loved it, because then I get to chat with my constituents and serve them food at the same time. I still get asked, you sure look a lot like Mary Franson. I'm like, yes, I am Mary Franson, but today I'm just your bartender or your server. But anyway, so that business, too, I think we have maybe 5 of us that work there on the bar restaurant side. And if we can't fill a shift, well, one of us picks it up, and we'll flip shifts as needed as well, because we are a team. And that business is the heart of Carlos. It is the only bar restaurant in town, Herbie's Bar and Grill. We have really good hamburgers, roasted chicken, it's delicious, and it's really fun. And when I'm working by myself, I'm the best bartender you're going to have, okay? And I'll tell you a funny story, Madam Speaker, because I think you'll laugh at this. I had a table of 4 come in, some friends of mine, because I had just had coffee with them that Saturday morning. And I said, oh, come in for lunch. They hadn't been there in a long time. Some people had never been there. And I had just given them their menus, taken their drink orders, and I said, I'm the best bartender you got today now. Okay, so we also had a wedding that we were setting up for, a reception. And I had to prep the other section of the bar with beverages, with beer. And so I took the dolly and I loaded up what I thought we needed to the top. So there was about maybe 3 inches of the beer case that was sticking up above the handle. And I did not want to have to walk back for another case of beer because I just needed one more. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to put it on top. I see Representative Knutson laughing because she knows what I'm going to say. So I'm rolling this dolly out with a beer thing that I'm trying to balance on my chest. And the cook wants to tell me some gossip. And so I just love gossiping with her. And so I'm holding this cart back, and I decide to put it down. And when I did that, well, all the cases, I think it was 5 or 6 cases, went forward. And I had just got done telling this group of people, I'm the best bartender you're going to have. Okay, so it was kind of funny, because now I've got all this beer on the floor, broken bottles all over the place, and I have to salvage what I can and rinse them off and wash off the bottles. So that was, yeah. At any rate,
Representative Franson, I'm
yes.
sure this relates to the A17
It does.
amendment in some way.
Absolutely. And so anyway, just to let you know a little bit about how much fun I have at my job. So anyway, bills like this hurt those small businesses. They're still reeling from the fact that they were shut down over COVID. There are, updates that they would like to make to the building. And so that costs money. The food costs are continuing to rise. Inflation is out of control. We talked about earlier this week about food prices constantly fluctuating, and businesses are not able to adjust their menus each time the price of chicken wings goes up or down. Mainly everything goes up. Cost of eggs are going up too, And so I just think about why it's so important that we need to have some compassion for our small business owners. Small business is the backbone of this country. Is the backbone of this country. We do not want to have to rely on corporations. We want to rely on our ma and pa stores. Shop local is extremely important to our small businesses. Bills like this make it harder and harder for the small businesses to compete with corporations. Corporations may complain about bills like this, but quite honestly, they can absorb that cost. Our small businesses cannot absorb that cost. So this is a very reasonable amendment. It just says, we're going to exempt employers with 20 or less employees. I think that's reasonable. I don't think it's unfair. I think we need to allow our small businesses to survive and to thrive and to be there. If this business in Carlos goes out of business because of the costs of government, who's going to be there to fill that void in that town? There's not much business in that downtown area. We are it. And the locals go there. We have a meat raffle on Fridays. I could not imagine that town without its meat raffle. I couldn't imagine where people would go to catch up on the latest news or the gossip or just to share a burger with one another. I've had many constituent meetings there as well. So members, let's have some compassion for our small businesses. Let's tell them that we are on the side of them. Let's say that today we are going to stand up for the backbone of America, that we are going to stand up for the backbone of Minnesota. Our small businesses provide that, and they provide much needed job opportunities to our constituents. Let's not push them to corporations if they don't feel like working that way. Let our small business owners be able to decide the benefit programs for their employees. Let the employers decide what is best for their business. This one-size-fits-all is not one-size-fits-all. So members, please vote yes on the A17 amendment.
The member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. The city that I get to live in, we don't have a gas station. We don't have a grocery store. We don't have a convenience store, but we have 5 bars. 5 bars and 1 more breakfast joint. That's what we do in Lakeshore, Minnesota. And they're all small businesses. They all employ local residents of Lakeshore year-round. And this will affect every single one of them, mine included. I want to tell you just a little bit about the glue that holds small businesses together, the magic of small businesses, and the reason why we don't need mandates like this to handle life's events. My husband and I have owned our restaurant for just over 13 years. On May 11th was our 13th year. We bought it. I was pregnant with twins. I had worked for the previous owner, and he was in the process of losing it. And I didn't want to lose my job. And I didn't want to lose the friends that I had met there, the other employees and the customers. So I went home one night and I was like, what are we going to do? I'm going to lose my job. And I'm pregnant with twins. And he worked at a different bar in Lakeshore. And he just said, you know what? You could buy it. And I was like, what? That's crazy. That's a really big difference than working for somebody. But we did. And I'm so thankful that we did, because we were able to keep the employees that would have also lost their jobs. And in the last 13 years, we still have a lot of those original employees. Not because they don't have other options. There's 4 more bars in our town. And not because, we haven't had hard times. We have. We've survived, I was just quick adding up, at least 8 pregnancies. That's a lot of hormones in one little bar. And after those pregnancies, we had babies. And we had babies getting sick. And we had just everything that comes with having babies. We had babysitters not show. We've had kids get a little bit older, and we have school programs and extracurricular activities. We actually, when our kids were all like 3, 4 years old, we decided, you know what, we're gonna close on Halloweens, because everybody wants to be with their kids on Halloween. So we closed for Halloween, because that's what we do. We take care of our own, and we value family at our restaurant. So we close. And I think last year they opened again, but that's mostly because one of our bartenders now has teenagers, and she's like, I just would rather work. So, okay. We've had so many just different events, different life events, predictable and not predictable. When a babysitter doesn't show, we cover for each other. Okay, fine, drop your kids off at my house. Totally fine. You can't work? Great, I'll cover your shift. Whatever it takes, but we take care of our own. That's what small businesses do. That's why we succeed. That's how we succeed. We're a family. We do this together, and we're all invested in each other, not just because of the business, but because we love each other and we care. That's why we don't need mandates like this. We already do this, but probably way better than the government could ever do this. We meet individual needs as they're happening without the formality of having to file with the government or fill out paperwork or whatever else this is going to entail. We actually have had employees that have had addiction issues. And so we seek
treatment for them. We find them help for those issues. I had an employee that called me because she was in trouble. She was escaping an abusive domestic partner, and I took her in. I had small children of my own. She had a baby. We took her into our home and harbored her for weeks as she escaped that relationship. Because that's what we do. We love each other and we take care of our own, and we don't need government to mandate that we do that. We already do this. We had an employee die in a car accident on his way to work. We survived that, and that made us stronger because we went through that together. That's what small businesses are. That is what we do. We don't need government mandates to treat each other with respect. We don't need government mandates to help each other when we're in need. But you know what? If we're forced to do this, it will negatively affect not only the business, but the employees that we care so much about. A lot of my employees are single parents, and they can't afford to have any percent of their paycheck be taken out for one more government mandate. This is a great place to start, Rep. Baker. Thank you so much. 20 employees or less. It's the least we could do. It will help over 500,000 employees of businesses with 19 employees or less in Minnesota. It's not asking a lot. We already take care of this. And if businesses want to, with this amendment, they can still opt in. Though I doubt you're going to see many that do that. Because the successful small businesses are the ones that are already doing this. They're already taking care of their own. Members, I urge you, I plead with you, for the sake of the small business employees in this state, vote green on the Baker Amendment.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar. The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski. The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I appreciate the conversation tonight so much. And really, Representative Baker, I appreciate you bringing this amendment. I think the theme on our side tonight is trying to help small businesses stay afloat with this onslaught of mandates. And I did the research, and of the 12 states that have state paid family leave programs, 5 exempt small businesses. Some exempt 10, some exempt 50, and it's everything in between. So 20 is very reasonable, right in the middle. And of the 7 that require it of all employers, all of those limit it to 12 weeks, which was my amendment earlier. So I think we found a sweet spot here, members. Let's exempt small businesses with 20 employees or less, because as Representative Knudsen so eloquently explained, small businesses find a way to help their people. I could tell a lot of stories about small businesses in my district, but the story that's coming to mind now is about my own parents. So I'm originally from Crookston, and then my parents moved to Upper Michigan when I was growing up, and my parents owned a funeral home. And just, you know, a small couple running a very small business in a very small town, and they bent over backwards for so many people in our town, not because they even needed the extra help, but just because they wanted to keep people going. And that's what small business owners do. So one of the things my dad did to help several people in our community was he had them come and sit at the funeral home and answer phones just when he was busy doing other stuff, even though he and my mom clearly could have answered the phone. But it was a way to give people some extra income. So we had a veteran who was disabled who had a leg that had been stiffened from a war injury, and he would come over and just wait for the phone to ring, and my parents paid him for that. Another woman, she was a widow, and she still had a son in high school, and my parents knew him, and so they installed a phone in her home so she could answer the phone. And our town was a mining town, and when the mines went down, a lot of people were out of work. And so all of a sudden, we had a lot of people doing a lot of things that, I don't know honestly what they were doing, but we had a lot of people from the mines coming over, and my dad was paying them. And we had an elderly gentleman, and you know, I was young, so I don't remember exactly how old he was, but to me, he seemed ancient. And he was on a fixed income, was really struggling, and so he became our gardener. Not that we needed a gardener. My dad was perfectly capable of mowing the lawn, but he mowed the lawn. He, you know, made the flowers look nice, did little odd jobs, washed the funeral home hearse, things like that. And then my dad's secretary was in her 70s when my parents first bought the business, and she stayed on the payroll till she was 91. And again, answered the phone, typed the obituaries when really we didn't need typing anymore, but that's what she did with her skill level. And all this is to say what Representative Knudsen said. Small businesses do so much for the community in their own way. And we are taking that away from them and taking away the dignity of the people they help in their own way when we have all these mandates on them. If my dad would have had to pay earned sick and safe time and this paid family leave tax for all his part-time employees, he couldn't have kept them on. They couldn't have done it. So I remember one kid who he also employed some high school kids to give them jobs. There just were so few job opportunities in our small town. And one of the kids went to college, and he would come back and work for my parents every summer. And he was about to get a job, and he really needed braces, and his family couldn't afford it. So my dad said to him, hey, you know, if you want, I will pay for you to get braces while you're home this summer. And he could have maybe done that if it was, you know, having to pay all these taxes and all these mandates. You lose the flexibility. You lose the opportunity to meet people's real needs where they are. And that's what small businesses do all the time. And to Representative Knudsen's point, that's why they succeed, because they're in the fabric of the community and they support each other. And this common sense exemption for 20 people in your small business, it's just a no-brainer, members. We want these small businesses to survive and thrive. We don't want them to have to close down because they've been mandated to death. And then all those people that they employ lose their jobs. So please, members, vote green on the Baker Amendment.
The member from Carlton, Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. Representative Baker, great amendment. This is what we need. It's a lifelink for small businesses in greater Minnesota. You know, in a small community where I live from, where I'm from, closest town, at one time there were a number of businesses. I just started making some notes here. We had a hotel. Guess what? That's gone. 2 restaurants. Gone. Hair salon, gone. Hardware store, gone. 2 gas stations, gone. Shall I continue? Automotive sales, gone. Welding shop, gone. I think I mentioned it, hair salon, gone. Greater Minnesota doesn't need more mandates. We've been trying to survive for many years, and this is just another mandate on Greater Minnesota. Representative Baker's amendment allows a reasonable compromise. When I got involved with running for politics, I wanted to represent the people in my district and where I come from. What you do in your community is great. Do what you think is best for your community, but don't push it on Greater Minnesota. You know, we've seemed like an attack on the job creators is what I've been witnessing while I've been down here in the short term, down here in the last 2 years. We've seen that everything that we've been doing has been crushing every Main Street job creator out there. Why is that? I thought that we represent the people. Job creators actually employ many, many small town communities. We used to have a manufacturing business in our community. They employed individuals that normally they couldn't travel. So we say we want to have something, businesses closed for people. They would never open up under these conditions right now. We need more common sense amendments like Representative Baker put together here. I encourage you to vote green on this amendment. If you care about Greater Minnesota, if you care about small town Main Street, vote no on this bill as well. Thank you.
The member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill provides zero meaningful relief for our small businesses, and this amendment does offer a reasonable compromise for all of our districts. So thank you, Representative Baker, for offering this amendment. I just want to give you two quick stories. One that you probably have heard, but you're going to hear again over and over. One of them is that I am friends with many people who own grocery stores, and we all like to go there to get our daily or our weekly supplies. And so I was quizzing one of them, curious as to how much, of a profit or where that breaking point is, and he said, Bobby, I make a profit at the 11th hour on the last day of the week. So creating more mandates or regulations on businesses, regardless of their size, does have an impact. And the other story that I do want to remind everybody is that I know of a pharmacy who wasn't making any money off of their prescriptions for whatever reason. We all know the reasons. But in her eyes, the nail in the coffin as to why her business closed has to do with the safe and sick time. And then she mentioned this bill, paid family medical leave. She wasn't making a profit then, and these two bills, this one in particular, there's just no way that you could pencil it out to make a profit. So this amendment is a reasonable compromise to help the people, businesses in our district. Please support it. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a really good amendment. We talked about this a lot last year when this bill came up to begin with, the fact that this is really going to hurt our small businesses. And frankly, the government telling our small businesses to do something they can't afford to do, it does not help them. It doesn't make them more competitive. It puts them out of business. That's what it does. It doesn't make them more competitive. It puts them out of business. And when we talk about these small employers, and I heard somebody talking about this earlier, I represent a district not quite as tiny as Lakeshore, but I don't have a single big box retailer in my district. Every single business in my district is a small business. Every single one. I think the largest business in my district is the grocery store, which is a little funny because we're right on 35. I mean, we're kind of a main thoroughfare, but we've really maintained that small community. So every single business in my district is a small business. And I think about things like Representative Knudsen talked about. All of my kids, all 5 of them, in fact, my youngest just started last week. She is my 5th child to work for our local Dairy Queen. And after my first kid started there, after my oldest started there, we figured out very quickly that the owners were just awesome. They treated these kids so well. super flexible. Like my kids always, we have church activities Wednesday night. We like to take Sundays off for church. We like to have the Sabbath day free, and never an issue. My kids always had those days off. They didn't have to think about it. They were never scheduled. As my kids did different activities, theater and whatnot, never an issue. They always got the time off that they needed, never a problem. And frankly, the vast majority of their workforce is high school kids. So the vast majority of their workforce are kids exactly like mine. Now, they do have, I think, 3 managers at this point who are, adults with families, but they're treated really, really well. In fact, these owners, they even gave our kids, these owners were giving my kids incentives to get good grades, and they literally paid them bonuses for bringing in their report cards for getting good grades. Like, that's who these people are. And when the managers need something, they are taken care of. Because I get that most of you work in suburbia and it's not nearly as close-knit as our small communities. But in our small communities, that's just what you do. You just take care of each other. But the reality is, it is silly for people like the owners of our local Dairy Queen, who the vast majority of their employees are high school kids, that they have to buy into this. It does not help them. It does not make them more competitive. It just doesn't. All it does is make it harder for them to exist. It just makes it harder for them to exist. But I was thinking about a different side of this issue and why this amendment is so important to exempt businesses with 20 or fewer employees. And I think, my husband actually is a remodeling contractor. He's a home remodeling contractor. He's a solo operator. He does not have any employees, but he's been in a place for the last year or so. We're 3 or 4 years into the business now. And he's been in a place in the last year or so where he's kind of at a tipping point. He is stagnant and could really use some help. He could stand to hire probably even a crew, 3 or 4 employees. But he's not. He's not. We are disincentivizing potential job creators. People like my husband who could employ people in good jobs, good contracting work. He could employ people at a good wage. But I assure you, we're not rolling in it. And so the thought that he, starting out, is going to be nickel and dimed with this stuff, he can't do it. He can't do it, and it's not worth it for him to take that leap. And so he will remain a solo contractor. And he will choose to not create jobs because of all the mandates you put on our small businesses. That is literally the only reason he is not creating good paying jobs, because the work exists. The work exists for him. He is turning down contracts. But all of the mandates you put on our small businesses make it not worth it. You have made that barrier to entry too burdensome and too cumbersome to be worth it for people who could do it. They're just not going to choose it. They're not going to choose it. So it's not just that these businesses that already exist are going to be hurting from this. And they are. And they are. And contrary to what we hear, oh, it's going to make them so much more competitive. It's not. It's just not. And again, I represent a district where every single business is a small business. We do not have literally the grocery store. And in fact, the biggest grocery store isn't even in my district. It's in Representative Johnson's district. We exclusively have small business in my district. And contrary to making them more competitive, you make it harder for them to do business. Especially with the mandates, because you know what, right now, it's also symbiotic in communities like ours, right? Like, our employers are going to take care of their employees, and on the flip side, our employees are going to be loyal to our employers. I mean, I know Representative Perryman has some loyal employees, and you know why that is? It has nothing to do with government mandates. It has everything to do with the fact that she takes care of her people. And in return, they don't abuse a government system. They take what they need, they get what they need, and then they give back. Because I get that you have this notion that the government has to force everything, but it just doesn't. I wish you lived in the world that we live in where people are actually good to each other. Because that is actually the world we live in. I wish you lived in that world. Employers cannot handle the mandates anymore. They can't. And again, we talk about this all the time. We were talking about other mandates just a few days ago, right? And we keep poking, looking for the tipping point. At what point is it one too many? What's the straw that breaks the camel's back? Because you know what? I agree with you. This one mandate might not do it, right? This one mandate might not be the one. It's the hundreds of mandates. It's the mandate after mandate and tax after tax. The weight is too heavy. The weight is too heavy, and at some point they crumble. Government telling these small businesses to do something they cannot afford to do does not make them competitive. It puts them out of business. They crumble under the weight. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And again, I mean, we've already noted the changes that are already happening in this bill. A 25% increase on this tax already. And we haven't even let a contract for IT. And we're already increasing the tax by 25%. How do you not see the burden that this is on these employers? There's not a person in this room that believes we have hit the actual tax yet. This isn't done. It's just getting harder. Every step you take, every amendment you do, is just making it harder for these small businesses. And when we say small businesses, let's be clear about who we're talking about. Again, we're not talking about the big bad CEOs. We're talking about a family who has taken a risk, a family like the Knutsons, whose local bar was going to go out of business, and so they took a risk and bought it. And I guarantee they're not making millions. I'm sure she would love to say that's not true. They're not making millions. I suspect that most of the time they're hoping to be able to pay for dance classes and soccer or whatever it is. That's who we're talking about here. We're not talking about the big bad CEOs. We're talking about small business owners who not only are trying to do the best they can to support their own families and get by, pay their mortgage, and maybe pay for a dance class for their kids. We're talking about the people that they employ. Because when these businesses go under, guess what? When the small business goes under in my community, it was shocking to hear Representative Dotseth's list, because I'm sure it's very much the same thing. When these small businesses go out of business, you're not just hurting that business owner. You are hurting every single one of those 5 or 10 or 15 employees that count on that business to make a living, to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage, to pay their grocery bill. When we talk about these small businesses and we have just complete disregard for what we're doing to these small businesses, understand that a small business is not just that owner, it's not just that family. It's the people in that community that they employ. It is the good job that they provide for the people in their communities. And in communities like ours in rural Minnesota, those jobs are not easy to come by. There is not necessarily another job waiting down the street. I get we've got a nice low unemployment rate in the state. That's not the case everywhere. There is not just an abundance of jobs available on every corner. There's not. And so while you legislate these benefits based on your lens of the world, just know there are other people that you are hurting. There are other people who will not be able to sustain this. And when that one business goes out, it's not just that big bad business owner who can no longer pay their mortgage. It's all of their employees. It's all of their employees. When you disincentivize that small business owner from expanding and taking a leap and hiring employees, hiring a crew, that is a loss of good paying jobs. Those are jobs not available, but they could be. They could be without all the mandates. Let's vote yes on this amendment. Let's bring just a little bit of logic and rational thinking to this. Let's understand that not all businesses are created equal. Not all businesses have the margins we need to be able to sustain this. Our small businesses need to be treated just a little bit differently in this scenario, or we're going to lose them. We're going to lose them, and I don't think that's what you want. I don't think that's what you want. Let's vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Swedzinski, have you ever heard of the Pirates Code? Those who fall behind get left behind? But I'll give you a second shot. The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Pirates' favorite letter is also R. So, I want to thank Representative Baker for this amendment. I'm reminded as legislators, of a quote, and it was a quote by Wayne Gretzky. And Wayne Gretzky was asked once, why, Wayne, are you just so doggone good at hockey? And he said, one of the things I've always focused on is not skating to where the puck is, but analyzing where the puck's going to be. And when we're looking at the Baker Amendment and the exemption of businesses with less than 20 employees, you know, why is it important for us to figure out where the market is? What's going to be the job market in the future? You know, that's our job as legislators. We're essentially saying, you know what, all owners of businesses across the state, whether it's one or none or 50 or 100, you all need to fit within this box. What the Baker Amendment does is allow just a small sliver of business owners with less than 20 employees to have the option of whether or not to participate. Where I come from, optionality is a good thing. You know, we have the option to run for office. We're not forced to run for office. We have the option to stay at our desks and speak when we're first called. Thank you for that, by the way, Madam Speaker. But we also have the option to do business here in the state of Minnesota. And, you know, I represent businesses that do have fairly large portfolio of employees. Schwann's Foods, U.S. Bank, a couple of universities, and those businesses are also deciding where is the state of Minnesota going and where it's going to be, like that hockey puck. And when you're looking at the lay of the land and you're deciding where are you going to put your assets, you know, if you have a district with multi-location corporations, you know, Schwann's Foods has just invested almost $1 billion into food manufacturing. So where'd that hockey puck go? Well, that hockey puck went to Salina, Kansas. That's where that went. I've got in my district Nassau, Minnesota. Anybody ever heard of Nassau, Minnesota? I don't even think there's 20 people that live in the town. But they are literally a quarter of a mile from South Dakota. A quarter of a mile. There's a bar, a church that I think's been shuttered now, and a New Holland dealership that does mechanic work. And when you're so close to that, when you're so close to the issues just going away, by moving a quarter mile up the street or deciding which city to expand your business that you're already doing business in, you know, those opportunities are going to be opportunities lost, potentially. And so when we're, as legislators, dictating what the future of the state of Minnesota, what the foundation, what really the grounding of this, you know, if you're a small business owner and you're deciding where should I plant my roots, where should I build my business, you don't have a lot of options. You're probably going to build it in your hometown. And the difference between that building in a hometown or not is sometimes success, access to capital, access to employees, access to a customer base that can afford what you're selling. And often that's one of the biggest things that we face in a highly regulated environment like we have here in Minnesota, is that the cost of delivering services in a competitive manner matters. So if you're a Walmart or you're a Target, which happens to be located in Minnesota, or a Schwann's, you know, where do you see it going for you? And if you're going to be investing dollars here in Minnesota, you want those to be profitable. And, you know, what else is coming down the line is AI. There's article after article after article being written about what is the impact of artificial intelligence on the job market. You know, just like the turn of the century when we had the Industrial Revolution, the Whitney machine, the cotton machines that revolutionized the way we manufacture goods and services and clothing and mechanical projects, that revolutionized the way we do business. Did it make the products that we buy more expensive, or did it make it cheaper? When John Deere was making his first plow lay in Illinois, hand forging it with flame and coal and an anvil and a hammer, that one was expensive. But when they became cheap, it's through the repetitive remanufacture, the growing of the job, and the ability to mass produce. And AI is going to do that, what we saw in the Industrial Revolution. They estimate in white-collar jobs, folks that are working in that 80,000 to 100,000, those jobs are going to be most impacted by AI, essentially being replaced by computer. And if we want to jumpstart that, where we're driving white-collar jobs out of the state of Minnesota, one of the worst possible things that we can be doing is making those white-collar jobs more expensive to house in Minnesota. You know, it's not a big leap to understand with after COVID, you know, we're seeing it ourselves with the way we treat our employees. I mean, just our own move out of the state office building and into the Centennial office building has primarily been facilitated because of the uniqueness of the job market that was created from a post-COVID era. People working from home, people commuting maybe one day a week into the office. When we're driving more and more responsibility on job owners when it comes to making their employee group less competitive, less productive, less needed because of the new technologies such as AI, and quite frankly, more risky when it comes to programs like we're facing today. With Earn Sick and Safe and the others, what we're doing is going to be making the ability to house employees here in the state of Minnesota more expensive. We are entering an age of extreme competitiveness. And really, we're going to be putting ourselves, we say, well, this is what the employees want. This is what they want. Well, how about we allow choice then? If this is what the folks that are creating jobs, that are doing the investing, that are going out and getting loans, mortgaging their houses to start a business, let's let those folks that have 20 or less employees have a real chance of success and have the choice. We're not saying you cannot buy into these programs. We're not saying that you must. We're saying if you feel that it works for you, the state of Minnesota understands the unique position you are in as a small business owner and the way that you need to run your business is a little more difficult for the state of Minnesota to understand than it is for you as the business owner. We'll give you the choice. That's all the Baker Amendment does. And where they're pleading, business owners are pleading, say, hey, just let us at least have the choice to do this. You know, if you're on thin margins, there are heaps and piles of businesses that are right on the razor's edge of being able to pull this off. And it's fun, I can tell you that. It's fun to brag. You know, we talk about the issues. You know, we've got a letter from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce that Representative Baker thankfully passed along. Take a gander at it. Just take a look. Folks, we have a responsibility here. Like in many other states, they have a little bit of a stopgap. They say, you know what, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 20, maybe it's 50. I think there's other states that have it under 100, have the choice of whether or not to participate in a program like this. And the idea that we're going to build these programs on our own, right? There's private businesses that offer this management of these systems and these programs on their own. We're going to add 400 new state jobs that'll probably be working from home. Half of them will probably not even live in this state to move this across the line. You know, members, I think it's just, let's just take a little bite of humility. Let's say, you know what, maybe we don't know exactly how each and every one of these businesses is going to operate when they're on the small side. You know, Representative Ann New Brindley really talked pretty eloquently about that push. You know, on my farm and in my business, we probably have 5 to 8 seasonal employees that come and go when they're needed and come and I'm going to have to be really thinking whether or not is that value there for me to bring people on and to carry the insurance and the rest. And that's a difficult decision. Rather than just be a free flower, say, hey, I really need an extra hand. Could you come by? Now I've got to sit down at the table with my wife and say, well, we've got a lot of work to do. We've got harvest coming, or we've got planting coming, or we've got a heavy show schedule we got to prepare for. Should we bring somebody on? And what do you think the answer is going to be? Boop. Gone. There might be a job that doesn't exist, right? But there might be a plaque on some of our members' walls that says, hey, thank you, Representative so-and-so, for mandating every single employer in the state of Minnesota has to carry this program. Not a choice, a dictate from on high. Another example of a St. Paul knows best. St. Paul comes first policy. Because they will come first. When small businesses are going to be wondering whether or not they can afford an employee, you know who's not going to be worried about if they can afford an employee? The state of Minnesota. They're not going to care. Well, we need 400 people. We're going to drive the cost of labor up to hire those folks until we get who we want, when we want them. They don't care. Members, we have a real cool, quite frankly, I think I almost would have asked maybe Baker not to offer this amendment because it really, I think, helps the majority out too much by really kind of taking the pressure off on this bill. And I was concerned that, we'd kind of give them a kind of a freebie here to say, you know what, hey, thanks Republicans, we appreciate that. I would not expect that on this House floor. Maybe in the back chamber, there might be a member pull us aside and say that. But at the end of the day, Representative Baker is doing what's right. What's right for business owners, what's right for employees, what's right to understand where is that hockey puck going when it comes to job creation. Because if we want that puck to land in our small town that's close to a border, that's within commuting distance of Sioux Falls or Fargo, let's give them a shot. Let's let them make the choice. Vote green on the Baker Amendment, and let's let businesses have a little bit of their own destiny as they set sail.
The member from Ottertail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to visit a little bit about my scenario with calling on farmers. So in the 26 years I owned a dairy supply business, hardly any of the farmers employed 20 people. And there were well over 1,000 farms that we did business with in the 26 years, either row crop farmers or dairy farmers. But it's really tough to make it in agriculture, make it in farming. And they would need to shrink, in a lot of cases quit, because there's just no way they can handle, as a smaller farmer, being able to handle some of these changes. They're just too much. A lot of my small towns, if you go up and down Main Street, they're small employers too. They're under 20 employees. Just to give one example, is I called on one guy and he said, you know what, we have 11 CDL drivers and we ship your gas and your diesel out to the local gas stations. He said, under this bill, I have to add 3 full-time CDL workers just to make sure that I can deliver your fuel. And so it's really tough on Main Street and all of the small businesses, in that it's going to be difficult for them to be able to justify the change in who they need for employees, and it's really going to be harmful on you as consumers when you have to pay for all of that. In the small business, and like my small business, and we had just a few employees, but people worked for us because they liked a lot of other things. They liked that we cared to give them some time off. They liked that we gave them a ham at Christmas, and we made sure that they had time to enjoy their family. So it's really important for small businesses to have that flexibility. And when I talk to some of my larger employers, This was one of the ways that they separate themselves from everyone else, so they can offer a little different package. But there's people that want to work for small employers, and there's people that want to work for large employers. So I moved up to Ottertail County in 1992 to start a business. So it was a startup. And when you start a business up, there's a lot of things that you learn for the first time. And it's not easy to start a business. When you have these mandates and all of these mandates put in place, it makes it more difficult for people to start up businesses. Whether you're electricians or you're plumbers, these are all businesses that are small businesses. And when you lay these mandates on them, it's going to change your cost overall. It's going to change the way they have to do business. The first employee that I added was a major hurdle. You have to really justify, can I afford everything that goes into that employee? I had a truck, I had all the inventory, I had to make sure that I took care of his family. It's a really big step. So every time you add an employee, it's a completely different world again. And with this mandate, it's going to be less likely that people are going to say, you know what, let's try it. Let's go for the American dream and let's start a small business. You're going to see less of it. Mandates are forcing businesses out or they're going to shrink. These are small businesses are going to be hurt the most because they occupy the most of all your employees. Most employees work in my area, almost solely work for companies that are 20 employees or less. It's the majority of the people. People will lose their jobs because employers won't have the option. They want to shrink is what's going to happen. Just like Representative Swedzinski just said, when you have that conversation and said, do you want to grow? You have to look at everything. And this is one of those areas that you'll really look hard at. And I think what you'll see is a lot less businesses wanting to grow and wanting to start up. But this won't work for small businesses. The amendment for 20 or less would make a huge difference for agriculture and small business and Main Street. And that's why we should be doing it. People are working out there for a lot of different reasons. And it isn't just for the reason that you think is important. And so anyway, I would recommend a strong green vote for the Baker Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Baker, closing argument.
Thank you, members. Great conversation tonight. I wanted to, I guess, let's look for a little advice, and I was going to ask Chair Zhang. I don't see him on the floor tonight. But I was trying to find the right number. I was trying to find the right balance to get a fiscal note to tell you how much this is going to cost. I told you that earlier. I didn't have one. It wasn't presented to me. Deed sat on it and didn't give it to me. I think there's a purpose behind that, and they should have. Then we could have talked with some more intelligence tonight. We talked a lot about a lot of great small businesses in Minnesota. Thank you, members, for sharing that. I'm surprised we only heard from one side of the aisle on that one. Really, it was kind of disappointing. I think there's a lot of them in a lot of our districts. I think, again, I think of the story of Spicer, Big Kahuna Fun Park. Great little place, has a lot of fun. This is going to hurt them. This is not a good thing for them. I also want to put a big shout out to one of the greatest pizza places in the state of Minnesota up in International Falls. Lem's Big Wood Pizza. This is a small company, just started about 1.5 years ago. They custom made a wood roast pizza oven on wheels, and they are doing phenomenal pizza up in Borderland, and I was hoping that Rep. Scaraba would be on the floor here. I know he's doing some other things, but it is the best pizza in the state of Minnesota, and they have like 5, 6, 7 employees, and this kind of thing really bothers them, because they want to be able to have these choices about getting started and getting off the ground. I wish we would have had, maybe it was a timeline. If you're not open for 5 years, you get exempted. Maybe it was 5 employees. Maybe it was 10 employees. I don't know what the right number was. And maybe I could have asked, Vice Chair of our committee, Representative Brand, what he would have thought of this, because this is important we get this. This is the big conversation we needed to have tonight, because it was about our small businesses. So I appreciate the debate. I know I called a roll call earlier, Madam Speaker. I don't know if you knew that. I just wanted to make sure it's on the record still.
It is.
Thank you. And members, this is our last shot. How you vote will tell your small businesses if you care about them. And I really do hope we put up a lot of green votes for them. If we do, we're going to show them we haven't lost touch. Otherwise, it is an important amendment. So members, please vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A17 amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll. Carroll.
That's enough. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, try it one more time. Sorry.
Carroll, no. Carroll, no. Pulowski.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rarick moves to amend House File Number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
The member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So this is a really complicated bill, as we've been hearing, and we've been here a very long time debating it because it is incredibly complicated, incredibly complex. But I just want to thank the author for including one provision in this bill, and that is to make sure that we actually are getting actuarial studies when we're setting the tax rate. Because here's what happened when we didn't do that. I actually have, it's so interesting, I have two spreadsheets in front of me, and literally from Friday, last Friday to this Monday, the spreadsheets changed dramatically. And we did not get the fiscal note, which is what I said before. We didn't get the updated fiscal note until 8:30 this morning. Yeah, we didn't have the fiscal note. We didn't have it for Ways and Means. Not so much. That's not a good thing. That's really not a good thing. We should not be doing that. I've even had some people say we should make a motion to send it back to Ways and Means so we can have a proper discussion there. I'm not going to make that motion. What I am going to do is talk about the A10. And the A10 is a very, very simple amendment that says once the actuarial study has been done, and before the agency decides what that number is going to be, that we here, bicamerally, so the Legislative Coordinating Commission, which is made up of us and the Senate, would actually review that each year and make adjustments to the rate. And we've got the Senate President, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, 3 additional senior members. On the House side, we have the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the House, the Minority Leader of the House, and 3 additional members with quite a bit of seniority and leadership. So why do we need to do this? Well, like I said, just from Friday, last Friday to this Monday, the spreadsheets were dramatically different. Let's just talk about how different they were just from the bill that we passed in 2023. Before we did any actuarial studies on it. So the bill had set the tax rate at 0.7% in 26. In the first year, it was just 0.7%. And the revenue that was expected to come in, so when I say revenue, that means taxes. So the payroll taxes were supposed to be $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. And in the bill we passed off the House floor last session, in the second year of this program, it skyrocketed to 0.92%, so almost 1% payroll taxes, which would be $1.7 billion of additional taxes. And it kind of vacillates up and down from there. But again, this is before we did any actuarial studies at all. So then we did an actuarial study. We got a report in October, and it had various scenarios. We got updates in February. We got another update in April. Some people got those reports. A lot of us did not. We'll talk about that later. But where we landed after all these different option 1, option 2, option 3, is we landed at option 1. That's where we are right now with the bill. Now, we weren't there on Friday, apparently, because the Friday report, the Friday spreadsheet from it said we had option 3. So even from Friday till Monday, same bill. Apparently, we went to a different option. We got more clarity, apparently. So on Friday, option 3 out in calendar year 29 had it over 1%, which would have been, the total revenue would have been $2 billion. The total taxes, I should say. The payroll taxes would have been a full $2 billion. But somehow between Friday and Monday, when we met again, same bill, same language, there was one small amendment. All of a sudden it dropped a little. It dropped a little. It was only in calendar year 29 estimated to be only $1.875 billion. So it dropped ever so slightly. So, this has vacillated up and down and left and right and all over the place. I have no idea where it's going to land next. We've talked a lot about that this program is not going to happen when you think it's going to happen. Representative Nash talked a lot about the IT and what it's going to take to set this up. It's not going to happen when you think it's going to happen. But when it finally does happen, we should at least have a final look at that tax rate, the payroll tax rate, before it goes into effect. Because literally just from Friday till Monday, as I look at these spreadsheets, the change was dramatic. I have no idea where it's going to land after the next actuarial study, because we're supposed to do them every year. And, it's also important to point out that the author of the bill on this floor said that April 30th will be when the payroll tax, it's when the payroll tax is due. But by the way, that's collected starting January 1 of 26. So we're going to be starting to collect this payroll tax very, very soon. I don't really know where we're going to land with what the payroll tax is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be 0.88 or 0.93 or 0.70. I don't know. It could be, we could have a new illuminated report tomorrow. I don't know. Because again, this fiscal note, we just got this at 8:18 this morning. And we're still going through, how many page? 50-some page? Oh, it's a 36. It's only 36 pages. But it's very illuminating. So my amendment is really simple. It just says, when we finally get the actuarial report, and they give us whatever number, it's supposed to be done every year, that then it comes to the LCC, and that we, some of our top people at the legislature, take a look at it and make a determination. And at least this time, we have our Ways and Means chair on it, which is very helpful. Now, the finance chair, I'm not sure if that's the person on at the Senate, but it's really important to have that person, that numbers person. That would be helpful. But in any case, it needs to go in front of the LCC, the Legislative Coordinating Commission, so that we can actually take a look at it. Because we've got all of this information that we'll be looking at and making a decision, as opposed to the agency themselves making the decision. So that's what this amendment does. I'm going to ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eric requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Eric.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rarick moves to amend House File Number 5363, the third and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Wright, Representative Rarick, to the A13.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A13, that was an interesting, I didn't know if I had members that wanted to speak on my amendment, but we'll just keep going, apparently. So the A13, this has to do with the reserves, so the fund reserves. And on the fiscal note that I've been pouring through that we just got at 8 this morning, on page 6, it talks a little bit about the fund reserves. And for some reason, it drops from 40%, so we want to have a good, healthy reserve, down to 25%. So when we had, when the pandemic happened and we had the unemployment insurance trust fund, and we had a lot of discussion about the health of the trust fund. And it was about $1 billion to $1.2 billion or so was in the trust fund. That's kind of the balance that we've had and where we try to keep it. So, I had already said in the last amendment kind of where the revenues are coming in. So when the tax rate, payroll taxes are coming in. And we're looking at possibly in calendar year 26, we're hoping for 1.5 billion or so to come in. And in the actuarial study, that was what the number was, and it continues to go up, like I said, all the way to nearly 2 billion. But in the fiscal note, it talks about this fund reserve that it literally says the actuarial advice will vary based on future conditions. And the fund reserve can be reduced over time from 40% down to 25%. But it has to be that high, essentially, because of the uncertainty. So we're not really sure. It says that throughout the entire fiscal note. We're not really sure, so we want it at least 40% of what we expect for expenses, the balance would be. So what this amendment says, very simply, is that the OLA would recommend what they would say would be the reserve level. It would be June 30th of 25, starting then. So this is really important because we would have yet another agency who does really good auditing here at the state of Minnesota. They do really great work to actually take a look at it and decide where the reserve should be, because we don't really know. We have a suggestion from the actuarials, but we don't really know. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Rarick requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I do. Should I ask for you?
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Rarick.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering I can't see over there, is Representative Frazier on the floor? Ah, thank you.
He is here.
I just can't see
Representative
him.
Rarick.
Would he yield to a question?
He will yield to a question. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. He sounds very eager. So just really quickly, I know that we've kind of gone back and forth, and even in Ways and Means, we're trying to clarify that first week. And so I'm wondering if you could let the body know sort of, are we paying for that first week, are we not? And just explain the difference, because we've had so many iterations, Representative Frazier.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think we've had so many iterations. I think we've been very clear that the first week has always been meant to be paid. We were clarified that it's retroactive, so there's a qualifying event. And then at the moment it goes back, once you meet that qualifying event and you qualify for payment, it goes back retroactively to the day that you applied. That is the way it works. That is the way it was always meant to work. And I believe that may be some of the confusion on the other side over there. The 0.96 number that you referenced multiple times in this chamber goes back to paying that first week from day one. We've never meant it to be that way. We cleared that up. The language is very clear. Sorry for the confusion.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, it was really hard to hear, and there's a lot of chatter around me, and so I am trying so hard to hear him. And I know he said something, but there's a lot of confusion on this side of the aisle, and I'm not sure what exactly it was. Oh, I'm so sorry. I really literally could not hear you. Could you just explain it one more time now that the chamber isn't all abuzz?
Representative Rarick requests that Representative Frazier yield again. He will yield. Representative Frazier.
Yeah, I said there was seemed to be a lot of confusion on that side of the aisle over there in terms of whether the first week is paid or not. The first week will be paid, but it's after the qualifying event. After that qualifying event, if the individual qualifies, it's retroactive back to the day that they submitted the claim. That's been clarified. But it is also the original intent of the bill. So the actuarial studies actually represent that original intent of the bill. That 0.88 represents the scenario where it is a qualifying event that's retroactive pay back to the time that you submit the claim. The 0.96 that has been referenced multiple times does not represent the actual intent of the bill. I am sorry for the confusion.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Frazier continue to yield?
He will. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so I'm just trying to understand what happened from when we met in Ways and Means on Friday to Monday, because I have two spreadsheets that are really, really different. So is it just that there was a confusion? I guess if you could just explain what happened, because these two spreadsheets, I just happen to keep the one from Friday, are dramatically different. And what exactly, why is it so dramatically different?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Rarick, what you saw, you were there, so what you saw on Friday was in real time the realization of the scenarios that have been in the Milliman letter goes back to February. So we've always had that scenario in the document, in the actuarial analysis. We realized that we had not been accurately reflecting that scenario, which is the true intent of the bill. We saw that, we found it on Friday, we asked for a recess, we came back on Monday with a spreadsheet that accurately reflected that. We'd had this discussion very in-depth in Ways and Means, and here we are. Things are cleared up.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Frazier. So what I see on the spreadsheet from Friday, it says that it's the Millman memo option 3, and then the one from Monday, it says option 1. If Representative Frazier would continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So is it just that they picked the wrong option because there's 3 different options and that one of them had to do with PTO and one had to do with immediate payment and one had to do with kind of retroactive? Did they just pick the wrong one for the spreadsheet? Is that what happened, Representative Frazier?
Representative Frazier.
That is correct.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Frazier. Yeah, because it was quite confusing because we sort of were there on Friday, all ready to go. We had our questions ready. We took a brief recess, came back, and all of a sudden it was over. We had to come back on Monday. So it was very confusing as to what we were trying to do and what we were trying to accomplish. And then on top of that, we didn't even have the revised fiscal note in front of us when we did come on Monday. Again, we didn't get it till today. So that makes it even more challenging. But what this amendment does is it just pulls in the OLA, who again is a well-equipped, fantastic department within the state of Minnesota that does all kinds of audits and reviews, and we read their reports and we glean a lot of information, and oftentimes we actually change legislation. So this is asking them some advice, maybe on the front end as opposed to the back end, when they come in and go, oh, you did that wrong, you did this wrong, that doesn't work, this doesn't follow statute well, the controls are not there, and so on. You've read lots of reports, I'm sure, members. So this simply says that it requires the OLA to recommend what the reserve level should be, because in the fiscal note that I have, it starts at 40%, and then in the next year or two, it kind of phases down. Well, I shouldn't say it phases down. Eventually, it gets down to what they recommend, about 25%. And in the fiscal note, spreadsheet, I should say, in the spreadsheet that we got on Monday, it doesn't actually follow that. So I'm also kind of confused on that because it says fund balance in the first calendar year is 31%, then the next year is 31%, then it gets to 26 and 26. So we never really get to that 40% that is in the fiscal note. So, I'm wondering if Representative Frazier would continue to yield, Madam Speaker.
The proper request is, will he yield for a question? Representative Frazier will yield for a question. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, last time I said that, then you said you wanted me to say something else. So I was trying the other thing and to see if that would appease you. So, okay. So here we are again, and Representative Frazier. So I'm wondering if you have the spreadsheet that we had from Monday. I don't know if you have that in front of you, but it has the fund balance percentages, and it goes 31, 31, 26, 26. And this is using option 1. And I'm wondering if you happen to know why if we're not doing the fund balance that's recommended, which is at 40%, and then dropping down to 25. Can you help us understand this discrepancy?
Representative Frazier.
Yes, Representative Rarick, the drawdown, instead of a drastic drawdown to 25% based on the recommendation from the actuarial, the prudent way to do it is to do a gradual drawdown. That is why it's a gradual drawdown.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Frazier, it never gets to 40%, though. It starts, the very first year starts at 31%. It never even gets to the 40%, which is what was recommended. So I'm wondering, this is complicated stuff. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars and getting over $1 billion and approaching to $2 billion in payroll taxes. And yet, in the spreadsheet that we saw on Monday, after the first year, so you had talked about payroll taxes being collected in 26 and it being available to use in 26. But in that year, it doesn't get to that 40%. It's only at 31%. So I'm really confused as to the fund balance. So I don't know. I think we need some help on this, Representative Frazier. I think we need help. I think that the OLA should come in and they can do their review and we can look at the actuarial report. We can have a good discussion. So that's what this amendment does. And I did ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
You did, and they finally coughed up 15 hands. Discussion.
Thank you.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Frazier yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, I like Representative Rarick. I am confused. What I don't understand is, will we or will we not ever have a reserve of 40% as initially recommended for this program?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Scott, on the first day of the program, we will have 40% reserves. And I should correct also something that Representative Rarick said. The first day will be, folks will be eligible to collect those benefits on the first day because we put a down payment in reserves that will make them eligible before we start collecting the premium payments. But when the program starts, we will have the 40% reserve, and then we'll do a gradual drawdown from there to get to the 25%.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure that's what the tracking sheet reflects, but I look at this letter from NFIB, and they cite fiscal note pages and estimates. In 2022, the estimate for this program was $843,603,710. In 2023, it was $1.2 billion, and now in 2024, it's $1.6 billion. Is the cost, estimated cost for 2026. And I'm just trying to equate this kind of to a family budget. So if I know that my costs are going up over the next several years, will I have more or less in my reserves to prepare for that? And I would think my answer would be, I would need to have more in my reserves. And if we look at what other states have done, take Washington State, for example. They didn't have enough in reserves. They practically went bankrupt in the first year and then again in the third year. So I like this Rarick amendment because what it does is it has someone kind of do a periodic check-in to make sure we have the right amount in our reserves to cover what's going to be spent out of that program. Members, this isn't the way that we run our family budgets, and it's typically not what we do here in the legislature. We don't usually, have less money in preparation for something that we know down the road is going to end up costing more by every estimate that's been out there. So thank you, Representative Rarick, for this. The OLA is a trusted entity within our system here, and I think that we can trust them to give us the right information so that this program doesn't go bankrupt. Please vote for the Rarick amendment.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was wondering if Representative Frazier would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. On actuarial studies, it's good to understand the base parameters and assumptions that are made. So what is the total workforce that they're utilizing in the study, and how is that changing over the years? Because that impacts the reserves. The next part of that question is, what are the assumption of total salaries? What are the estimates of people taking the benefit? And then what are the average duration for the people taking it? So we understand the base assumptions that they're utilizing for each of the years that are reporting over here.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Quam, I almost thought for a second you thought I was an actual actuary. I am not. I don't have that information for you off the top of my head, but what I can tell you, and I want to clear some things up, we keep referencing other states and what they're doing for their reserves. This is based, the 25% is based on actuarial studies, based on what other states are doing, and other states are doing 25% in their reserves.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in my time here, we have had actuarial experts from the U of M presenting studies. And I remember one that had to do with hospitals, and they presented it. They didn't have the answers to some basic questions like this. And so I met with them afterwards. They ended up pulling the study because they missed factors and their assumptions had gaps, and they redid it, and the results were very different months later when they finally did it. That's why us in the legislature need to look at what their assumptions are. And I think that's part of the question here about the reserves, is you're going from 40 to 25. Well, we can feel more comfortable if we can believe and understand the assumptions that they're utilizing for the study. And I understand, I agree that if a few days later it's dramatically different, and it's, oh, well, they realize that it wasn't quite what the assumption was, or it's something different. It's not ready for prime time if we have not been given the information to be able to verify that their assumptions are reasonable. Now, why are some of the people concerned? Because multiple other states have implemented similar things and run into dramatic issues. And my big problem is I want Minnesota not to run into dramatic issues. And frankly, I haven't heard anything in the discussion today to make me feel any more comfortable. And whatever happens today, I would hope that somebody here would be able to provide us with the more detailed list of what assumptions and what they're doing, especially across multiple years, because the people that I represent want to know that we have taken all due diligence with the facts and the information to be able to make these determinations. It's not we shake the ball and look for an answer. We want to know, the background. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. One of the things that we did and Republicans asked for, and I'm glad we did get as we were pursuing this, and that was an actuarial review to kind of get at some parameters and to get some bumper guards to figure out what we'd actually need to be asking for in premiums from employers and employees, and to also get an idea on the usage on this. And if you're involved in the insurance industry, you know that when you rate different groups, you need to look at the likenesses and the anticipated uses in those groups. So it's not like, oh, all employees in Minnesota, regardless of whether they're age 15 or age 95 or anywhere in between. Every group has a different risk related to it, and every group then would have a different usage that's tied to it. And so I was wondering, Madam Speaker, if Representative Frazier would yield to a couple of questions for me, please.
He will. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Frazier, we started out with 40%. That's what the actuary and the original numbers were. Do you have any idea why they had anticipated 40% reserve would be the amount that we'd be looking for? Again, as they went through and took a look at the big pool and broke it down into the different ages and usage groups, why was 40% the number that they had chosen?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative O'Driscoll, the original bill recommended 40%. After the actuary study, looking at what other states have done with programs similar to this, then the recommendation came back at 25%. And let me add a little bit more of that. To Representative Quam's question earlier, the Milliman report from February actually has all of that data that you were looking for in there.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, so the 25%, Representative Frazier, if you'd yield to a question, 25% came about then as a result of what again? You put 40% in the bill, and now it's coming back at 25%. Was that the actuarial's recommendation, or how do we come up with a 25% reserve versus a 40% reserve?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Driscoll, can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me? Because I feel like I've said this multiple times. Yes, the actuarial study, which was requested by your GOP colleagues and we put into the bill, came back after it was done with the 25% recommendation for the reserves.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Frazier, if you yield to a question, that the 25%, was that a gross number of reserve, or was that in any particular risk pool that the 25% was? I'm just trying to quantify and get an idea of where we're at on analyzing that risk and usage.
He will yield? He will yield. Representative Frazier.
That is in the report, February, Milliman report.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, if you want to get some answers to the questions, folks, you're going to have to read the report. The bill author continues to refer people to that. I'd like to just wrap these comments about actuarial reviews. We have actuarial reviews in a lot of areas in the state of Minnesota, and this area probably is going to be more important than any of the other areas that I work with and deal with on the behalf of this legislature as well as employees in the state of Minnesota. I deal with the actuaries quite regularly in our pensions-related areas. As the Speaker Pro Temp now knows, and she's the chair of the commission, she knows that we have to rely very heavily on actuarial review. How many teachers are we going to have? What's the age of the teachers? What's the health of the teachers? What's the likelihood of the teachers? Moving into law enforcement, a higher risk. What are the likelihood of uses in there? Insurance companies do this all the time as well. And when you take a large employee group, like we are doing right now, a random pool, and we just go, give me a number from 0 to 100% that we should be putting in as reserves. Again, I wish we would have adopted the Perryman Amendment early on. That would have put some safeguards on this and said, whoa, let's pull the reins back on this a little bit, make sure that the benefit set's going to be there, we can afford it, and that we can now actually account for those benefits when we're just saying, well, check a report, because that's what the report said. I think members need to know more about what's going on to be able to make that informed decision. Folks, trust me when I say this. This is not a situation that Minnesotans are out of the chute are going to get the benefit set that's promised under this bill. We're going to collect premiums. We're not going to be able to deliver a program. And when we do start delivering the benefits, we're going to see usage that's going to be higher in some areas and lower in others. And mark my words, we're going to be back here with legislation that says, well, if you're in this risk group, your percentage is going to be X. And if you're in this risk group, it's going to be X plus Y. 100% guarantee it. I'm not an actuary, but I sure know my way around numbers. And that is exactly what's going to happen. So members, if you are running for re-election, those are the issues that we're going to be bringing up in 3.0 of this, or 4.0 of this program, when we do finally get a chance to launch it. Madam Speaker, thank you.
I recognize the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. I just want to remind folks, and again, I'm very supportive of the Rarick Amendment here. You guys want to take some, I think it's a stretch about the actuary recommendation because, again, we're seeing numbers all over the place. Thank goodness we did the actuary report. We demanded that. But folks, this passes, we go forward. We're now in the insurance business, period. State of Minnesota is now in the insurance business, wholeheartedly. And if we fall short, where's the money going to come from? That question was asked several times in testimony. The answer was, it's not going to happen. We never got an answer. Members, we're in the insurance business, and unlike unemployment insurance that Representative Rarick brought up earlier, that is backed by the federal government. This program is not backed by anybody but the taxpayers of Minnesota. So now that we're going into the insurance business, I think it is a prudent and a smart idea to keep the reserves up for a little while until we start seeing a program get stabilized. So just think about that. I mean, if we fall short, DEED is not giving us any answers about where it's coming from because of then they've been doubly conservative was their words last year when they passed the bill at 0.7. Hopes, now it's up to 0.88 or 0.9 something. But they were doubly conservative last year. Things are changing, folks. If you haven't paid attention tonight, this thing is moving along, but we're in the insurance business. So you need to start thinking about this in a little different way because nobody's backing this thing up. Please vote green on the Rarick Amendment.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Frazier yield to a question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, I'm looking in my email at the tracking sheet that Ms. Adrian sent us at a little after 3 this afternoon, and I'm wondering if you could tell me on that page which line number shows that we're going to have a 40% reserve to start with.
Representative Frazier.
It is not on the tracking sheet, Representative Scott, but that is based on the reserve that we have in place now with the department at DEED.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that's smoke and mirrors at this point, because right here on line 37, fund balance percent of total expenditure for 2026, that's the first year the program is going to be live, 31%. That's not 40%, that's 31%. The next year, 31%, then it goes 26 and 26. Now, I don't know where you're getting the number that we're starting at 40. Last year, the bills, I think it originally said start at 40 and 7% payroll tax. And now we've got a lower fund reserve, a higher payroll tax. And, you know, Representative Frazier, you kind of made a little comment there a little bit ago that we had asked for the actuarial studies. You're darn right we did, and thank goodness we did. Last year, and we're in 2022, the estimated cost was $843 million. It's double now, double. It's a darn good thing we asked for the actuarial studies to get at least a better idea of what this thing is going to cost. Members, we're not trying to depants anybody here. We're just trying to get this right. Please vote for the Rarick Amendment.
Further discussion. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is an interesting discussion, particularly moving from 40% reserves to 25% reserves. I think of that particularly in light of the fact that just a few years ago, we were in the middle of a global pandemic. And what happens when we have another catastrophic event and there is massive uptake and we don't have sufficient reserves? And I would read directly from the Millman report where it says actual experience will almost certainly differ from the assumptions in this report. Almost certainly. And yet the change you are choosing to make in this program is to decrease reserves right out of the gate. Now, I'm no actuarial. I'm just rational. Like, this is just logical that the thing that you choose to change right out of the gates is the reserve. is what is required to be available for people to take advantage of paid family leave? And frankly, the assumptions on uptake that we saw prior to this were just silly. Like, it was like 6% or something ridiculous. Really, it was like single digits. People were going to take advantage of this program. It's absurd. There's no chance anyone actually believes that. And yet we are choosing to make this program less stable right out of the gate. 40% was probably an appropriate number. 40% was probably an appropriate number. And I don't know why Representative O'Driscoll was treated disrespectfully for his questions. He's probably one of the few people in this chamber who actually understands what goes into an actuarial study and why. These are real questions. And instead of getting real answers, he got snark for that. But it does matter. It matters to know, are we accounting for different uptake by different groups of people? There are different risk pools for different groups. Frankly, we've got a lot of folks in healthcare who are very concerned, because guess who the first group of people are going to be who are going to take advantage of this as caretakers and leave our hospitals, our clinics, our nursing homes without staff? That's going to be a high-risk pool. There's going to be significant uptake in caregiving professions. Because when family looks around and says, who's going to do it? It's going to be the caregiver. It is reasonable to ask questions about how we are accounting for different level of risk among different groups. And frankly, the level of confusion, not just among us, because we can't get answers. Clearly, we're not the only ones confused by this, or we'd be getting answers either here on the floor or in committee, which we also didn't get answers. Maybe that's a really good reason to think, we probably don't want to make this program less stable right out of the gate. And that is the effect of reducing reserves before the IT contract is even let. We are reducing reserves. That's just irresponsible. I don't believe for a second that you don't want a solvent program. I 100% believe that you want a functional program. So why in the world would you take away stability right out of the gate? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And this weird thing that it's prudent to do a more gradual decrease. So rather than starting at 40, you're just going to start at 31? So that way the decrease is more gradual? Well, I guess you're right. The decrease is more gradual. Well, perhaps, we don't know, because the assumptions will almost certainly differ from what is in the report. That's, what page am I on here? Page 4 of the report. They'll almost certainly differ from the assumptions in the report. So I guess that's true. It is a more gradual reduction, but it means that we are starting at a lower threshold to begin with. Perhaps a more prudent approach would be to maintain that 40% and then drop down as we see the actual experience when the program is used. Because right now it looks like we're choosing to start behind the 8 ball. That's sure what it looks like. And again, we don't really know. We don't really know. Although, I mean, there's a reason you chose 40%. I can't imagine that you just pulled that out of thin air for the initial bill. I mean, maybe you did, and I would love to know that if that 40% was just pulled out of thin air. That would be an odd way to legislate, although I have had honest Democrats say that on other bills, that they literally just pulled a number out of thin air. I mean, I guess it may be honest if you tell us that, but it would be a strange way to legislate, especially on a program as consequential and expensive as paid family leave. So I don't know where you got that 40% to start with, but I'm going to assume that that number was created in good faith, that that 40% number was chosen in good faith, and that there was a reason that we were going to have a reserve of 40%. And so to abandon that before we have even let an IT contract makes absolutely no sense. It makes the program less stable. It puts Minnesotans in a dangerous position where they have been made promises that the state might not be able to keep. Actually, let me correct that. Here's the problem. If the reserves aren't sufficient, guess what happens? You're going to come back to the taxpayer, you're going to raid the general fund and say, "Oops, sorry folks, we can't pay for it. I guess we're just going to have to raid the general fund and make this solvent." That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be no accountability for poor planning and bad legislation. There will be no accountability. There will be no accountability for choosing, because let's be very clear, this is a deliberate choice. And there will be no accountability for that choice. We'll just put everybody on the hook for it. We'll just put everybody on the hook for it because that's what happens. That's what happens. And instead, we could choose to see how actual experience plays out, which, quote, will almost certainly differ from the assumptions in this report. This seems like a really easy amendment, actually. It's a complex issue, and I wish that Representative O'Driscoll could have gotten some answers, because again, there are very few people who understand the issue like he does. It's a complex issue, but it's actually a pretty simple amendment. The amendment says, let's just make sure we understand, and let's make sure we know before we make such drastic changes. Let's make sure we know what we actually need before we make such drastic changes. And heck, it could very well be that this comes back and says, yeah, 25% is the number, or 20%, or man, 15%. Wouldn't that be amazing? But let's know that. Let's know that with actual experience, which is almost certainly going to differ from the assumptions in this report. Let's vote yes on the amendment, let's slow down, and let's be wise in how we move forward on this legislation.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to speak again, but all this conversation about the reserve rate really got me curious about something I'd read in the fiscal note earlier. And the fiscal note talks about how we're no longer going to calculate the tax based on the percentage done by the formula, but by an actuarial study, and that's going to cost about $100,000 per year, and the department is going to absorb that. So if Representative Frazier would yield for a question, I'd like to ask about this.
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you. Representative Frazier, I remember a discussion last year on this formula. It was going to be multiplying 1.4 times the amount, and then for the 52-week period, and then you subtract the amount of the benefit, and on and on and on. And that has now been replaced by simply stating the following calendar year, the program will be based on historical experience and sound actuarial principles so that the fund balance doesn't fall below the 25%. So this is married to that. So why did you switch from the formula we put in statute last year, which we don't even know how that's going to work, and how will this actuarial study work with the historical experience? Thank you.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Robbins, my understanding is that the reason that switch was because we went to the actuarial study that was initially at the beginning. We didn't have an actuarial study in the actual statute, but then once we added that, and then we hired Milliman to do the report, we went with the recommendation of the actual actuary to put the formula that we have in place now.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Representative Frazier, and thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad. I think it will probably be more sound than the formula we had in place, but we don't really have any idea except based on the experience of the state of Washington, how that all is going to work. And I think that's honestly okay because the formula hadn't really been implemented anyway. But as we noted earlier, based on the Washington experience, who is using the same actuarial firm, the actuarial recommendations are going up dramatically in Washington. They're going to hit 0.95%, I believe, in next year. And they're currently at, or 2 years from now, they're currently at 0.74%. So it's probably a sound method, but I'm concerned about A, the cost of doing it, but also B, the cost of making sure that we hit that threshold, because the original study said 0.96% just to meet what we're currently doing, and now they've backed that out by doing a refundable first week payment to 0.88%. But members, I think that's likely underfunding the program and doesn't get us near the 40%. It gets us to 31%. So I still think the 0.88 is not going to be sufficient, and taxpayers and workers are going to be on the hook for a huge tax increase. So I think just to keep a good eye on this, we all should be supporting the Rarick Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing a full discussion on this amendment. We didn't get it on the last one. So I want to clear the air here because we've been throwing around a lot of numbers, and I have the real tracking sheet that we had in Ways and Means, and the starting balance of the money that we put in from the general fund is the $591 million. Then the revenues we're expecting to come in all of 26 is $1.55 billion. And the fund balance after all of that, after expenses of $1.6 billion, is 31%. It's not 40%. It's never 40%. Where did the 40% come from? Well, if you look at the fiscal note that we just got this morning on page 6, it says the actuarial advice will be based on future conditions, and the fund reserve can be reduced over time from 40%. By the way, it never gets to 40%, according to the tracking sheet of annual program expenditures, to 25% of anticipated annual program expenditures. So the advice from the actuaries is 40%. The actual fund balance, according to the tracking sheet, never gets above 31%. That is a huge gap. Already, we haven't even started this program, and we are in big trouble. We aren't even getting close to what the actuaries have recommended. That's where the 40% comes from. That's where the 40% comes from. 40%. We never even get there. We're at 31%. And let's talk about the Millman report. So I have the Millman report, the revised report from April of this year. There was one in February. The initial one was done back in October. The October one is quite enlightening. It's so funny because it talks about, well, in the actual law that we passed, the first week of paid family leave is not paid. But we've changed it here, so now it's retroactive, and the first week is paid, which again costs $310 million more to cover the first. Now, I don't know how that affects the fund balance. Maybe that's part of the problem of the fund balance, I don't know. But here's what it actually says on page 2 of the April Millman report. Under paragraph 2, alternatives, we estimated contribution rates by targeting a higher fund balance in 2026 because there is greater uncertainty when the program begins. They're cautioning us already. We haven't even started. When the program starts, there is great uncertainty. So now we have great uncertainty. We have a recommended 40% fund balance, and the tracking sheet says 31% is the highest it will be. We are in trouble. We're already in trouble. We haven't even started. So I would ask that you would please support this amendment so that we can actually pull in some other experts. Because when we mess stuff up, the OLA is really good to say, hey, that didn't quite work. The agency didn't quite understand what you were saying or doing. Maybe you should try this instead. You've read lots and lots of OLA reports. So let's ask the OLA to come in on the front side and give us some advice, even though the actuaries already told us that we need to have a starting fund balance of 40%, which we're not at. So I'd love some more answers, but we're not back in Ways and Means where I can ask the Deputy Commissioner some more questions, because I don't feel like we really got the answers. We're going to need some answers because we've got a big problem. This program has got big problems. And I've tried to make it as simple as I possibly can. But the short answer is this program is in trouble and it hasn't even started. That's the short answer. So please vote green on my amendment. Thank you, members.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 yeas and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kind of one more maybe attempt at making sure we're going to get this thing launched properly. And again, because I was around when MNLARS really tanked, I really want to share my appreciation for the Office of Legislative Auditor and what they did and what they showed us what happened to that disaster rollout. And I know that back in 2008, and if anybody wants to Google this, they should do this. What happened to MNLARS in Minnesota? It just comes up, and it's a beautiful thing. Madam Speaker, can I request a roll call before I forget?
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And thank you. And so what my attempt here is simple, members. 1 month before it launches here in Minnesota, I'm just asking the Office of Legislative Auditor will look at this system from an outside view. Forget the actuaries. They don't look at systems like the Office of Legislative Auditor does now, because they dove into MNLARS and they really understood how did this happen, and they can ask a lot of the same questions that they learned if we are ready to make sure when this paid family medical leave leaves, we'll have our systems in place. In 2008, the legislature here approved the initial funding for the new MNLARS system. In 2011, legislature approved additional funding because they were running out of money. 2012, DVS contracts with their main vendor, known as Hewlett-Packard. They were the big vendor. 2 years later, first MNLARS rollout, DVS terminates contract with Hewlett-Packard. 2015, DVS and Minute now resume MNLARS development, so they're in-house, they're gonna fix what was not completed. 2015, 2016, DVS implemented the read-only version of MNLARS, and 2017, they started training the deputy registrars for the second MNLARS rollout. And then in 2018, after many deputy registrars that came to folks like us and Representative Torkelson, back then it was you were the chair of transportation then, and then it was Representative Hornstein, I think, was the lead because we were in the majority then. And then Representative Nash was also very involved in this. They were telling us, we are not ready, we can't roll out. Please don't roll it out, and they did anyway. They felt the pressure to get it out. Now, why do I say all of that? Because we all know that that was a disaster, but what happened was, well, a lot of things happened, but one of the main things that happened was their main vendor went sideways, or the relationship went sideways, or something happened. And we've all been told they're planning on doing a major RFP, and there's going to be a main primary vendor on this project. So members, what happens if 18 months from now, 12 months from now, the relationship goes sour, the vendor goes broke, something might happen, and we all of a sudden are in a place where we shouldn't go out? I'm just suggesting, members, we take our nonpartisan, very respected office, the OLA office, allow them to say 30 days in advance, I think is what my amendment says, to say, wait a minute, we're not ready to go. And members, I hope that you can say this is a easy checkpoint. It says if they want to hire somebody to do it because they don't feel qualified, they can do that. Because trust me, members, we have a bunch of money that we set aside for this program right now that's sitting in the bank. $688 million is what was actually appropriated last year that's sitting in the bank. $51 million went to D to get things rolling. So the money is there to pay for a third vendor if that's the case. I just think now that we're in the insurance business and we have a lot of numbers kind of moving around here, we'll know a lot more 19 months from now before we roll it out. Let's let the OLA give us a double check to make sure we're good to go. Thumbs up, thumbs down. We take their advice. I hope this can be looked at, really, Representative Frazier, as a very reasonable, friendly kind of a thing we need to do to ensure this goes out right. I hope you can support that.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Representative Baker. And again, I do understand what you're trying to do, but this is not something that the OLA has expertise on, so they would have to hire a third party to do that. But I do think we're covered, though, because Statute 16E.01 requires state agencies to ensure an external independent entity performs an annual audit on all IT projects with a total expected project cost in excess of $10 million. So I think we're covered there. I would urge a no vote.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, if you plan on speaking, members, you have to stand the entire time, just to let you know, okay? So I hope, Representative Nash, your legs don't get tired while I speak, okay? But we got this. We have a lot to talk about. Okay, so if you recall, I was talking about the MNsure issues and why it's very important that we learn from our mistakes from during that Obamacare season so that we don't repeat the same mistakes on this paid family medical leave, okay? So we have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers. They are not ATMs. They are broke. They're stressed to the max, okay? And we want to make sure that we're doing our part to make sure that their money on this program is not squandered like it was in MNsure. Now, that article that I had read from the MNsure Defects Are No Surprise from February 17, 2015, I want you to hear this, because this is the crux of what we're looking at. The problems were bigger than they thought they were going to be, said Chuck Johnson, a deputy commissioner at Human Services. We had a plan, but we got overwhelmed by the problems that came after October 1st. A lot of it is related to not having enough time for testing. So members, we have this program in place and it's coming full steam ahead. It's coming fast. We want to make sure that there is time. We were having to do 3 years of work in a year and a half, said Baden with MNIT Minute. Having another year, he said, would have made a big difference. Could we have done much more quality work or high quality work? Probably. It's a tough one to swallow. No one was backing away from October 1st. That is really concerning because this is our future. It is our future. Now I'm going to go back from 2014, and this is a history lesson, members. What I'm giving you, members, is a history lesson on our past mistakes. We need to see the forest for the trees. We are looking right now at just the trees, not looking at the overall big picture. On January 8th, 2014, a MinnPost article. Now, MinnPost is definitely not your conservative media, okay? Lead vendor tells Oversight Committee that MNsure took control of project last February. The report obtained by MinnPost raises significant questions and differs with Mark Dayton and MNsure officials' view of who is to blame for many of the health exchanges' startup problems. In 2 years from now, do you want that sentence to read, this report obtained by MinnPost raises significant questions and differs with Governor Walz and the PMFL officials' view of who is to blame for many of the family medical leave startup problems? Because that sentence is going to be in an article if we don't take these amendments seriously. Members, we're trying to help you. We are trying to fix your bill. The Minnesota MNsure Oversight Committee is meeting Thursday to review recent developments and ongoing concerns about MNsure's operations and technical failings. Okay, so I'm not going to read, obviously, the whole article because you can find it on the Google, January 8th, 2014. The Maximus report also sheds new light on the MNsure Governing Board's discussion of potentially considering other technology vendors to fix the exchange's malfunctioning technology, and Governor Mark Dayton's criticisms of the exchange. Goes on to say, MNsure assumed responsibility for defining how the exchange would function, how the individual vendors' solutions would come together to produce the customer experience, and how the exchange would provide operational business intelligence and reporting. The document lists nearly every single responsibility that Maximus had at the beginning of the contract as transferred over to the state. Now listen to this. A state watchdog will soon audit MNsure as a requirement of state and federal law, but the office will likely take a much broader look at the exchange's leadership and contracts because of the botched rollout, Legislative Auditor Jim Nobles has said. The botched rollout. We are trying to help you fix this bill. And that's why I find the Representative Baker's amendment so timely and so very important. So that was January 8th, 2014. Well, if you use your Google, February 2015 is when the Minnesota Health Insurance Exchange MNsure evaluation report came out. And in that report, there is a letter dated February 2015 from Jim Nobles. Part of it reads, rather than relying on the federal government's online health insurance exchange for this purpose, Minnesota chose to develop its own exchange. The legislature created an agency, MNsure, to develop the exchange, and MNsure's web-based enrollment system opened in October 2013. So much like developing the government exchange, Minnesota Democrats, instead of relying on the private sector solution for this issue, has decided to create a whole new government bureaucracy. No, we can't trust you, private sector, to do your thing. We can't trust you to do what's best for your employees. We even had amendments last year on this whole idea, but it was shot down. Instead, the Democrats railroaded their one-size-fits-all government solution for a problem that they think exists. Okay? So in spring 2014, the Legislative Audit Commission directed the Office of the Legislative Auditor to evaluate MNsure. In our view, the establishment of Minnesota's health insurance exchange was well intended, but it was not well executed. Members, if I am here in another term or two, I do not want to be in front of this body reminding you of the speech that I am giving you today. That is not what I want to do. But if you go and read that report, you will find a summary of the key facts. And there was some key findings. That MNsure implemented enrollment website in 2013 with serious technical problems. It did not adequately test the site and made insufficient use of state government technology experts. Kind of sounds like we're running down the same track with this bill. Federal law imposed an ambitious timeline on states developing exchanges. The challenge was heightened by late federal rules, delays in passing state legislation, problems with vendor selection and performance. Okay, so we don't have the federal government breathing down our back on this particular topic, but we do have the state government breathing down the hard-working Minnesotans, okay? Breathing down the neck. As a matter of fact, there are hundreds of small business owners outside this chamber. Hundreds of them, right outside this chamber. And if it's quiet in here, I'm gonna ask you, can you hear them right now outside the chamber? Can you hear them?
No, you can't. You know why? Because they're busy working. They are busy working to afford this government that has become unsustainable and unaffordable. And now under this bill, you're saying, we told you 0.7%. That's what we're going to take from your paychecks, from your businesses, 0.7%. And now we're finding out it's going to be much more than that. They are not very happy, but they can't afford to come here as well and scream outside those chamber doors because they got to pay for this bloated government. As a reminder, nearly a 40% increase in state government spending last year. MNsure staff withheld information from MNsure board and other key officials before the enrollment website was launched. I have grave concerns that this is going to repeat itself, that we Republicans have said what we think is going to happen, and when those things actually do happen, you're not going to want to be honest with us because you're going to be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed too. I would be so embarrassed. But many of you probably won't even be here in the chamber to take responsibility for the legislation that you are putting before us, the legislation that you believe you are passing today. MNsure reported that it met its overall enrollment target in its first open enrollment period, but the target was seriously flawed. The target contained an error that resulted in an unrealistically low estimate. Members, I have a feeling, and maybe I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but the little startup fund that you have, the little cushion you have when this program rolls out, I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't. I really don't. And you're going to be sad because we told you so. Many people who bought insurance through MNsure have been satisfied with the products they purchased, but the initial enrollment process was often lengthy and technical problems frustrated consumers, insurers, and counties. Members, I'm quite certain that our small business owners are going to feel those pinches as well. They're going to be frustrated and overwhelmed by this whole new bureaucracy. And trust me, I do not think that the Attorney General is going to be very kind on anyone that has an infraction, even if it was a simple mistake. And then, about 28% of MNsure enrollees said they were uninsured immediately before enrolling. I can only imagine the boondoggle that's going to happen when individuals think they're getting their paid time off and something doesn't really happen correctly. So there was a lot of key recommendations here, key recommendations that I am probably sure that we actually had amendments for when we did MNsure, but I bet that they were voted down because Republicans were not in control at that time, of course. And as a matter of fact, when the MNsure did pass, there was also a what? Yes, a DFL trifecta. The legislature should amend state law to give the governor, rather than the MNsure board, authority to appoint MNsure officers, yada, yada, yada. And members, what I'm just saying is this is ridiculous. You know, there was the report summary itself says multiple factors complicated the already difficult challenge of building a health insurance exchange by 2013. That is going to be in an OLA report someday. You know, you may not pass this amendment today, you'll probably vote it down, but I guarantee you this is going to be a headline somewhere. MNsure sought limited technical advice from state experts who did too little testing of the system. It's going to happen again. Too little testing. I can see it down the road. MNsure enrolled many people in its first year, but the overall enrollment target was flawed. We went through that. Members, what are we doing here? What are you doing here? You know, you want us to work together, bipartisan. Oh, I wish there was more bipartisanship in this body. We need to work together more. There is no working together. There's absolutely no working together. We are trying to help you fix this bill. This amendment is extremely important. The OLA must be involved. This is not a joke. This is not a got you amendment. This is serious. The fiscal responsibility thing to do is to pass this amendment. And members, I see that Representative Nash's legs are getting tired, and I just want to be respectful of your time, Representative Nash. Thank you for standing so long. But I'll have more to say on third reading. And I hope that you all stay in the chamber to hear some more facts that I will be laying down. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Baker Amendment would have the OLA do a pre-launch investigation or study. And I think I would offer you this advice. You can talk to the OLA 30 days before launch, or you can talk to the OLA every day after launch if it starts to go sideways. And I will tell you, having been here after the launch of MinSure, so I came in and it had already been up and running. And as I alluded to earlier, in the State Government Finance Committee, pretty much on day one, we began talking about, okay, this isn't working. It has cost overruns. There's functionality problems. There are pieces and parts of it that don't work. So we brought in then CIO Tom Baden, and Tom's a good guy. Tom likes to play rock and roll, and he's the kind of guy you want to go have a beer with. But he was in charge of Minutes IT systems, and ultimately he took the blame for it. And I think in part what may happen if we don't do this is the legislature has said, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, we're going to do this. And I think I would actually, and I'm not being bombastic, Jim Nash, I'm not being aggressive, Jim Nash, I'm being generous to say, take this amendment because it's just smart. So before you launch a piece of software, you should do an investigation. And I will say that I don't want this to get wrapped up in partisanship. So I don't want the DFL to say, well, our team says good to go, and then have the GOP team say, well, we have questions. It would behoove us to say to the nonpartisan, unbiased, well-heeled OLA who has IT specialists to say, based on our evaluation, our recommendations are proceed, or our recommendations are before you launch this and before you get people on the system like they did with MinSure. So there were people who were trying to submit MinSure and it didn't work. And Representative Franzen was right, and the others that have mentioned it are right. There were people who were expecting insurance to be in their name and to be receiving benefits, but the system didn't allow it to work. That's bad. That's very bad. On to MinLars. It was up and running, and if somebody would have had something like this, then Tom Baden's replacement, Johanna Clyburn, would not have had to fall on the sword for another reckless decision that was made to proceed and go live with MinLars. And there were a lot of people that said, hey, it's not working. Be careful. It does not do what you are asking it to do. In both cases, both with MinSure and with MinLars, there were hours and months of time that the OLA expended to evaluate, figure out, pull up alongside, look under the hood, choose your example as to what happened and why did we find ourselves here. And anyone who's ever done software, and there's some IT people, you never forget a bad launch. Right, Representative Elkins? You never forget a bad launch. You go home and you just want to throw things and you want to curse a lot, and then you do, because if you're in IT and you can't curse well, you don't belong in IT. So this is a good amendment. This is not a gotcha amendment. We're not going to run an ad in your upcoming election on this. This is just sound advice to say, you know, before it goes live, let's have somebody who is good at evaluating state programs and is good because they have IT people in their shop. Let's do this because it's just sound advice. Is there going to be, so here's another example. When you roll into the committee room, and to be honest, I don't even know where our committee rooms are going to be in the new office building. Maybe we'll be meeting here. But when you roll into committee and there's a bunch of news cameras there, chances are it's not a good day. And when we were doing MNLARS and MNSure, there were tons of cameras in the room, and none of them were pointed at the people who said before launch, hold on now, let's evaluate this, let's think about this, let's be deliberate. It was pointed at the person in the hot seat and the people who had said, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, let's go and do this, because what could go wrong? Well, again, my IT friends will tell you a lot of things can go wrong. Even things that you didn't think about will go wrong, because ideally what you should do with IT, with a new application, is break it a half a dozen times and then fix it and then break it again and then make sure that it is not going to be able to be broken again. This is not a difficult thing to say yes to. It just makes sense. You know, the OLA office is exceptionally professional. They offer fantastic advice, and they never put a partisan spin on it. They want, what I think we all want, is what's best for the state of Minnesota. Because if you work down here in any capacity when those things were going on, nobody was super proud of saying, I voted for MNLARS. Nobody was saying that. Nobody was saying, gosh, I'm so proud of MNSure. What a great thing. And for those of you that were here, and in the 10 years that I've been here, a lot of the members that were here have dropped off. But I know a number of your members were here, and it was not a good time to be a state legislator, because that was what people were talking about. Stuff broke. And stuff broke because of a healthy dose of hubris saying, we got this, hold my beer, we're going to be great. So for those looking at your phones and ignoring me, thank you. We'll talk about this later when your tech takes a dirt nap because you wouldn't take this amendment. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if we would have taken the earlier Baker amendment or the Perryman amendment and given the state a little extra time, you know, a year or less, if they could get it done, we wouldn't necessarily have to be talking about this, because there would be more than enough time to test this program before the rollout. Right now, again, we have 19 months from now to completely design, program, test a huge I think $1 billion, it's what it's gonna be, program, and get it up and running. And I think that's pretty impossible. The history here has shown that it can't be done. And I can't imagine that that's going to change at all. Representative Franson made a comment. She said something to the effect that people are not going to be happy when the benefits they plan for aren't there. And I think that is the crux of this issue, because that's what's going to happen. A lot of people, you know, some illnesses come on all of a sudden. Pregnancies come on 9 months before the baby's born, typically. A lot of surgical things can be planned. And so I think a lot of folks will be planning their paid family leave time and planning the illnesses or pregnancies around this. And if they get to the point where they are, it's January 1st, and they're ready to go, and the surgery started or the baby's born, and this isn't working, you're going to have a lot of folks that have absolutely no income until this is fixed. And frankly, most people live paycheck to paycheck. We know that. And they can't afford to go for a month or two or even weeks in some cases without pay because the state program isn't functioning. And so this is a real danger to start this, to let it go live when we don't even know if it's going to work. And the legislative auditor is the perfect office to do the test. They've done these sort of things before. We all trust them. Of all the state agencies out there, this is the one state agency that I think all parties trust. It's going to be honest and give us a fair assessment of whether we're ready to go, whether this program's ready to go or not. So this is something I implore the majority to consider taking this amendment. This is a good amendment. It's something that will potentially help us avoid serious problems for our constituents in January of 26. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the history that our colleagues in this body have shared so far tonight. Representative Franson has come prepared because she knows the frustration that it was for the people of Minnesota and this legislature at the time after MNsure was passed under complete DFL control, when they were irresponsible at that time. And we know that this bill wasn't ready for prime time when it passed last year. It was irresponsible then, it's irresponsible now. But the comments that she made and the comments and the amendments brought tonight are prudent at this time to save Minnesotans. We are seeing what's happening in other states with this instance. Washington is having this concern. But the reason I wanted to rise on this moment is because if you're not tuning in on the other side of the aisle, I kind of get it. It gets long to listen to us. But at the same time, you probably didn't know what was going on in 2014. And I wish that Representative Franson was in the room, but there are certainly many senior members on the Republican side, but only 8 DFL members of this House were here in 2014. That means that 62 Democratic members didn't experience MNsure, don't have that experience, don't know what that was like. And there's only 2 of them that are, or at least have been in the chamber in the last 5 minutes. In fact, only one that I can see right now. That's Representative Fisher. It's the only one who was here during that time, was here when that bill passed, and dealt with the consequences. Democrats in the House were not in the majority to deal with the consequences of those actions. So what I think is super fascinating is being a member that was just elected in 2022, is this going to be our moment? Is this going to be our moment 2 years, 4 years, 6 years from now, when state government isn't living up to the promise of the legislation? I'm glad that there's some bright members who are working on this behind the scenes, but adopting an amendment like this seems prudent for us with the A14 amendment to engage some of the other experts that we have already employed in state government. But to just hear this call, members, that we don't know everything. We don't know it all. But to be a true student of history is to understand and to know what happened a decade ago. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. But you can help yourselves right now by voting for the A14 amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You know, I thought I had been pretty clear earlier tonight when I spoke, but apparently not. So again, 13 other states have already implemented paid family medical leaves and implemented things successfully. We are not going to build a 14th system. We're going to build one of the systems that was built for one of those 13 states. We're going to select the one that works best, that fits our needs best, and is the most cost effective. That is what DEED is doing right now. And just as we implemented MnDrive as an off-the-shelf system in 2020, on time and on budget, we're going to do the same thing with our new paid family and medical leave. This is going to be a very low-risk project. The people at DEED tell me that we have several outstanding options to choose from, all of which we will be able to easily implement within the allotted time. You know, listening to this tonight, if I had one regret about my history of IT and my 6 years here, is that we didn't make a bigger deal when MnDrive was delivered on time and on budget in 2020. That is what we should be comparing our experience to. In my time here, Minute and our agencies have a very successful track record of bringing in commercial off-the-shelf software packages on time and on budget, and that's going to be our experience on this one as well.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will reiterate what I said earlier. Talking about MnDrive as this amazing success is the weirdest flex. It was literally after we had already wasted $100 million on a failed program that we finally came back after over 10 years. Finally came back and fixed it. It's such a weird flex to count that as a success. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. It's embarrassing. So this amendment, if we are so sure it's the 14th system, with what DEED is doing right now, we're not doing the 14th system, it's what DEED is doing right now. Going through the available systems, they're going to sign a contract, then I don't know why this would be a problem. If this is going to pass with flying colors, why would this be a problem? I'll tell you why. Because even though 13 other states have stood this up, not a single one of them has done it in less than 25 months. But you're asking Minnesota to do it in 20. 19. We're already fewer than 20. 19 months. 6 months shorter than any other state has been able to stand this up. A full 6 months. So you're right, we may be hiring an off-the-shelf system. We may be using an existing product. But forgive me for being skeptical of the bureaucracy that's already going to audit. Don't worry, that's what we were told. Don't worry, we already audit. It's over $10 million, so it's already going to be audited. Nothing to see here. Everything's going to be fine. Again, tell me where our bureaucratic audits actually produce something useful. They fail us every time. We find out about problems because of whistleblowers and the press, or by massive failures like MNsure and MNLARS coming to market prematurely. And again, Representative Franson read from the report, overwhelmed by problems. Not enough time for testing. Don't you think we should know that ahead of time? Now, frankly, the legislative auditor might look at this and might say, hey, we're ready to go. We used an off-the-shelf system. It's working well. It's working as it should. We're ready to go. That's the best case scenario. That'd be awesome. That's what everybody would want to see at this point. But what if they don't? What if 19 months is actually not enough time? What if, as with MNsure, they're going to be overwhelmed by problems and not have had enough time for testing? Because the 13 other states who have done this would give you some indication that they're not going to have enough time. The best they've done to this point is 25 months. And you're telling us that Minnesota, with its stellar history with bureaucracy, is going to do it in 19. We always like to think we're so special here in Minnesota. We are so special. We're going to do it in 19. We're going to do it in 19. We don't need to bother with a report making sure that everything works. We don't need to bother. We got this. We got this. I would remind folks, or I think Mary Franson actually said this as well. I would remind folks that, again, the MNsure debacle started under a full DFL trifecta as well. Maybe you should learn from those mistakes. Maybe we should exercise just a smidge of humility in this. And recognize that, you know what? We don't know. I don't know, and you don't know. You have no idea if this program will be ready to go in 19 months. You don't know. So have an ounce of humility in acknowledging that you don't know, and have our independent legislative auditor review. 30 days ahead of time, let's look at the program and let's make sure. Have we worked out the bugs? Is this ready to go live? Can we actually serve Minnesotans with the program as it stands today? Why in the world would you not want this? We already pay the legislative auditor. There's plenty of money set aside if the legislative auditor needs to hire a third party. And also this idea that, well, the OLA doesn't have any experience with this. I don't know. The OLA does a pretty bang-up job on every issue we throw at them. As it turns out, it is their job to research, analyze, dig. They know how to do that. They know how to do that. And guess what? This bureaucracy that you tell us is already going to audit this, they don't know how to do it either. They don't have experience with paid family leave either. So what makes you think that whatever they're going to do is going to provide an accurate result? In what world? Members, please have an ounce of humility. Acknowledge the fact that you don't know. You don't know. And nor do I. Not a soul in this room knows what this program is going to look like 19 months from now. But the people in this state who are best equipped to figure it out is the Office of the Legislative Auditor. And guess what? They audited MNsure, and it was bad. It was not okay. It was an absolute mess. And had the previous trifecta had a little humility, a little willingness to acknowledge we don't know what we don't know, Maybe we could have nipped the problems in the bud. Maybe we could have figured that out before the disaster that ensued. But that's not what we're doing. We somehow are going to be the first state. We're going to be the one to do this in 19 months. We're not just going to beat the best record, we're going to beat it by 6 months. And we don't need to test it. It'll be ready to go. It'll be just fine. It'll be just fine. This is absurd, folks. This is absurd. This is not a big ask. This is not a heavy lift. All we're doing is suggesting that our existing legislative auditor, someone we already pay to audit legislative programs, do an audit of this. That's all we're suggesting. It is no more complicated than that. The legislative auditor, who is already tasked with auditing legislative programs, should audit this. This is not complicated. This is a no-brainer. Let's have a little humility. Let's acknowledge that we don't know what we don't know, and have an independent auditor ensure that this is ready for prime time when we promise Minnesotans that it will be. Let's not write a check that we don't know if we can cash. Because you don't know. You don't know. Let's support the Baker Amendment. Let's get the audit done. Let's make sure we are ready for prime time when we tell Minnesotans we will be ready. Let's make sure of it. Let's do the audit. Let's get it done.
I recognize the member of the amendment, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. Again, this was very simple. It's a quick, simple check to make sure before it goes out the gate. Excuse me. Madam Speaker, would Representative Elkins yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Elkins, thank you for sharing your thoughts earlier, and I like your enthusiasm. I really do. We all want this thing to work. You know, as an employer, I actually want a good experience when this thing is out the door. I don't want the nightmares we are all sort of frightened of, okay? So it's not a gotcha moment. You said earlier, though, there's 13 states that have done this. You're right. They've done a type of a PFML, but not like this. There's 6 states that have been like this. 6 states that are state administered. That's different than what other states have done. So to that, one of those states that have done this, like us, Oregon, has launched 8 months ago. I don't know if you've checked in on Oregon at all. We haven't talked about Oregon a whole lot. 8 months ago, they launched it. They have a moderate population under this thing. But right now, Representative Elkins, I don't know if you've checked in Oregon. Do you know how long their wait times are on the telephone after 8 months of a launch?
Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know from talking to Evan Rowe at Deed this morning that they have multiple outstanding offers from vendors of systems that are functioning on a very high-level basis in other states. I don't know. He can't tell me at this stage of the negotiations which vendors or what states those are, but he said we have multiple selections that look very outstanding to choose from.
Representative Baker.
And thank you for that. So you don't know, it is an hour and 10 minutes is the average wait time 8 months after the launch in Oregon. That is not very good from a customer service standpoint. That is something that I don't think that we would sit here and go, boy, this is sure working good, because that's a long time. That's an average time. A lot of them are going to be a lot longer than an hour. What I'm also worried about is you've got from the folks in the war room that's going to put all this together, that we're not doing a great job answering questions this last couple weeks, by the way. And I'm sure they're right saying there's a lot of folks wanting to do our business. But you know what? I think the Minlars folks had that same idea when they hired Hewlett-Packard. There was a lot of vendors at that point who wanted to do our business too. They went with one. I assume it was the best one. 2 years later, everything blew up. Now, what you're telling me is that there's a lot of options on the table right now, but there are no guarantees that in 19 months, we're going to have the same vendor that's going to be here to roll it out, because we just don't know what we don't know. So I just want to make sure that we're being honest about, we're getting into the insurance business in an area that we really have never done before. Only 6 other states have done it to this degree. A lot of those folks have had some really bumpy roads. Yes, we've got some great private companies out there that are in the insurance business that want to be our administrator. I hope they find the right one. It's affordable. They're going to save money. I hope our employees are happy with the service they're going to get when they take some time off to bond with families, and the check is deposited seamlessly into their accounts. That's what we dream of. But I think right now we ought to be a little bit cautious. And my amendment A14 was simply putting a bipartisan, trusted auditor already, who we know, who has already done a lot of state audits, why we wouldn't just say, you know what, Rep. Baker, that's not a worst idea I've heard. Let's just take that. Let's just add this onto the bill, because I don't know why anybody would think that would be a bad idea. But you have so much confidence in the department that's never done this before. You have so much confidence, it's almost embarrassing when you're just pushing all of these simple ideas or off-ramps if there's a problem. What are we going to do here? You've promised people last year the rate's going to be 0.7. Now it's 0.8, 0.78. Now it's even going to go higher yet if this bill passes. So, folks, I just don't understand why you are so adamant on not taking any reasonable amendments to here. So, I guess Madam Speaker, I think I did ask for a roll call, correct? I did. Thank you.
You did, Representative Baker.
So we'll wrap it up. I really do want to ask for a green vote, members. If you vote no, it means you're absolutely positively sure nothing wrong is going to happen. There won't be a vendor that's going to get terminated, that there is no way something's going to go wrong. And I love your optimism. I want to see how the board lights up, but you're taking a big risk. You probably want sports betting up next. So let's do the green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will take we'll call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Pawlowski.
Pawlowski, no.
Pawlowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 5363, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the A15 is an amendment that we thought about after we listened to the assistant commissioner in committee in Ways and Means tell us that they had talked to some people about an RFP. They've done several RFIs. Difference between RFP, RFI is request for information, RFP is request for price, RFQ is request for quote. But they've done a couple of RFIs. They did an RFP for the seasonal component, but the commissioner told us in committee that they have not gone to RFP yet. So not only do we have 19 months on the clock ticking backwards, we have not even come up with a contract, we haven't gone to RFP. We've sort of talked to people, and that's great. That is a part of thinning the herd on potential vendors, but it is not an RFP. It is not saying, hey, company X, please give us your price for this. Hasn't happened yet. So what this would do is it would require the commissioner to go out to RFP to do a third-party vendor software to look at this and do this work. And not to harken back to the conversation that we just had, but just a little bit, we don't want to do this in-house. Bespoke solutions suck in this sort of application. It's not the proper way to do things. You should find an off-the-shelf or quasi-off-the-shelf system and then have them begin making adaptations to it, because every state has different statutes and different requirements, and it will require different things to be in that particular iteration of software. So if you look at a company's installation base, it's not going to be the same piece of software from state X, Y, Z, or Minnesota, and I'm sure that Representative Elkins would agree with that. But we haven't even gone to RFP yet. That's a problem. Once again, I'll make a movie reference. If you remember when the Ghostbusters were on the roof and they were admonished to not cross the beams because that's bad, when they asked what is bad, that's all life as we know it ceasing to exist is bad. Write that down. That's bad. It is bad to rush towards having a solution without having a vendor installed to do the work. So this is saying to the commissioner, go to RFP, find that third-party vendor, don't nibble around the edges, go ahead, jump into the deep end of the pool, because if you all believe that this is able to be done, let's get it going. And I had asked earlier, and I know that I cannot, but I wanted to have something entered into the record, and I'm just going to have our media person clip this, but because I can't put it into the record of the Journal of the House. We're going to have things clipped from today where all of you said, it's great, it's going to work, it's going to be fabulous, you're going to love it. I don't think we are. And not from the policy perspective, because we obviously have disagreements there, but from the rollout, the mechanics, the fact that it will not work in our estimation. And you know what? Prove me wrong. I'll buy you a burger. Representative Greenman's gone. I can't say cheeseburger, but I'll buy you lunch and a malted beverage of your choice, because I don't think you're going to hit the timelines. Because as we had said, as the commissioner said, for those that were in Ways and Means, the commissioner said, we haven't got the RFP let out yet. So, Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call on this bill.
Roll call has been requested.
Amendment.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, friends. This is, again, if you're going to do this, we are asking that you put your money where the mouth is and make them go out to RFP. Because every day that you do not, every day that you just talk on the phone in hushed voices and congratulate each other for having a great idea, doesn't mean squat. You're not there yet. Go to RFP, have people respond to RFP, because there may be vendors out there, and I think there's a number of vendors that are playing in this space, but there may be vendors that look at this and they say, yeah, we don't want to do that. And I have actually done that. We responded to a number of RFPs, and I directed my sales team, we don't want to respond to this. We don't believe that we can do this, and if we take this work for the price that they are telling us that they are offering, we're going to fail. So I give you this humbly. I ask for your support, and I would ask members to vote green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nash. Again, I do understand what you're trying to approach here, but I will just have to clarify that when Deed is testified in committee, they have been clear about the process that they're using. They're working with Manit. It is a opportunity to negotiate process. They are in communications with IT vendors now, having a conversation around who that vendor will be and how they will build this program out. That is happening right now. And this also leads into another clarification. This is actually like a 31-month build out. It's from the day of the bill it's from the date that the bill was enacted to the date that the program launches. So it's almost a 31-month build out, and we keep saying that it's a shorter time period. I just wanted to be clear for whoever may be watching this at this time. There's been a lot of talk. Someone may be watching this, but whoever's watching this, it's actually about a 30-month build out. So plenty of time for us to get this right, plenty of time for us to have the program set up to ensure that it's effective and ready to go when Minnesotans have to apply for these benefits. For that reason, I'd urge a no vote on this amendment.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're trying to do the math over here very quickly, but I don't believe that from the day of enactment to now, to when you say your 33-month build out, I don't know that you're going to hit that, particularly given that, okay, so you're talking to vendors, you're giving them your specs, great. Still haven't entered the contract negotiations, which takes a long time. And if you've ever dealt with software companies, as you get into the T's and C's and like page 19 of a contract, that's when the lawyers, Representative Niska, that's when the lawyers actually become valuable. Up until then, they're optional, but that's when they get interesting. That's when you need them to say, okay, page 28, subsection 4, the things that are in 4-point print, we want to talk about those things, and it takes time. I don't think you've got enough clock. So we're gonna see this happen. And again, I'm gonna write this down. I do keep a legislative journal of absurdity. And I'm going to write these things down, and I'm going to come back after it doesn't work, and I will show that to you, and we can talk about it then, because I don't believe that you're giving yourself enough time. You've been given a lifeline. You've been offered amendments. You had the Perryman amendment. You had the Baker amendment. Now you've got this amendment to just make your process better. You've got the votes. But do you have the conscience to get the right thing done?
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Pawlowski.
Pawlowski, no.
Pawlowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 yeas and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 5363, the third and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. I think this is our last amendment, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate that. And before I forget, we'll ask for a roll call if I could.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And this is one of the most exciting ones that we have because, members, here's the one that you can actually take home and say you did something that has never happened here in the last 2 years for sure, and you can take home a tax cut. Think about that. My amendment says we're going to do what you said we were going to do, what you were going to do when you passed this bill in 2023, and that the rate was going to be 0.7. And it was doubly conservative when they ran the numbers several times, different models. The officials were testifying that I bet I heard doubly conservative 6 different times because they really believed it. 0.7. 0.7 to those folks that are watching on TV, what does that mean? It just means that the tax that's coming your way is, we're trying to really keep it tight and efficient. We hope that it'll be more than what you need, because when the budget was written, it was doubly conservative, which means they really were certain this 0.7 was going to be all that we need. That's what I think it means anyway. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I took it. But members, right now, we are right now today, before this passes, we're at 0.78 already. Now they want to make it 0.88 when it leaves the floor tonight, hopefully before tomorrow. So, members, again, there's been a lot of different modeling over the last couple of years. Back in 2022, actually, they were suggesting the rate would be plenty at 0.60. So they gave themselves extra wiggle room and went 0.7 last year. Again, other states, some want to talk about other states. Washington, similar to ours, they are headed to a 0.99 payroll tax, and yet their program doesn't have as many bells and whistles as ours does. But members that supported paid family medical last year, you promised Minnesotans 0.7. You promised them. If I remember early this year, after spending a record budget, raised taxes or raised spending by 40% last year, $71 billion. You spent all the money in the savings account, in the surplus, and you raised taxes and fees another $10 billion. And part of that $10 billion was right here in this. This is a big part of your tax increase, because that was a new tax. And now you want to raise it some more. And I'm saying, if you hold your line and did your promising that and stuck to your guns, you'll make it work at 0.7. You'll figure out how to make it work. Because we've got really awesome vendors out there that are going to make it work. We've got 6 or 13 other states, whoever's doing it out there, they all have figured this out, how to make it work more efficiently. But members, this is your chance to vote for a tax cut. And if also I remember early on this session, your friend, Governor Walz, said there's no appetite for a tax increase this year. He did say that. There's no appetite for a tax increase in 2024. He said that in front of the chamber leadership, or the dinner we had at opening session night. He has said it many times early on. It's been quoted many times in the paper. So members, I ask that tonight you stand with your promise, hold the 0.7, your promise to Minnesota residents, your promise to businesses. It was doubly conservative. Don't break your promise. I hope that we get a green vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. Right now, with this new bill, we were talking about 0.88. Okay, so since the way this legislation is drafted, it's 100% of salary, 100%, which is insane, but it's 100%. That means, I did the math really quick, that means that there's an assumption that at any one time, 1 out of 114 of us will be on leave. 1 out of 114 people. I would surmise that this number, because of the richness of the benefits, the broadness of the use, which is probably the bigger issue for eligibility, very, 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 very broad eligibility. Anyone can find us, a sick aunt's cousin's, kid, right? So that they can go take care of. to get on this, that you're going to have, the eligibility is going to be 4 times. You know, you're going to have 4 times the number of people on this at any one time. It's not going to be 1 out of 116 people. I mean, that alone is people beyond the numbers of people that are having children, you know, at any one time. And because of this, we all know in government it's extremely hard to pull back a benefit. It rarely ever happens, especially in the state of Minnesota, especially under Democrat trifecta and Democrat leadership. So pulling back a benefit, the only way that we're going to be able to do that is to change the legislation and say, hey, we're going to make cuts, folks, because we're broke, because way more people are using this for way longer periods of time, for way bigger eligibility, you know, things that they can dream up, you know, or we just put a cap on it in the beginning and we say the dollars available are 0.7% of payroll. That is the dollars that are available. And it needs to be adjusted. The program, if we go over that, which we will, we already know we are because we're already over it, right? We're at 0.88. But we say that that's the dollars. And it's a lot easier to make those cuts, and it's easier for people to swallow that if they know that there is a limited set of funds and it's limited. But right now it's not, it's unlimited. Completely unlimited. And so when this thing goes bankrupt and when we go from 0.6 to 0.7 to 0.88 to 0.15 to 0.3 down the road, because that's what it's going to take to fund this, I think, eventually, you know, where do you stop? Does this just become another Social Security type program, but it's for people that are, you know, not retirees? It's just for everybody? Because that's what this thing, I think, would turn into. So this amendment would save a lot of future pain for future legislators, many of whom will probably be the members that are here, because this isn't going to take long to get to that point. And it would save a lot of pain of having to cut programs because the use is going to be significantly higher than anything that is 1 out of 118 people at any one time. So I encourage members to accept the Baker Amendment, and let's have some fiscal sanity for once. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I don't remember the last time I have spoken so much on a bill. That's how bad this bill is, because it needs a lot of fixing, and I like to fix things. That's what I like to do. I like to fix things. So Minnesota taxpayers, I want you to gather around, because Democrats are here to give you anything you like. You want paid time off, you want sick leave, whatever you like. Minnesota taxpayers, you've come to the right place, because who can take your money? The Minnesota Democrats can. With a twinkle in their eye, take it all away and give it to some other guy. In this case, they're giving it to the government to build a whole new system, which, according to the NFIB letter here, May 15th, I hope you guys all got it. Oh, that's today. May 15th is today, so this is very pertinent. This is today. It's fresh, right off the press. The allowance for up to 20 weeks off per year for every worker for a wide range of reasons, including taking care of anyone with whom an applicant has a personal relationship. That personal relationship is not defined. So I'm not sure, but we'll probably get to that to third reading. But anyway, I'm so curious about that. But in the letter, it says, equally troubling is Minnesota's inability to accurately forecast the PFML costs for employers and workers. Since 2022, the estimated total cost at PFML has nearly doubled. So, members, this important amendment, A9, so thank you, Representative Baker, for looking out for Minnesota taxpayers and for our business owners, quite honestly. So there's a fiscal note back in 2022 that it was $603,710. Okay, then 2023 fiscal note, $1,213,045,000. And then 2024 fiscal note, fiscal premium rate in rate scenarios, the 2026 cost is $1,630,000,000. And this is for a program that isn't even off the ground running yet. Members, that is unsustainable. NFIB also warns the small businesses of Minnesota, the hardworking small businesses of Minnesota, that as a result, the paid leave payroll tax will rise to 33% higher than last year's promise. Last year's promise of 0.7%, a rate that Deed asserted would not change in last year's fiscal note. Members, in this body, our word is supposed to mean something. And time again, last year, when we brought amendments forward on the first bill that passed off this floor, we addressed this concern. We were afraid that that 0.7% was going to increase. As a matter of fact, on my floor speech, I accidentally called it a 7% tax increase, and I also called this bill wage theft. I said it was 7% in my haste to, make sure I was doing my due diligence to give other members time to talk. I said 7%, and I got beat up online for my 7% mistake. Okay, well, we're not quite to 7% yet, but there's no stopping that this bill is not going to increase to 7%. Give it time. Yes, give it time. This bill is literally stealing money out of our taxpayer wallets. And Democrats, you're using our taxpayers as ATMs. Oh, not a big deal. Yeah, we were wrong on the projections. It's not really 0.7% anymore. It's going to be maybe 33% higher than we had forecasted. I know we told you taxpayers that, under no uncertainty that was going to change. It is firm. It's not going to change. It's 0.7%. Well, and we can just take a look to Washington State. Minnesota is using the same actuarial firm that Washington is using. And Washington's family medical leave program has a less generous benefit set, where their max leave is only 18 weeks with a weekly benefit cap of 90% of the average weekly wage. But as Representative Nash stated, their payroll tax has a higher payroll tax of 0.99% than what is projected for Minnesota, which has a max leave of 20 weeks and a weekly benefit max of 100% of average weekly wage, and a 2026 tax of 0.88%. So as you can see, as this train wreck of a bill is leaving this floor, we are in serious trouble. And we're here to help you. We're here to fix your mistakes. We want to work with you. It doesn't have to be this way. Representative Baker's amendment is simple. It makes sure that we keep those promises, members. And that's what we need to do. Keep our promises to the taxpayers. They're not an ATM that we can just go to anytime we need money for something. Members, I ask you to support the Baker Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Baker Amendment. This is very reasonable, and as I've said many times, we need to do something to keep the cost of this program under control, and this is a really good faith effort. This is what we promised. All we're doing here is telling employers and employees what we told you the tax was last year. We're going to keep our word. Last year, we told taxpayers we would put this 0.7% tax on payroll, split between employees and employers. Members, that was a $2.9 billion tax on Minnesotans. And what we're adding to it this year, from when the actuarial study came out where the tax was 0.7 to when the fiscal note came out saying, oh, we've changed the base from 0.7 to 0.78, that added, without really being accounted for, an extra $142 million. But then when we went from the 0.78, which is the new baseline, interesting how we can just create new baselines around here. When we started with the 0.78% payroll tax, and under this bill will go to 0.88%, that adds another $735 million to the tab. So overall, between going from 0.7, which is what we promised last year, to the current bill, which is 0.88, we are raising taxes on Minnesotans another $887 million in this bill. What? I can't imagine that you guys would vote for this. And we raised taxes $10 billion last year. $2.9 billion of it was at the 0.7%. Now we are raising taxes another $887 million in this one bill. Members, our workers, our employers, they can't afford it. They don't want more money taken out of their paychecks. So let's scale back the bill to what we promised, 0.7% of payroll, and let's make the benefit package fit with that. Already it was a $2.9 billion tax increase on our citizens. They can't afford this. We can't afford this as a state. Please support the Baker Amendment. Let's keep our word from last session. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise to support the Baker Amendment to stay at that 0.7 cap. And as we've had this conversation, I was reminded of some of the conversations I had this summer about this bill, about the paid family medical leave bill. And I think just going back, a lot of the conversations I had, people were excited about this benefit. And we've talked about that, both sides of the aisle, to help an aging parent, to be home with their new child, to support their family. All very noble, great things to be thinking about. And I was having a conversation with a staff member at school, and she was really excited about this. They were working on starting a family, planning things out, and I was walking through what I understood in the bill, and I just said, well, you understand that when this goes into place, your paycheck is going to go down by 0.35%. And it was a blank stare. She was like, well, what? And I said, yeah, that's split. The 0.7 payroll tax is split between the employee and the employer. Again, blank stare.
And then the mindset changed. She's like, well, wait a minute, I don't want that. I don't want to have to pay for that. She thought that it was something that she was not going to have to pay for. And then I was reminded of another conversation I had with another group of teachers, and we were walking through all of the mandates, and they were honestly being pretty direct and, well, give me some examples. So I walked through some different examples, and I ended with, and this one is coming, this paid family medical leave. And I explained it to them the same way I explained it individually to the other teacher. Same response, blank stare. And then when they started doing the math about their contract negotiations, I just said, well, just think about it. Just subtract 0.35% from whatever your settlement is per year. And they weren't as excited about the benefit. And then some of the conversation said, well, the district will just pay for that. And I said, well, yeah, the district may choose to do that. But then that means there's going to be less money in the general fund for the district to hire teachers, to hire staff. So the money is not just going to grow on trees. So if the district doesn't choose to pay that and the employee pays it, you can see how there can be division between the different groups. And we just don't need to do that. So I would really encourage support for the Baker Amendment. If we continue to see this, a 25% increase in premiums, this is going to come out of the pockets of our employees. Let that sink in. This is going to come out of the pockets of the people working at the counter, taking your orders. It's going to come out of those Main Street businesses. It's going to come out of the pocket of our teachers. And Representative Frazier, I know you do work with teachers. So I look forward to, some of those conversations and being honest with staff about, yeah, this is something we supported. So I think we need to keep in mind, let's set this ceiling so that we don't continue to raise costs and take money out of the pocket of the people that are working so hard to serve our communities. Thank you. Support the Baker Amendment.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Baker, for this amendment. This is a good idea. It's a good way to help save the majority from the people of Minnesota thinking that they were sold a bait and switch on this bill. When this passed last year, it was sold as a 0.7% payroll tax split. I appreciate the comments, Representative Bakeberg, about how that really works. A lot of people think, that 0.35%, or in this case, 0.44%, that's designated as what the employer is paying. First of all, obviously the employee portion comes out of the employee's paycheck. It's wage theft, I think, as Representative Franson said. But the other part of it doesn't just, it's not just free money that drops from the sky. It's money that comes out of the money that the employer can pay in compensation. And every study over and over again that looks at any kind of payroll tax shows that payroll tax ends up depressing the compensation that is being paid. So when the majority passed this on the promise that it was a 0.7% tax hike, the people of Minnesota should have had the right to believe them. But even before the program has gone into effect, that payroll tax has already increased because the estimates were off. So the Baker Amendment, this A9 amendment, is very important to tell the people of Minnesota that there wasn't a bait and switch. Because the people of Minnesota are very concerned, and I've heard from a lot of people about how concerned they are that this whole legislative session has been a big bait and switch. Last year, in the 2022 election, they were sold that they vote for Democrats, they were going to be responsible governance. They were supposed to represent one Minnesota. They were going to get back checks from this big surplus, and instead, 40% hike in the state budget, spent the entire surplus, and raised taxes. So the people of Minnesota are rightly concerned that they were sold a big bait and switch last election, and they are rightly concerned that the paid family medical leave bill that was passed last year was an extension of that bait and switch. And so to take one small step back from that brink, to tell the people of Minnesota in one way that what they were sold last year, that's we're going to step back a little bit closer to what you were sold last year. The Baker amendment is a very good amendment. I'm going to be voting for it. I urge members on the other side of the aisle, do what you said you were going to do for the people of Minnesota, at least this one time. Vote for the A9 amendment.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, I want to thank Representative Baker for this amendment. This is good government at its finest right here, and this is actually not just good government, this is actually keeping our promise to Minnesotans. Members, it doesn't take much to go out into the communities that we represent and have conversations with everyone from business owners to teachers to just employees at small businesses, mom and pop shops, to know that right now there are rising costs. And not only are there rising costs, there's rising taxes. This amendment today is going to be making sure that we don't raise those taxes even more. I can't think of a better thing to, as we are approaching the end of this session, to make sure we do for Minnesotans. Government only works when the people that it represents have trust in that government, right? Minnesotans are supposed to have trust in this body and in this legislature to do the right things for them. So let's try to keep that trust by saying we're not going to raise their taxes again. This amendment is going to be following through on that small part of it. By holding this amount at 0.7%, it's going to give business owners a peace of mind, right? It's going to give every Minnesotan who pays taxes just a little bit more peace of mind that this isn't going to run out of control. Many members on my side of the aisle already gone over what the projections are reading, the increase. And it's not just projections from Minnesota. We can look at the history of other states around us. We've seen how that tax will increase and increase and increase. Again, members, talk to your constituents. Every single thing right now is about how the price of everything is going up. Their taxes are going up. The cost, I mean, it was just in a report less than 6 weeks ago that the average cost to Minnesotan families is an extra $13,000 a year. Widely reported. Good data, good facts. So then why wouldn't we accept this in a bipartisan way? Again, this is the minority reaching out to you, the majority, with compromise, good government, and trying to lift up all Minnesotans. What's baffled me so much in the conversations that we've had over the last couple of days and even the past couple of weeks is that when my side of the aisle, the minority, is looking to you, the majority, and saying, listen, we're trying to do good government, I don't know why the majority wouldn't try to embrace that. I don't know why you wouldn't try to embrace leadership that shows that you want to work with both sides. Because that's who Minnesotans are. Minnesota nice, working together, lifting all people up. So is this being rejected? For what reason, I can't understand. Maybe it's because there's R's by all of our names, and if that is, that's pretty sad, and that's disappointing. When we passed this bill last year, the majority had a lot of pride for what they had done, and I think my side of the aisle here, we did a lot of work to really try to educate and say, listen, there's problems with this, it's gonna come due. Here we are, not even almost a year later. The problems are coming due. We tried to work on the bill to make it work. We were blocked out again. And now this bill is in front of us. It's going to perpetuate that problem. So I deeply encourage you to accept this amendment. Because if you have twice the pride and pass this again, you will have double the fall. But it won't be you as the majority that's going to face this. It won't be the minority that's going to face this. It's going to be every single one of our constituents. Every single Minnesotan is going to be hurt unless we make sure to put a stop to these increases. I mentioned on one of the earlier amendments, I have a good friend that works on designing these programs, has been a part of some of these programs around the country. When I've talked with him about his experiences and what this looks like for Minnesota, he's deeply concerned. And when we talk about the timeline, was it 19 months? No way we'll be ready in time. So if there's no way we're going to be ready in time, after we do all the implementation and you work with IT firms and all the payments and the costs behind that, you have to hire staff, all the work that's going to go on behind the scenes, we're probably not going to be ready on time. The costs are going to run amok. Meanwhile, the average Minnesotan is sitting here waiting for a program that, again, I'm not going to beat on the program too much because I think there's a way to make it work. I think that's something that the minority and the majority agree on. But if the costs are going to run out of control, it's not going to be implemented on time, then what are we doing? We're not keeping Minnesotans in our best interests. And when we do that, what happens? Minnesotans lose trust in their government. If they lose trust in their government, then our whole system is at risk. I read an interesting thing. I've been doing some light reading on tax laws and whatnot, but I came across an interesting quote. When a value-rigged tax policy is in place, you have a reverse cause and effect. And I want to apply that to what this amendment's about. If you have runaway cost on implementing a value tax program, you're going to have a reversed cause and effect. So instead of Minnesotan businesses and families and everyone that's going to be working on it and this will be applied to, instead of them working and finding ways to make this work, if the tax is running out of control, you're going to have a reverse cause and effect. People are going to not want to find ways to implement this because they can't. It'll be an added tax on the taxes they're already facing. Eventually, this will all fall in on itself, leaving Minnesotans worse off than they were before. Again, think twice, act once. Do it the right way or do it the right way. That's what we are elected to do. That's why we sit in these chairs. So this amendment, again, we can take a chance to restore that trust in government. We can think about every single one of our constituents. We can think about future generations, and we can do the right thing. We can hold costs accountable. And we can work on making sure we implement this the right way. And this would be, I think, a first step towards a larger conversation of working together as one collective body and demonstrating to Minnesotans what true leadership is. Not operating by the term I've heard too much over the last few months, that my constituents have heard too much over the past few months. Majority rules. And that's a phrase I've been hearing throughout my district, throughout my friends and family around the state. Majority rules. That's no way to operate a government, and that's no way to act in the trust of the people that put us in these chairs. So, again, we have an opportunity right now in front of us. Accept this amendment. Let's move forward together and do the right thing for Minnesotans, cap this tax, and then find other ways to make sure it's going to be done the only way we as legislators should do, the right way. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So with this amendment, that would give Minnesotans what they were promised last year when it comes to taxes. I am reminded that last year, Democrats had $17.5 billion of surplus to work with, and they raised taxes by an additional $10 billion, and now here we are back at the trough. Oink, oink. It's never enough. It wasn't enough. Here we are, 1 year later, back at the trough. Minnesotans were promised 0.7%. That's what they were promised. That's what they were told they were going to need to put in to make this program happen. And already, we're at what, 0.78 and heading up to 0.88? Do you know, here's some irony. Do you know that, looking at the tracking sheet, the savings, if we move to back to 0.7, which is what we promised Minnesotans, that's what we told them it would be, $730 million. For the mere cost of a palace for politicians, we could roll this back and give Minnesotans what we promised them. We can pay to roll back this tax with that palace for politicians. I am confident that we can come up with a way cheaper fix for that leaky roof. I am sure of it. I am sure of it. But instead, Democrats are hell-bent on more junk fees. More junk fees. We're going to raise taxes instead. We're just going to keep raising taxes. I just find so much irony in the fact that it's $730 million. That's what we're asking Minnesotans to be on the hook for. That's the increase we are giving Minnesotans from the 0.7% that we promised them to 0.88%. That's a lot of money. $735 million that we have already increased their taxes. And again, we haven't even let an IT program yet. And in fact, what we heard earlier is there's still multiple options. They haven't even decided yet. They're not even to the point of signing contracts. They haven't even decided yet. So thank you, Representative Elkins, for letting us know, because frankly, we're a little bit in the dark. They have not even let a contract for IT, and you have already raised the price of this program by $730 million. I honestly don't know how you look in the mirror at night. Talk about a bait and switch. Hey, we're going to do this great thing for you. It's going to be so awesome. We're going to do this great thing for you. Oh, but you're going to have to pay more and more and more and more. And yeah, we don't actually know if it's going to work, and we're not going to do an audit to make sure it's going to work. You're just going to have to wait and see. And in the meantime, we're going to increase your taxes by another $735 million. For the mere cost of a palace for politicians, we're going to raise your taxes again. This amendment is a great amendment. Let's stick to our word. Let's give Minnesotans what we told them we would give them. Instead, what we do is overpromise and underdeliver, or overpromise and overtax, as the case may be. That's what you're doing. You continue to overpromise and underdeliver. You cannot deliver what you are promising. You are writing checks that you cannot cash. At what point are you going to get this in check? At what point are you going to say enough is enough? We got to put some checks and balances in on this. Because increasing taxes by $730 million a year out with not even a contract signed and 19 months away from implementation, you're already raising taxes $735 million. Again, how do you do this with a straight face? How do you stand there and say, well, of course, this is a fabulous idea. This is exactly what we should do. What? Where is the accountability? Where is the accountability for delivering on the promises you make? There is no accountability. Because it's all funny money here. It's all funny money. Here in this legislature, we don't actually have to see those dollars. We just raise taxes. We'll find it somewhere. We'll just raise taxes. There's no accountability. This amendment would bring a little accountability. This amendment would say, listen, we're going to charge Minnesotans 0.7% tax, and then we're going to live within our means. Then we're going to figure out what we can do with that. But instead, you promise the sky. You promise the most generous program in the entire country. The most generous program in the entire country. And frankly, yeah, but we'll be able to do it for less in taxes than everybody else does. Guys, this is not magic. It's just math. It's just math. And it's not even hard math. This isn't even complicated. There is no chance that you can offer the most generous benefits in the country, tax at a lower rate than everybody else, and think you can pay for it. Like, I don't know who you think you're kidding. I may have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. I don't know who you think you're kidding with these numbers. This is a rational amendment. This says we are going to let Minnesotans know what they have to pay. And over the next 19 months, or more accurately, 25 or 26 or 30 months, because there's no chance we're going to get this done in 6 fewer months than any other state, by then we'll have an idea. Okay, this is what we're collecting in revenue. Let's figure out what we can do for folks. Let's figure out what we can do. But instead, right now, sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. We're going to promise the moon and stars, and then we're going to tax the heck out of you to get there. It's just not right. Once again, we go back. We're poking. Let's figure out what that limit is. What's the tipping point? Because we're going to get there. We are going to get there. There's no question. You're not just making this harder on small businesses. You're making this harder on everyone. You're making it harder on everyone. And if, frankly, I think the uptake numbers are absurd on how many people are actually going to use this program, but if those numbers are accurate, you are screwing over the vast majority of Minnesotans to pay for this. That's what's happening. If those numbers are accurate, which I doubt they are, you are screwing over the vast majority of Minnesotans to pay for this. The least we can do is tell them what the tax rate is going to be. The least we can do is say, listen, you are going to be on the hook for this, whether you use it or not, and if the numbers are to be believed, you're more likely to not use it than you are to use it. The least we can do is say, hey, this is your tax rate. The number we promised you, 0.7%, that's your tax rate. And we'll figure out how to make that work. It's only right. This is the right thing to do for Minnesotans. It is the right thing to do to be honest about what folks are going to have to pay into this system that, again, if the numbers are to be believed, they are likely to not use. Way more likely to never use it. So let's do that. Let's be honest in these numbers. Let's use the 0.7% interest rate that was promised. Let's save. Good news. I found the $730 million for you. It's right across the street in the Palace for Politicians. And let's give Minnesotans what we promised them.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, I guess I was, as the author, I don't think I've heard from the majority if they're going to support my amendment or not. I don't think I've heard from Representative Frazier. Is he available to kind of tell me what he's thinking about this?
Are you asking Representative Frazier to yield?
Madam Speaker, I guess I am. Typically, we had gone to them first, then we come back, so my apologies. So if he would please yield to kind of give us his thought on this great idea about saving $700 million. Thank you.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker, for acknowledging that I had not spoken yet. I was waiting. No, I've heard and I appreciate the conversation on this amendment. Again, I understand what you're trying to do. What I'll say to that is, the way I heard this being framed is that we are, living within our means, and that we would be, if we pass this, we would be passing a tax cut. What we would be actually doing is taking away benefits that we promise Minnesotans. We act as if these taxes, or as if these premiums are being taken from Minnesotans, taken from employers in Minnesota, and being shipped to another state. No, these are investments for benefits for Minnesotans, and Minnesotans want these benefits. They want them. In fact, they've been waiting for them for years, for the ability to have the opportunity that if something comes up, if they have to take care of themselves or a loved one, they're not going to have to be subject to financial ruin. That is what this is about. That is what we're trying to ensure that we build here in this state to make our state truly one of the better states that folks will flock to. It gives our small businesses an opportunity to be competitive, to offer something that they cannot offer now, because now they'll be able to be a part of a pool and they will be able to afford to do so. I heard Representative Bakeberg talk about teachers. Well, I do talk to a lot of teachers. A lot of teachers were in support of this. A lot of teachers are in support of this. We've heard folks talk about how teachers have to plan out when they want to start a family. This will give them the ability to have a better opportunity to plan that out, where they don't have to worry about, will I be able to afford to take time away from work? Will I have to only take a break for a couple of weeks and go back when I'm not ready to go back, when my body's not ready to go back, when I'm not fully able to go back and spend the time and be effective in the classroom for my kids? We're going to take that away. We're going to give them the opportunity to start a family when they want to start a family and choose to start a family. We're going to give that opportunity to every Minnesotan that has access to this program. So for that, I say we vote down an amendment that would take away benefits. And we stand firm in a promise that we made to Minnesotans to give them something that they don't have now that will make Minnesota better.
Representative Baker.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. Again, you promised 20 weeks. You promised a very robust package, and you promised 0.7. So now you're saying you want to do all the benefits, but the price doesn't matter. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, is to say it does matter, because it's a very important part of this equation. So, Madam Speaker, if Representative Frazier would continue to yield.
He will yield.
So, Representative Frazier, I disagree with my colleague Representative New Brindley, where she said, sky's the limit. Do you have a limit, Representative Frazier? What do you think would be a point of saying, oh boy, that's too much, or that's the most we can do? What is your opinion about what is the most we can ever let this thing go up to?
Representative Frazier.
Representative Baker, there is a limit. The cap is 1.2.
Representative Baker.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that. I think there is a limit, 1.2. That's another 40% of where this is from now. That's a whole lot more money. That's 1.2 that now has got to come back to the legislature to have that changed again. But right now, our friends at DEED have the ability to kind of do whatever they want to do if the program is running out of money. They can make that adjustment as far as I know. Well, that's a huge increase. That is more than double than what it was in 2022 when it started out at 0.6. It's double, no, it's not double. It's 0.7 to 1.2 is not quite double, but that would be almost double from 23 to the 1.2 if it continues to rise like it is already before it even started. We don't have a vendor selected. We don't know where this is going. We don't exactly know the costs of this very robust program. You're unwilling to even trim down some things to make it fit within the budget. Because you guys don't know how to budget, because look at what happened last year, $71 billion. You blew it all. And you still want to raise taxes. So, Madam Speaker, I think I have one final question for Representative Frazier.
He will yield. He will yield.
Thank
Representative
you.
Baker.
Thank you. Representative Frazier, what do we call this tax on a payroll check? What is the line going to look like on a payroll stub for my employees? Is it going to be called an insurance premium? Is it insurance tax? Is it a paid family medical tax? Can I get your opinion about what you think that's going to look like?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Baker, I do not have the answer to that. I believe DEED would have the answer to that, but I do not have the answer to what the actual line item and the way it would be connotated on a check would look like.
Representative Baker.
Well, we should think about what that's going to look like, because it might be, you know, the DFL tax or something, because again, there's going to be benefit to it. I'm not saying that this is not just a tax. There should be a benefit. There's got to be a payback for this. But right now, on a typical payroll check, we've got Medicaid, Medicare employment tax, we've got a federal withholding tax, we've got Minnesota withholding, Social Security employee. We've got lines there, and there's going to be a new line here. And employees, this is starting actually January of 26, not April. April is when the Minnesota state takes the first payments from employers that are collecting it and sending it in at a quarter at a time. But coming out of a payroll check for employees is going to be January of 2026. That's when the money starts coming from our employees. And then the payroll will be paid each quarter from the employers who are collecting the dollars. That's how that works. So again, members, this was a chance for you to say you are of your word. You said 0.7. I'm asking you to please vote red. I'm sorry, I want you to vote green on my amendment. Thank you. Red. I'm sorry, green. It's getting late. Vote green on the Baker amendment on this promise, because a no vote is a broken promise. Thank you, members.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Palowski.
Palowski, no.
Palowski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no more amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 5363, as amended.
Third reading. Can my GOP friends let me know who was the first to stand up? No, I represent the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. We've almost exhausted this, but I think there's still some things we haven't talked about, and I think we all appreciate legislation and public policy that works, and I appreciate what Representative Frazier is trying to do. I really do. The problem that I think we have, Madam Speaker and Representative Frazier, is we've got a foundational problem with the underlying bill, and we have a fundamental problem with how it's being paid for. This thing goes back, I learned last session, it goes back a number of years. This bill's been introduced over and over and over again. And it's never been, it's never actually, until recently, we've gotten a real fiscal note. We haven't known what it's going to cost, but we've always kept the benefit set the same. We have a political idea that lacks science and it lacks math. We have a political ideology, Madam Speaker, members, that we have an inability to accurately predict its cost, but it is going to be borne on our employers and on the workers in the state. And I want to remind the body, you know, almost half of Minnesota workers, 1.2 million workers, they work for small businesses, almost half. And the benefit set that this bill, the underlying bill that this one tries to fix, is, I mean, literally, this will allow 44% of the workdays in a year to be missed. And for small businesses, that's a massive hit. And Representative Frazier, I appreciated your comments before where you talked about this is gonna help our workforce. And I don't, you look at the states, and this is easily found, you look at the states that have paid medical family leave, their labor force is declining. You look at California, you look at New York, their labor force is declining, both paid medical family leave states. I think that you'll find a lot of agreement on this side that there is some benefit to this. The problem is it's foundationally flawed. Small businesses, they just want to be left alone. They start to provide a good or a service, and they want to be able to do that. They need a stable environment. They need to be able to do deals with the people that are working for them. They need to be able to count on an economic environment where they can actually thrive. And this disrupts that in a big way. Now, big businesses, I've heard tonight that they're going to be fine. They can maybe pay it, but they want to control costs too, and they have to. And I think that there's going to be a lot of private plans. I talked to one of the larger businesses in my district this afternoon, and the answer was a vehement, we will create a private plan. And I think the more that big businesses do that, it literally places that public plan in further vulnerability, especially with the sliding fee scale. And I appreciate the effort that you put into trying to provide some relief. I do. But I think by having, I think that big businesses leaving that to create a private plan, I think is going to even put this in further jeopardy. You know, and then no one has talked about tonight that I could hear the additional vulnerability that I see in this, where you've got employees who are going to float from a private plan to a public plan. And I think that you tried to address it a little bit, and maybe in your closing comments you could, but I think that that's a further vulnerability that we're going to have. You know, I talked to a number of businesses about this issue over the past year, and I'm amazed that there's such a difference, that there's just such a difference across the aisle in this. I haven't talked to one business in my district, not one, that says this is a good idea. So the one that I talked to this afternoon, they're in the facilities management business. They go in and they take care of cleaning office buildings and medical buildings, and it's a smaller. They have 32 employees, and it was ironic. The reason they called me is they just had a meeting with one of their business consultants, and today were brought. They just learned about some of the effects. They learned about the 0.88 today versus the 0.7, and I'm not going to talk about that. I think we've talked about that enough tonight. But she told me, she said, we're at this point where we have to begin looking at other states because of the number of regulations that are being put in place, the drastic absorption of the additional workload on existing employees if some employees take 44% of the days off for good reason. And it's becoming too heavy. And I think that's where the balance, we're missing. And that's where the political ideology should bounce off of the economic realities that we have. And that's where I think we've missed this. The other thing that she mentioned today is she said, I said, well, if it goes into place and you stay in Minnesota, and I said, can't you know, what about increasing costs? And she goes, we already are doing that based on what's happening now. She says, we're increasing costs. And she said, what's happening is our customers are basically reducing the frequency of service. So businesses have to deal with the reality of math, like we talked about earlier tonight, but for some reason here we don't. And for me, that's disappointing. And while I appreciate the effort that you've put in, Representative Frazier, in trying to do something with this bill, I didn't vote for the first one. And honestly, members, you shouldn't be voting for this one. This needs to go back. If you've talked to businesses in your district and they're telling you that they want this, I would love to hear it. I just haven't heard one. So, members, this is fundamentally wrong. It's foundationally flawed. It's unaffordable. We have no idea on how to calculate the cost for this other than that 100% of it, whatever it ends up being, is going to be borne on workers and small business. That's it. We don't know if the benefits are going to justify the cost. And with that, I would recommend a no vote, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Appreciate the debate tonight. You know, I really feel with the failure of the vast majority of our amendments, it was kind of like an addiction intervention. You know, we came into the room tonight with the idea of having a good conversation and really trying to walk members of the majority off the cliff and away from really a really disastrous future potentially. You know, we gave you opportunities to allow small business owners with less than 20 employees to maybe strike their own path and what might be do best what's the best for them and their employees. We gave you an opportunity. You didn't listen. You didn't win. We didn't win that vote. Folks, we gave you an opportunity to cap the amount of cost that this program was going to cost. Minnesota taxpayers, customers, small business owners, employees. It went down in flames. Folks, a good telltale sign to whether or not you're doing good work here in the legislature is one of the things that I've always looked at. It's always been interesting. And when you're visiting with neighbors, you're visiting with friends, one of the things you commonly do, unless you drive an electric vehicle that's government subsidized, is you go to the gas station. And Representative Jim Joy knows the business quite well. I'm sure there's others that maybe have owned gas stations, worked at a gas station, been an attendant, maybe even, I think they call them a jobber, where they haul fuel or whatever. But if you go, next time you go to the gas station, what I want you to do is check out the pumps. And one of the things you'll notice more times than not is that there'll be a solid number at those pumps. There'll be a $5, a $10, $15, $20 fill. And it's not that that's how much gas they just happen to need to put in the tank. It's that's all the gas that they could afford. Well, we don't have that problem with the electric fill-ups down in the basement of the SOB, where people don't have enough money to fill up because it's free, I think. But one of the things that we do deal with is folks pinching pennies, trying to get by, trying to make their life go, whether they're a small business owner, whether they're a small family farm, whatever that might be. And when the cost of living is getting high, folks, decisions at the pump is one of the first things that you see. You see decreased lotto sales. You see less Big Deborah snack cakes being sold. And, you know, one of the things that we need to be looking for is how do we decrease the cost of doing life here in Minnesota? And, you know, I really feel that I think we've seen estimates of potentially $700, $800, $1 billion that this is going to cost taxpayers and customers and business owners year after year. And I think it was Representative New Brindley that had an amendment to let's just take the money from the Palace for Politicians and let's move it into this program so that it costs ratepayers less. That was thrown out. I mean, Minnesota's a land of 10,000 lakes. And right now, we've got 10,001 when you look at that big hole across the street. I would have an amendment that would be willing to name that one. We just stop the build, put it in the tracks. We could put a little water feature, and we could probably even have a dock manufacturer in the caucus that would donate a dock. And we could call it we can name it whatever you like. But let's not raise taxes on Minnesotans. We've had a $17 billion surplus, gone with the wind. We've had a $10 billion tax increase, right out of Minnesotans' pockets. And Representative Frazier's comments tonight really hit me. He said, we in this room made a promise for these benefits. Made a promise with this program. With what? Other people's money. We've driven wedges between bosses and their employees when it comes to how much they can pay. We've driven wedges between bosses and employees on what programs that they should or should not offer within their benefits set. Only in St. Paul do we make life cheaper in our minds by making it more expensive for taxpayers. Folks, we had an intervention tonight and we failed. And the addiction is government spending, overregulation, driving wedges between business owners and their employees, and we failed. There is a limit to all this. As long as Washington, D.C. continues its addiction to printing money, we are going to see an increasing burden on those of the lower classes in our society, the ones closest to poverty. They're the ones paying the price for these decisions. Members, at some point, when all the industries we deal with, the Xcel Energy having to come up with grant programs to help poor people pay their electric bills because the prices of electricity is not going down because DFL policies. It's going up. Government is not getting cheaper. Government is one of the least efficient manners to deliver services almost entirely everywhere, always. Members, we have come off a high, a drug binge of spending. And I believe this November, folks are finally going to come out of the coma and say, enough is enough. I'm going to get clean. I hope they do. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, if the author would yield, please. He will yield.
He will yield. Representative Davids. He didn't give me the signal, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This program, in my mind, is ripe for waste, fraud, and abuse. If you're in the insurance business like I am and you have to take the tests, they really hit you on waste, fraud, and abuse. If this one isn't ripe for that, I don't know what is. I mean, who wouldn't want 44% of the year off every year? So my question to the author is, we're supposed to be at 7. We know that's 0.7. We know that's not going to happen. From what I understand reading the bill, the maximum is 1.2. What happens if 1.2, the claims are coming in, the payments are going out? What happens if 1.2 isn't enough? Do we just quit paying people? What does this bill do when we get to the 1.2? I'm so old, I come back from the days of MNsure when they said it was going to be whatever, and it like tripled overnight. So we're going to the max of 1.2 very, very quickly. What happens when that's not enough money?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These actuary studies will be done every year. So we will have an idea of what the premiums will look like, whether it will fluctuate up or down. The projections we have now, we're projected to get to 0.93 in fiscal year 2029. We're not, from what I understand, based on the actuary studies, we're not projected to make it to 1.2. And I will say that for the system that we have in place, we are below many of the other places that are out there that are running similar programs.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think that really answered the question. We will be at 1.2 very, very quickly because, I mean, why wouldn't you take 44% of the year off as many years as you can? That's going to cost a lot of money. We had an opportunity tonight to do a few things. There's one amendment that said, I think it was 20 employees or less would not be in this program. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Normally, in a lot of these situations, you have it where 50 or less, 30 or less. We really should have looked at that amendment a little bit closer, and maybe throughout the process, that could still happen, because we're going to hurt a lot of people here. We're going to hurt a lot of businesses. We know the 0.7 will go up very quickly. $735 million in new taxes to fund this paid leave mandate. And very seldom do I ever disagree with my good friend Representative Baker, but you said something earlier. Of course, you're more central Minnesota, so I might be able to see why you said what you did. I border Iowa and Wisconsin. The great district I represent borders Iowa and Wisconsin. They don't have this. I get the calls at least once a week of an established business that is moving 2 miles south into Iowa. And I believe, Representative Baker, you said that Minnesota is a great place to start a business. I used to think that too. But what we did to the folks last year and what we're doing this year does not make Minnesota a great place to do business. I used to argue with people, no, stay in Minnesota, stay in Minnesota. It's a, you can make it in Minnesota. Well, the last year or so, I've just had to say, we'll see ya. Maybe we can go down to Core, Iowa, have some Mabe's Pizza or something. I like you guys, but I can't justify people making the argument to stay in Minnesota with your business. How do you do that? How do you do that? I have to be honest with people. And if they say, should I stay in Minnesota or go to Iowa where they actually have freedom, I think you know what the answer is going to be. So I respectfully disagree that this is a good state to do business. It's not right now. And this just makes it a whole lot worse. We have no exemptions for small business. That 0.7 is pie in the sky. We know it's going to 1.2 very, very quickly. So to my good friends on the other side of the aisle, this is a horrible bill. This is a horrible, horrible bill, because I can tell you exactly what it's going to do to the district I'm so privileged to represent. And it's not good, members. This is just another nail in the coffin to the businesses in the district I represent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. If we wanted to do a fix of the paid family medical leave, there were a lot of opportunities and a lot of missed opportunities today to really fix it. What this bill is really doing is it's missing the opportunity to help small businesses. We've talked a lot about how you're just making it more and more complex, more and more difficult for small businesses to operate. You're just going to put those small businesses out of business. You're going to help the bigger businesses that can afford to make their own plans, the bigger businesses that are going to be able to afford these mandates and these additional costs. And, Representative Davids, thank you for asking the question of the other side. The 0.88, that's just the starting point at this point. The trend, even by their own studies, is going to continue to go up and up and up. And again, we've already learned how their doubly conservative estimates turned out to not be so doubly conservative. It's just going to go up and up and up and up. And I guess maybe we'll have a little bit of advance notice before the legislature is again going to be thinking about raising that 1.2 cap. The taxes are going up and up and up. But even just within this bill, even without looking forward, this bill is imposing on Minnesotans a junk fee. We heard so much discussion, and I think everybody in this room said they were against junk fees. The question was, how are we going to deal with somebody else potentially doing junk fees? This bill is this body imposing the junk fee. We're not even talking about how to stop someone else from doing the junk fees. This is about, are we going to impose the junk fee? We said 0.7% last year. That was what's on the menu, right? That was what was on the menu. And here comes the bill. Guess what? It's 0.88%. Sorry, 0.88%. But here's the thing. At least if you go to a restaurant and you get a junk fee, the kind of junk fees that the folks on the other side were so worked up about a couple days ago, at least on the receipt it says, health impact fee or something like that. If we were at least that honest, we'd at least put on the receipt for every Minnesotan, Palace for Politicians fee. But that's not even in the bill. We'll make sure Minnesotans know about it. Trust us. We'll make sure Minnesotans know that's what was on the bill. But at least, folks on the other side of the aisle, you should itemize that for the people of Minnesota. Sorry, we had to go from 0.7% to 0.88% because we wanted a really, really nice building while we fixed the roof over there. That's what you should have done if you were being honest. Unfortunately, that's not what's being done. What's being done is raising taxes on the way to raising taxes even more. Thank you, Representative Frazier, for admitting that it's going to be 0.9-something% in a couple more years, at least, until it gets up to that 1.2% cap, and then the folks on the other side of the aisle are going to be saying, we got to raise the 1.2% cap. That's what's coming next, Minnesotans. That's what's coming next down the pike. Because the trifecta just couldn't say no to everybody asking for everything, including against the smallest businesses that are going to be put out of business as a result of this plan. So that's what this is. This is the junk fee for a Palace for Politicians bill. So if you're for that, if you're for the one being the one actually imposing the junk fee, then vote yes. I'll be voting no.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, members. Thank you very much. I just want to start out by saying I had a chance to speak Monday night, and kind of same issue, kind of same topic, kind of same balance, but on Monday night I had a chance to go through, and I listed several different hamburger restaurants, right? Burger restaurants. And I'm not going to go through the list tonight, but I need to reference it. Because in that list there was large restaurants, there were chains, there was franchises, there were small mom and pops listed in that list. And the one thing that they still have in common tonight is this bill hurts all of them. It doesn't affect them in a positive way. It doesn't promote business. It doesn't promote them to be profitable in their businesses. It hinders them in operating in the environment that they were created to operate in. And so as you looked at that whole list, they're all affected by this. We've heard a little bit of discussion tonight. Well, big businesses will survive. Small mom and pops may not. They all are hurt, are challenged by another tax, by another mandate, by the employment challenges that come up. I want to take you back, and I've been in my community for over 28 years. And over those 28 years, I have seen restaurants close, seen grocery stores close, seen hardware stores shut their doors, sell all their product and shut their doors. Our local bakery. Recently, our Frontier Steakhouse just closed their doors. Now, I'm not going to tell you that the only reason they closed their doors was because of policies that this body and the Senate have passed that have been approved, that have been promoted on our legislature, but I do know it's a factor. It's a big factor, especially for the community that I come in, that when they're looking at the possibility of investing in their infrastructure or the taxes or mandates that we impose on them, well, they're required to do the ones that we impose. It takes away from the investment in their own businesses. And as I've watched those businesses close and visit with individuals as well, one of the factors is what we do here. This policy we're passing tonight is going to cause businesses in all of our local entities, all of our local cities to close. It's going to cause them to make the decision, do I move on with that additional mandate or do I just shut my doors? Do I add those additional employees to balance so that make sure that I have enough employees to cover if somebody takes off for 20 weeks? Or do I just say, we're going to shut things down and we're going to close? The unfortunate thing is that many of the businesses that I've watched close in our local community, generational. Businesses, one was 100 years, been in a location for 100 years, 50 years. Generational businesses, family businesses that have been vital to the community. Because businesses like that, they're not just businesses there making a profit for their family. Those are businesses that, one, employ people that are in our community, that are part of the community, and they have a place to work and go to work close to home every single day. They sponsor township events. They sponsor town events. They're involved in the community. They invest in the community that they're in. School sports, big one. Calendars, sponsor events, advertising for school sports. They do a lot of things for school sports, schools activities. They're icons of the community. When they start to disappear, so does funding and support for a lot of those local events. And I know all of you have businesses like that you can think of right now in your local community. Every single one of us has them. This bill targets them. But it not only targets those businesses, it targets families. And it targets the workers of Minnesota, it targets Minnesotans. Policy and mandates, they do not promote business. And we have a habit of creating more and more of. Minnesotans are not asking for more fees. Minnesotans are not asking for more taxes. They're definitely not asking for more mandates. I look at this, and it's been irresponsible and unaffordable. And in the last few days, now I'm 23 days in, okay, I got that point in, I'm 23 days in, but I've watched as time and time again, as we've been on this House floor, that we've had many bills and amendments that directly attack our local businesses, that directly attack our families, directly attack our workers, directly attack our employers, our employees. And this one's no different. This House bill is no different. And well, let's just talk a little bit about employment, right? That's a big thing for all of us. We have people in our communities that need to find good employment, need to find good paying jobs. One, for our businesses, it's a challenge finding employees. This bill, if a small business in particular, or a large business, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 employees that say, you know what? I need to take advantage of that 20-week step away. It leaves those businesses in a tremendous predicament. It's extremely challenging to find somebody to fill in, a qualified person to come in and step into those roles. And 1 or 2 people gone, it's a detriment for those businesses. Huge staffing problems that come on, because not every business can have an excess of employees because they don't have the work to keep them busy. To have somebody just sitting on the side waiting if somebody may have to step out and take care for sick leave for 20 weeks at 100% of the pay. And taxes, I've heard it referred to on this one as a premium. This is a tax. It's a tax on our employees. It's a tax on our businesses. Each have to pay, but it's not a premium. Just because it's an insurance program doesn't make it a premium. It's a tax that they have to pay. And after $10 billion in new taxes, and I've heard it before I was sitting in this seat, and I hear it over and over again, but after $10 billion in new taxes and an increase by the government of 40%, do we really need another one? I'm not convinced after those numbers, after that increase in government, that we actually read a number. I understand the good effort behind the bill. I can understand the process, but is this the time? Is this right to increase government, after increasing government by 40%, to add another tax on businesses, local, large, small, big employees as well? Taxes like this take dollars right out of business operations. They do not invest in the infrastructure. They don't have the dollars to invest in employees. They don't have the dollars to put back into their future development. It hurts businesses. And the mandates, being required to have to do another thing, just irresponsible. Businesses need employees. They realize that. They want to take care of their employees. As a business owner, I like the relationship I have with my employees. I want what's best for them as well. And I do my best to offer what I can for them to do well and to thrive in our working environment. And I didn't need a government mandate to tell me that. I didn't need a government mandate to show me the way. It's because I value the employees. And I know most businesses out there, because you can't get very far in business without having help. Employees help businesses. They provide a service, and the business provides a service back. And so I just see this as being irresponsible and unaffordable. And I don't want to see more businesses close because of government mandates, government policies, additional government taxes. So please, with this bill, vote no on behalf of Minnesota businesses, on behalf of Minnesota employees, on behalf of Minnesotans. Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that we waive Rule 1.50 and allow the House to meet past midnight.
Representative Long moves that we waive the Rule 1.5 and allow the House to meet past midnight. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will take the roll on the bill.
Madam Speaker.
Point of parliamentary privilege.
We're in a roll call.
Excuse me,
Point
what
of
is happening here?
parliamentary-
No, we are
Madam
not
Speaker,
done.
what's going on?
Point of parliamentary privilege.
Madam Speaker, point of personal privilege.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Point of order.
Madam Speaker, you have just silenced the voice of the minority. You have silenced the voice of the minority.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Madam Speaker, we were Carol. Carol.
Here you go.
Carol, aye.
Carol, I. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Madam Speaker,
Pulowski,
no parliamentary
aye.
inquiry.
The clerk will close the roll.
Madam Speaker.
There being 69 ayes and 34 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Representative Long, time for reconvening.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. on Friday, May 17th, 2024.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Friday, May 17th, 2024. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Calendar.
Division. Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division.
Representative. The next bill on the calendar for the day.
Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division.
Number 5274, an act relating to gambling.
We can do this all day long.
Madam Speaker, I move that House File 5363 be laid on the table.
Representative Long moves to lay House File 5274 on the table. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
So much for process, Madam Speaker.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4273. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4273, an act relating to public authority.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that House File 4273 be laid on the table.
Representative Long moves that House File 4273 be laid on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
Madam Speaker, division. Madam Speaker, division.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now.
Madam Speaker, division.
This is what
I move
democracy
to sign
looks
it.
like.
Madam Speaker, I move
All
to
those
sign
in
it.
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Madam
please
Speaker,
say no.
I move to sign it.
The
Madam Speaker,
motion prevails.
division.
The House stands adjourned.